Frederick Vervisch for Ford Mustang at number 67, their GT3 Evo, the 2026 Evo. Then Grello, a lot of people's favourites this weekend. Thomas Preining, the Austrian driver, will take the 911 out second. Third, Daniel Hunkedaer for the number 3, the car that Max Verstappen got into the top dozen, courtesy of his 6th fastest time in the in TQ2. So he got in with a position to spare. KCMG's number 47 AMG will have David Pittard behind the wheel. That's the white, blue and black car, the number 4th off the grid. Then the Red Bull Abt Lamborghini Huracan, no Temerarios here, for the moment at least. That's an Evo version of that car. The 84 car will be driven by Luca Engsler for the qualifying, and he'll go off in 5th. In 6th, the Realize Kondo Racing with Rinaldi Ferrari, the only Ferrari in the SP9 class. Again, Rinaldi know Ferrari very, very well, and in fact they helped out Fricadelli the year that they won the race. That'll be Thomas Neubauer who will drive the number 45 car. Rover Racing, last year's winner, the BMW M4 GT3 Evo. They'll go off in 7th, and it will be Raffaele Marciello who will be behind the wheel of that car. Into the second half of the top 12, Red Bull Team Abt Lamborghini, the second of their cars, the number 130 Huracan, and that will be Marco Mappelli in that car. Maybe a surprise to some people that the Aston Martin got in, but my goodness me, what a lap that was to get them in. And the 34 Falcon Horse Motorsport will go off in 9th position with Nicky Team behind the wheel. Nicky Team in an Aston Martin on the Nordschleife in slightly damp conditions.
Yeah, there was an NLS round where he was driving that car, and Bruce and I were covering it, and it was one of the little bits of jeopardy where he was leading it.
Yeah.
And it was coming over to the line, coming down the Dottingerhoe, and it's that bit where you're going, is he going to cross the line or not? Is he going to have to do an extra lap? Ideally, what he needs to do is not cross the line, and just back it off a bit. There was no competition, no need, no worry about losing a position or whatever. And he crossed the line with less than 10 seconds to spare, yeah? Mm-hmm. So what did he do? As we said, so you've got to keep it clean. You've got to do another lap round here now.
Yep.
You're going to win this race, but not if you put it off or whatever. So what did Nicky Team do? Set the fastest lap of the race
on the last lap.
On the last lap. And why?
Because he could.
Because he could.
Because
exactly
he's Nicky Team.
Yeah, because it's Nick. Exactly. Well, challenge accepted. Yes.
10th position will be another Lamborghini. So that's 3 Lambos. Slightly older version, I think. The Franz Conrad car. Actually, no, shows as an Evo 2 as well. So updated version of the number 7, running in that sort of Miami blue colour that Franz Conrad has had for such a long time. It'll be Maxi Paul who'll be driving that. It does so remind me of Leighton House, that colour. Fantastic. I noticed there's some people doing some replica old style Leighton House sweatshirts on the web. I lusted.
I sense a purchase coming.
Well, you see, I lusted after, in periods when there were Leighton House Porsches at Le Mans. That was when I fell into it early in my Radio Le Mans career, and I saw the car and I saw them walking around in the Paddock jackets, which were. You probably wouldn't be able to sell them now because there's probably far too much polyester and plastic in them. Mm-hmm. Sort of padded jackets, slightly padded, more like a rally jacket.
It's probably a fire risk in reality.
Oh, absolutely. Couldn't go anywhere near a naked flame. You'd gone up like you're looking up like an amaretti paper.
It's entirely flammable.
Yes, entirely, totally. But I fell for that then. So that's going off in 10th position. HRT Ford Racing, the number 64 car. So they've got 2 of their 3 Ford Mustang GT3s in there. And second to last will be, who are you choosing for the 64. Well, how about somebody who knows this place like the back of his hand? Could probably drive most of it blindfold. It is, of course, Frank Stippler.
3-time winner.
Mr. 3 times. And the last car off the line, and this is going to be mega to see this. They're saying they don't have the speed in the dry. They would quite like it to be wet, so they might like it to be slightly slippery. There's life in the old R8 LMS GT3 for Scherer Sport PHX, and the number 16 car will go off last, and it will be the Rabbit himself. Haase is German for Rabbit. Christ Haase will be going. He's relishing the challenge. Again,
and not just relishing and responding.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean that NLS race earlier in the year when Max was in the Mercedes and got away at the start. I think he qualified P3, got to P1 to start, and then Haase got past him on the dotting hoe at the end of the first lap, and then spent an hour, and I said it on air at the time, delivering a masterclass. Of how to drive a car around the Nordschleife.
It was outstanding.
And I have no doubt whatsoever that Max Verstappen sat behind him just going, almost like Top Gun, like, this kid's good.
Oh, yeah.
And watching and learning, which is what you expect somebody of that caliber to do.
Of course you do.
Sit and watch and learn from a ringmeister.
He's a sponge.
Yeah.
You sponge it up.
Absolutely. Well, any decent driver would do that.
Well, when somebody jumps across from a different form of motorsport into something where people are specialists, it's easy to forget, and we should always remember this. Even something like, I commentate on Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup, and we've had people from NASCAR, top classes of endurance racing around the world, IndyCar drivers jump into those cars. They are proper little race cars. They start as a road car, but they are basically stripped out, and they are turned. The FLIS performance turn them into a proper race car, sequential box now as well. They are fabulous. Multimatic DSSV suspension, exactly the same as the AMGs have here. Really quite a sophisticated little racing car. But what you forget is these people who are jumping out of something very different, they are going up against people who are specialists in these cars and race them 16, 18, 20 times a year. In GT3...
And have done for a few years.
Yeah, and some of them have done for a few years, yeah. There's $1.3 million of prize money over the year in that category. That situation is literally times by 5 or 6 for the top GT3 drivers, because they are doing, I think I said it earlier, Maro Engel was telling me he was doing 40 race weekends a year, and so he's living in that car. His muscle memory must be incredible, and whichever track it is, whatever set of tyres the series are running on, he's got the experience of being in the car. And for Haase, exactly the same. Chris Haase, exactly the same. And for any driver to jump in from another series, particularly one as high profile as Max Verstappen, is a brave thing to do. It is a brave thing, because he's got nothing to win, really, and everything to lose. And slotting in as he has done, and learning. The guys in his team are full of praise. It's a bit like when Valentino Rossi started taking four-wheel motorsport seriously, and he went into GT3 and basically he said, look, I have to start again now. Even though I've driven some GT3 cars before, I've done it for fun. I've got to start again now. And, he's won big races. I
thought it a little bit over 30 years ago when Nigel Mansell was the reigning F1 champion, went off to IndyCar, came back, and he was at one point, he was for 6 odd weeks, I think he was the reigning F1 and IndyCar champion. Correct. Prost won it again in '93.
Should have won the Indy 500 that first year as well,
exactly.
Actually.
And Ford brought him back to UK and Donington, put him in a British touring car, and he did exceptionally well. But what a lot of people forget as well is that weekend he drove a TVR Tuscan.
That's right.
Arguably one of the best one-make series at that time. Top people in that: Chris Goodwin, Tim Harvey, Colin Blower, etc. Nigel Mansell jumped into one of those TVR Tuscans, which weren't the easiest things to handle, let's put it that way.
No.
Okay? And what did he do with it? He put it on the front row. Now, okay, Colin Blower, my old mentor, I've got to say it, pipped him to P1. Fair enough. But I always thought it was massive credit to Mansell to jump into something so utterly alien. For a start, the engine was up at the front. It wasn't used to that. And jump in a Tuscan against class field of those people and put it on the front row. Unfortunately, never took part in the race, but off the touring car thing. But it was an absolute credit. It was a real metric of just how good these people are.
We'll take a look at some of your questions that are coming in from around the world at RSL_studio. Use the hashtag RSLN24. We'll take a look at that in a minute. Live and free around the world on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network, and the World Feed TV, available also free via Nürburgring 24 official YouTube channel. This is live coverage of the 54th ADAC Ravenol, 24 hours of the Nürburgring. So let's pick up on a couple of your questions. Hello to Robert, who's asking, well, you were talking about the Huracan. Are we still going to hear the Huracan V10 wheel when the Temerario V8 comes in? Going to miss them in IMSA. Well, they're still running in IMSA for the moment. There's a couple of teams still winning with them as well. They think I'm right in saying, I've sort of cleansed my mind of all things IMSA, took that SD card out of my head. I think last time out, Wayne-Taylor Racing and the Dex Imaging 45 won their class.
SD standing for Series Default.
Yes, yeah. Of course. So there's, I mean, GT3 is a BOP category, so there's no reason why they can't still run. I think there's still a bit of work to do on the Temerario. This is the development year. It's happening within races as well with the teams that are running them. FAF Motorsport running the car in the States. So I think the answer is watch this space, to be honest. And I agree with you, the V10 sounds very special, but if you've been close to the side of the track when the V8 Temerario is running around, it's very obviously Lamborghini in its styling, of course. Very good. At RSL_studio, hashtag RSLN24. Jim, I am. Hello, mate. How are you? He said, I had a friend who worked for Leighton House F1 team and gave us a load of kit. We wore it at Le Mans the year the 962 Porsche was there in Leighton House colours, and then basically just got different times then, Jim, mate, different times. Then we got everywhere pretending to be crew, and every time we were questioned about passes, we just employed the typical Gallic shrug. Quoi? Donc? And you can't do that now. You can't do that now. And we wouldn't endorse that either. Yeah, happy days, though.
As you said, different times.
Yeah, different times. Absolutely, different times.
May not reflect the values of current times.
Well, indeed so, yes. Yes, security has changed an awful lot down through the years. Right, Snowy, we are going to pass over in a little while to the guys to continue the coverage of the shootout, which the boys will be coming in a little while for that. But before we go, what do you reckon? Those 12 cars. So we've got Fred Vervish, Tomek Preining, Daniel Hunkadea, that's Ford, Porsche, Mercedes. A Mercedes-AMG as well for David Pittard. Lamborghini, 3 thereof. Luca Engsler, Marco Mappelli. And what was the third? Lamborghini. Maxi Paul. Then we've got the single Ferrari with Thomas Neubauer. The BMW, just the one, ROWE Racing, last year's winner, was the only BMW here last year because of those clashes, because it was also... This race last weekend was also the sailing 6 hours of the Glen, which I had to call from here, remarkably.
How many BMWs do you need to win a race? One.
And it's wearing the one this year.
Exactly.
One Aston Martin, Nicky team, Frank Stippler in the Ford, and Fred Vervish in the Ford, and Scherer Sport PHX for Chris Haase. Where's your money? And will it depend, could this be something as fickle as what number you've drawn out there if weather conditions change again? Because they've been swapping, you know, in TQ2, we all, you know, Max Verstappen almost got the fastest time. If the guys hadn't cleared up his teammate's car with 4 minutes to go, Max Verstappen would have had the fastest time because everybody behind him was, you know, that wasn't even Max's fastest lap, that first one, but everybody behind got delayed 20 seconds plus because of the code 60. Somebody makes a mistake, the weather comes in at a part of the circuit when it's behind you. Could it be something as fickle as the number that's been drawn out the hat by your team?
Entirely so. Factor in then the weather as well. Taking all that into account, if it's equal for everybody in that session, let's say, so a level playing field, because that could change it. If it's equal for everybody, you'd be hard-pressed not to put money on Juncker Dare.
You think?
Yeah.
In the number 3 car.
I'm going to go to lunch.
Yeah, thanks. leave me with that. I mean, the fastest car in that top qualifying 2 session, I'm right in saying, was the Aston Martin JP, wasn't it? The Falcon host? No, it was the Red Bull, excuse me, yes. It was Nick Yellerly in the Red Bull Lambo, that's right. He timed coming out perfectly. Well, that's Marco Mappelli, and he'll start 8th. So, I don't know where my money's going. I really don't know where my money's going on this, and that's the joy. Each car that we've mentioned in that top dozen will have the opportunity to do 2 laps. If you peel back in and around, you will lose the opportunity to go for that lap. So you can't just endlessly circle the Grand Prix circuit much as you might want to. Mr. J says, why does the blue number light in the windscreen flash? I saw the onboard reflection of that light last night on the bonnet of the Porsche. I think it was maddening for the driver. It's actually to tell everybody else there's a faster car coming up behind them. Blue light, blue flag. Also, you know and I know that if you get a blue light in your rear view, you get that horrible dry mouth and sort of metallic taste, even if you're not speeding, and your foot comes off the throttle straight away. Okay, maybe not. And just that's basically just to give the slower cars in the race. So stand by for action. Keep the questions coming in. And outside of SP9, is it someone for the low crosser to get a good result by being consistent? Yes, it absolutely is. And I think we will see some of the Cup 2 cars that will be inside the top 30. We've seen that to go. But now it's time to go qualifying here at the ADAC Ravenol 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Well, it's often said that when the green flag drops, then the talking stops. I've slightly paraphrased that because I really quite like this job. However, to a certain extent, and certainly for the 12 cars and drivers that we're about to see, the opportunity for talking is all over. Everything from 13th down to 160 in terms of the grid is set. Yep. Basically, all of those grid positions is now set, subject to all of the cars getting through post-qualifying scrutineering and being deemed legal by ADAC and their scrutineers. What we've yet to find out is where the top 6 rows, or how the top 6 rows will be made up. In a week where the weather has been the headline in some respects. There is one headline that we'll talk about in a minute, as Johnny Palmer has joined me, John Hindhaugh. in the Global Broadcast Centre for our live free coverage in sound and vision around the world of the what is now called TQ3. Kind of a shootout. Cars will be waved off by our race director Walter Hoenig, who will set the guys off at 20 seconds or so intervals for a maximum of 2 laps around the Nürburgring Nordschleife to find out who's going to get pole position. The story, in some ways, JP, other than the weather, which has been notoriously fickle and decided to stick its fingers in pretty much every session, bar the very first one that we had yesterday. The weather has been mixed in every other one. It's dry, it's wet, the weather has come, the weather has gone, the weather's caused issues. The other story is a car that's not in the top 12.
The 80 car, are you talking about? Yeah, Maro Engel, who surely was nailed on for a top 7 finishing position in top qualifying 2, went out onto the hats and back on his first flying lap and just pushed it a bit too wide, maybe taking a bit too much curb. That bounced the car to the left, out into the marbles, and drilled the barrier very heavily indeed at fairly high speed. Now, the Armco barrier did its job in containing the car within the circuit, but that meant that it bounced over to the right-hand side, then did further damage there, and Engel was out on the spot. I don't remember ever seeing Maro Engel actually make a mistake around this play. Yeah, ever see him crash a car. But we've seen big stars fall out in qualifying. Just think about Laurens Vanthoor in the qualifying format here last year. So this was the incident running just a tad too wide. What you didn't see was him clipping the curb, which may well have been a contributory factor. The accident's already happened by this point. As he decelerates, just knocks into the barrier again, and then the car spins and goes backwards. But then it's his reaction, because he knows precisely what he's done, thumping the steering wheel, because that car, as you say, could very easily have been in the top 7.
Incredibly, for pretty much the rest of the session, just watch the right-hand curb here, just clipped it, and it kicked the car. I think he clipped it with the right rear, not with the front. And it just kicked the car sideways, and there's no run-off to the left at the end of the hats and back there. And for the rest of the session, it looked like he had handed his team car, the Verstappen.com Winward racing car, handed them the fastest time, because Max went through. Yeah. He was ahead of him when that happened. Max went through to a pretty clear run. Not Max's fastest time, because we'll come to that in a minute. But everybody behind was losing 20-plus seconds in the slow zone whilst the car was recovered. But excellent work by the marshals meant that we were given just over 4 minutes. Now, you can't do a lap of the Nordschleife in 4 minutes. I hear you saying that. You are shouting that at me at the moment as the cars come out for the Fast 12, if you will, TQ3. But what you can do is nip round the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit and either come back into the pits or go around. And that's what Chan Guven did in the Manthey Grello 911 car. They kept him out. Kept him out till, 5 or 6 minutes was only left. Then they brought him in, put the car up on the high jacks as it is now, took off the set of Michelin tyres. Why was he doing that? He was burning off Total Energies Excellium race fuel and getting the car lighter, because you're not allowed to refuel between those sessions.
Yeah.
They then banged on a new set of Michelin soft compound preheated slicks, and off he went. By the time he'd done that, Nick Yellerly was already gone. He hadn't been circulating. He did do 1 lap of the Grand Prix track, and then was the first car, therefore, onto the Nürburgring Nordschleife in what became, unintentionally, a 1-lap shootout. And Yellerly had been quick in the second half of the lap. Once he'd got past the Engel car on his first flying lap, he was quicker than anybody else, but he'd lost that 20-odd seconds, so he was never going to make it up. And he was 4 seconds away from qualifying through. We needn't have worried about Yellerly. because he put in an absolute stormer.
When you consider that was his second flying lap as well, so he'd kind of done the first one as a sighter to work out where some of the damp stuff still was, but then to do an 8 minutes 10.485, and you remarked to me at the time that the fifth sector that was already in his hands as an absolute best, he then went even quicker.
Faster,
We thought this is going to be a real special lap. It's interesting how they've selected their drivers at the Red Bull team apt Lamborghini Huracan squad. There are only 3 in that pro car. Nicky Katzberg did top qualifying 1, so that eliminates him from 2 and 3. Nick Yellerly goes in for the second run. It has to be Marco Mappelli, therefore, to do the final run. And I'll remind you that each of the top qualifying sessions must begin with a car on a full tank of fuel.
Correct.
So these are very, very heavy cars for just 2 laps.
Yeah, maximum of 2 now. Hello to Iker in Spain, tuning in for the first time to the Nürburgring 24 hours, rooting for Grello. 30 years of Manthey, 20 years of Grello?
That sounds about right, yes.
Yeah, think so. All of the Grello cars, or a selection of, I think, half a dozen Grello cars, are in the fan area, just behind us and to our left. Cars coming out to do a sighting lap of the Grand Prix circuit, and then they'll line up in the starting order. This was drawn at random, so they should line up in this order. HRT Ford Racing have 2 cars in. Their first is the number 67. It will go first. Frederick Vervisch for that Mustang. He'll be followed off by the Manthey Grello 911 Porsche.
And it's 10 years of 10 years
of Grello,
30 years of Manthey.
Thank you. And it's Thomas Preining, the Austrian Porsche driver there. Then Danny Hunketeer in the number 3 Verstappen Racing by Winward Racing. There's no consistency about that, how that car is referred to. So if you hear us calling it both, but on the official list here, it is down as Winward Racing, and the official list for this session, but it is the Verstappen.com car, of course. KCMG will be 4th up. That's another AMG. That's David Pittard. It's a good lad to have in your back pocket, isn't it? To send out.
Too right.
At the end. Team Red Bull apt. Luca Engsler, Lamborghini, number 84, will be 5th. Halfway through, Realize Kondo Racing with Rinaldi, the only Ferrari GT3 in the race, the 296. I did say the 499 there. You might have had an advantage if you'd been in the 499. The number 45 car goes off 6th. 7th, last year's winners, Raffaele Marciello in the Rover Racing red and white BMW, M4 GT3 Evo, the Huracan GT3 Evo 2. Another Huracan, Red Bull Tina apt, Marco Mappelli in the number 130 car. Excellent livery on that car. Valkenhorst Aston Martin in the Vantage GT3. Goes off in 9th position for the number 34. The Franz Conrad Racing Lamborghini, the 3rd Lamborghini. Who would have bet that Lamborghini would have been the most numerate in the top 12? That wasn't on my bingo card. The number 7 Conrad blue car, light blue car, 10th position. Penultimate car off the line will be the number 64 HRT Ford Racing Mustang GT3 Evo. Frank Stipler behind the wheel. Said before, he knows this place. Absolutely incredible record here. 3 times he stood on the top step of the podium and jumped in with both feet to this HRT Ford Racing programme when it was announced. Scherer Sport PHX will be the last car out in the Audi. Not in the first flush of youth, the R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2, but still a competitive car, particularly when it's been run by Scherer Sport PHX, the old Phoenix Racing equipe, and particularly in the hands of Chris Haase. Where's your money, JP?
I'm going to sort of eliminate them one by one. I don't think Audi's quite got enough, although I'm intrigued by the sector times that had already put the 16 Scherer Sport PHX car into this final session. Ford have intrigued me just based on their their top qualifying 2 pace to have one of those cars. Where did they end up in the end? 4th fastest for Arjun Maini in TQ2.
That was but when we're talking about good laps, that was a great lap because again, he just jumped in and was on it immediately.
Yeah. I mean, 5 cars separated by a second in the end in very changeable conditions. In fact, both Fords were in the top 5 places. 3-minute board now being displayed.
Clear the grid, helpers aus, so all the helpers to leave.
I agree with you in that, you know, did anybody expect to have 3 Lambos in the session? And does that then tell us that it is a quick car? But clearly they're consistent across all 3 machines, and they're in different, well, 2 different teams. 2 entered by Red Bull team Abt. The other is the long-standing number 7 entry from Franz Conrad and Conrad Motorsport for, it'll be Maximilian Paul to drive that car. But I have a feeling that the 2 Red Bull cars are going to be a smidge faster than that. We haven't really seen what the Realize Kondo Racing Ferrari has got to offer, because bear in mind, even though that was eligible to do some laps in top qualifying 1, they weren't hard at it. It was one of those to break into the top 20. I don't think the 84 Lambo ran at all in top qualifying 1. If it did, it may well have just done a lap or 2 on the Grand Prix circuit. But 84, we haven't really seen the pure pace. And that was, we remarked at the time, a bit of a strange decision. Surely you would want to have at least some current running of how the track is today. You can't discount Grello in the 911. You certainly can't discount, let me attempt to get the name of this team right, Mercedes-AMG, Team Verstappen Racing, and the Winward Racing prepared car, particularly with Spanish driver Danny Juncadella at the wheel. So it's, I'll give you 3. 911, the 3 Mercedes, and what sort of area are BMW in this year? Let's go for the Rover Racing BMW of Raffaele Marciello as defending champions. But that's the trophy we're fighting for today. The Glickenhaus trophy for pole position. And that has been a long-standing trophy with everybody's name on it who've won it through the years since, I think, 2016.
Glickenhaus put an SPX car on pole position with, was it Fernando Leza who did that lap?
Yeah, not a bad shout. I'll have a look.
Back then. Hello to Harry Chandler, tuned in before the usual Friday afternoon bike ride. I still think this is the absolute best qualifying format of all the big races. Tweaked a little bit this year, but I do like this. It's not exactly single car qualifying, but it's as close as you can get on a 10-minute lap, 9-minute lap. Right turn lover, hello RTL. Is the Red Bull Lambo in a Red Bull livery? The 130 is not. It's in a very fetching green colour, isn't it? The car that Nick Yellerly put into this session. And hello James Hazen as well. Long time no tweet, he says. Managed to crawl out of bed in time for the top qualifying 3 session. Some F1 fan co-workers pulling for Verstappen. So go number 3, whatever it takes to get them watching endurance racing. It's a fair point, well made. And hello to all of you who, like Max, are N24 rookies, learning about a new form of motorsport that is fundamentally different in every way. It's motorsport, but not as you know it if you've only been watching F1. I always say that different forms of motorsport, and particularly these 2 that we're talking about here, it's a bit like saying soccer and snooker are the same sport because it involves balls going into nets.
I suppose that's right. Yeah,
but the difference between this form of motorsport and Formula 1 is, honestly, it is a different sport.
There are lots of different ways to compete in motorised vehicles.
We're not saying anyone's better.
No, for sure.
You have to come at this with an open mind, with no preconceptions. Forget about all other forms of motorsport, even endurance motorsport fans. You guys who watch Le Mans, you know you cannot bring your Le Mans brain, even an 8.5-mile track at Le Mans, you can't bring your Le Mans brain here to the Nürburgring Nordschleife. You cleanse your mind. Take all the memory out and reset, because that's what this place is.
The other thing is that we've got 2 very different ways of going qualifying as well, because whereas in the past we've had a shootout, single lap or double lap qualifying to then get you into the next stage of double lap qualifying, that was a more conventional top qualifying session, as in everybody goes out for 30 minutes, 40 plus cars, nearly 50 actually by the end of it. all trying to get a quick time, whereas now we're doing qualifying where you're on your own, you're hoping not to see another car out there, although it can happen if one has a problem. You get the Nordschleife to yourself, and that is an incredibly rare treat these days.
Oh, the 130 Mark 1 Mapelli car's just rolled off in its very green, reflective green colourway. What were those Opel fruits that were not Opel fruits, the chewy ones that had the green stripes through them? That's what it reminds me of. And there was an airline that did a green and white colour scheme for a little while on some of their cars. Frank Stippler, second to last to go in the number 64 Ford Mustang GT3 Evo, the new car for this year, and the setup window has been opened up for that car, and it's really helped them here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. There's nothing much wrong with the car in all the other circuits around the world last year, but some tweaks, Ford Racing working with their customer teams. What would you like more of? What do we need to cut out? And with Christopher Haase now rolling off in the Scherer PHX Audi with the white wheels, making it look from a distance, and certainly from the helicopter shot, as if it's a Tamiya model on the Grand Prix circuit. Looks fantastic with those white wheels. Heading on the GP circuit at the moment. Johnny's got all the stats up and all the split times. There are 9 different splits here. The first 2 are on the Grand Prix circuit. So from split 3 onwards is where we get the cars onto the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And a huge difference in the lengths of those particular splits. So 3 minutes plus and 10 seconds. I mean,
yeah.
Literally, it's the biggest split you'll ever see, biggest change you'll ever see in split times. So they're off now. This does not count as a timed lap, JP. This is effectively a warm-up lap.
That's right. And you have a choice, actually, at the end of the warm-up lap on the Grand Prix circuit. You can pit, but actually that immediately deletes one of your lap times, because the last thing the organisers necessarily want is for drivers to just continue to keep going around the Grand Prix circuit, as we saw in the top qualifying 2 session. So it is possible to enter the pit lane via the Grand Prix circuit at any point. There's also a rule about not taking any time longer than 14 minutes for this warm-up lap, and that's to make sure that everyone's not, or certain cars aren't going very, very slowly. So you have a minimum time that you, or maximum time that you must be beneath on this installation lap. Nobody's going to want to do that, though, because they're desperate to try and get warmth in the tyres, warmth in the brakes as well. Actually, the tyres might have a chance to cool down a little bit when you're going down the Dottinger Ruhr. And that's when you hit the start-finish straight, precisely where you want the heat in different tyres, don't forget, from this variety of cars as well. Braking for the Haug hook.
Thank you, Tim Gray. Condor Airlines was the green stripe one. Very good. Thank you very much indeed. Hello to Kevin Swindley, who's dividing his time between his favourite UK track. He's at Alton Park in Cheshire, and his favourite European track. Alton Park's a mini Nordschleife, isn't it?
It can be called that at times. Yeah, that and Cadwell Park.
Oh, Cadwell. Oof.
Cadwell's the mini Nordschleife, the mini Nürburgring for sure. But yeah, sections of Alton Park. It used to be tree-lined, though, far more than it is now in the past.
Before we get into the fast laps, as they're warming up tyres, getting them up to pressure, warming up brakes. Hello to Touring Car Magazine. RSL_studio, hashtag 24h MBR, or RSL N24, actually. Is there anything better than watching Nürburgring quali on a school day? Not a bad week. In other F1-related GT news, Zach Brown and McLaren was at Croft with a Ferrari GT2 and a McLaren GT3 for just a bit of fun this week, shaking them down. Thanks, Mick. Hello to Loyalty and to Jesse, 10 p.m. in his area of Australia. Dave Alcock. Great format. He loves this. And hello to Jim Javlis thank you for your kind words. And we've got some special guests in our overnight at the weekend. Our Gina Kankapati and Peter Mackay will be joining the crew for some darkness chat. The Nürburgring 24 after hours. Just get a bit like that. There was one year when I think I threw it open to you as our audience and just said, you tell me what we want to talk about.
Yeah.
And sat here and bounced off the audience for 3.5, 4 hours. At RSL_studio, Pacers, thank you. Who's that? Steve Tarrant. Hello, mate. Sai is watching at midnight from New Zealand. Best weekend of the year for GT racing. Pacers, David Walter's got that one as well. No prizes for that, but thank you, because that would have woken me up in the middle of the night when I remember what they were. They were basically flavoured plastic. Let's be honest, a lot of the chewy sweets of our youth, I'm sure they didn't do us any good at all and wouldn't be allowed nowadays. They had more E numbers in them than probably anything else. I bet there was not a single bit of what would now be called natural flavouring in them. Right, we're starting to get people coming towards the end of the Nürburgring. Nobody really giving us any clues at the moment, but there have been a couple of cars that have closed up rather closer than I expected to the car ahead of them. You are allowed to overtake, by the way, but Danny Hunkadeya is right up behind Thomas Preining. He's dropping away a little bit now. Preining weaving left and right on the Dottinger Hall, which is now in bright sunshine. I mean, don't. I'll tell you what, you can't. I don't think you can go for a banker on the first lap. I think you've got to really go for it here.
That's actually Fred Verviche, I think, 67. He was
it?
waved off first, but he's allowed Thomas Preining.
Preining's gone through. Yes, you're right.
Unless Verviche has got a problem on this first lap, but it's weird because now there is a danger if Thomas Preining has a slight mistake here and there, that he's going to be right in the face of Fred Verviche for this first flyer. So it's a strange thing to do. Right,
past us. There goes the Porsche. Downhill braking into turn one. Yeah, it is Verviche. You're right, in the camouflage. Bundeswehr camouflage car. Listen to the crowd at the Haughook. Oh, tight on the apex curb there. That was very close to track limits and all four Michelin tyres being across the white line. There goes the Danny Hunkadeya Mercedes-AMG in the full Red Bull colours. He's got a decent gap in front of him, but not much behind. And now we're going to start looking at the lap times and the splits. Remember, first two splits are on the Grand Prix circuit. Then we're out onto the Hatzenbach, down the Sabine Schmitz curve first of all, then the Hatzenbach, and then climbing for quite a long time before you plunge through the Foxhole, through Adenauer Forest, and then basically then dropping all the way down to the bridge, over the main street at Adenauer, at Breitscheid, and then climbing again to the top of the Carrecciola Carousel, Hoacht, and then working your way back to where we are sitting here. Raffaele Marciello crosses the line in last year's winning car with the honour, and it really is an honour here, and it's taken as such. The Rover BMW carries the number one.
And Raffaele Marciello has potentially got ahead of... No, Luca Engster did go through, as did Thomas Neubauer in the Red Bull team, Lambo and the Realize Kondo Racing Ferrari, respectively. So Raffaele Marciello cautious about who was around him. He's got a nice cushion, actually, ahead and behind in the Rover Racing BMW M4. So this is the same chassis that's being used elsewhere in the race for the M3 Touring, but in the more conventional GT3 look to it and shape. Remember that actually Rover were trying to get a couple of their cars into the session. The number one was already pre-qualified. The 99, though, had a difficulty in posting a quick enough time for Kelvin van der Linde. Therefore, it's just the one car, literally the number one car, that has made it into this session, having been pre-qualified. The 130 of Marco Mappelli's just crossed the line as well. That's the car that was driven by Nick Yellerly. Here it is. Bit of a squirm there going into Goodyear Scherer. And meanwhile, here's the Ferrari of Thomas Neubauer heading out onto Hatzenbach for the first time.
Now, big commitment through Hatzenbach, third and fourth gear corners. You can ride the curbs in some place, not others. Maro Engel's corner has been negotiated by the Ferrari, but only just. The left-hand side tyres perilously close to the edge of the curbs there. That's where Maro Engel went off. You can ride the curbs at the end of the Hatzenbach, but then through the next right and left, you have to stay away from the curbs. They're a little bit more harsh on the curb, on the car. Hello to Andrew Mather, who's tuned in, enjoying a nice soundtrack while going over his notes for some Shennington gearbox karting. Gregory says, will the race stream be offered through YouTube for the US racer who has it in the US? You can have audio free all the way around the world on RS1 at radiolemans.co or radio-show.co.uk. I believe Ford have got some onboard cameras via fordracing.com that you'll be able to get as well. We'll give you all the details. We'll tweet out all the details. How close to the edge? Very close to the edge for the Ferrari, running in the very striking yellow and blue. And in fact, the corner after what I'm now calling Maro Engel's elbow, there was dirt kicked up from the tyres.
Well, there is a tyre wall there deliberately, because that's often where a car can become a little loose, escape the confines of the racetrack, and certainly Thomas Neubauer was testing the outer limits of his door mirrors there. I don't think one of them was folded back. They kind of don't do that on a GT3 car. They could easily snap off and cause a problem for somebody in behind. That would have been Raffaele Marciello, who incidentally has just done the quickest Sector 3 time of pretty much anybody. Still got to see Frank Stippler through there in the 64 Ford Mustang, and Chris Haase, Scherer Sports Audi, which was the final car of the 12 to be waved off. So could we be waiting until that car does its second lap to be fully committed to the pole lap?
I think your point that you made before the cars rolled off, in fact, as they were coming to stack up at the start line, JP, was a good one. Full fuel loads for all these cars. So these are not a light, nimble qualifying spec. They might have rolled a tiny little bit of downforce off to get higher top speeds, but the car is going to be a tiny bit sluggish. So drive it like you stole it on the first lap, burn a bit of fuel off, but save the tyres for the second lap. Oh, thanks very much, Mr. Engineer. You know, that's your typical thing. You've got to get that compromise.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, where is it best? Actually, probably at the end of the first lap and the start of the second. But you're going to be actually straddling 2 laps. So you've got to find a good time in the first run where the tyres are going to be at their best. You were able to preheat the tyres before they were sent onto the start and finish line. You couldn't take active heaters with you, but they could be within blankets that had been plugged in until seconds before, and then you go out with your mechanics. On the limit again, though, Thomas Preining nearing Brunchen and Fransgarten, and towards the Schwabenschwanz area of the lap, where it's all about straight line speed. But this is the sector where you need that little bit of downforce and the ability to rotate the car as efficiently as possible.
Incredible as he came over the brow just before Brunchen, with the car four-wheel drifting to the left and absolutely placed perfectly, riding the curbs where he can. Beyond the curbs are some block paving in areas, and you can use that. It's quite flat. There's other curbs that stick up like a low brick wall. You can't use those. That just unsettles the cars. Coming down to the Stefan Beloff S's, super quick. Pick a straight line. And again, you're charging downhill here to a right-hander that is far trickier than it looks. It takes you across a little bridge, and then you're braking hard for the left-hander before the Kleiner carousel. That's where Grello is now, onto the concrete.
Marco Mapelli, though, 3 seconds quicker than this Thomas Preining lap in one sector. That's sector 5. He's just done a 145.9, whereas the Grello Porsche at 148.9.
Well, that Lamborghini came up the pace very, very quickly earlier on today, but it was still quicker on its second lap in the hands of Nick Yellerly. But of the sectors, of the 6 sectors, call it 7 sectors now that have been completed by the bulk of the field, 4 best sector times, including the longest one, belongs to that Red Bull Team App Lamborghini Huracan of Marco Mapelli.
The longest one so far. He's going to do the 2.5-minute one.
Yes.
But we'll see how good the Lambo is in that gradient change and through the twisty, turny, and not necessarily high grip stuff at Brunchen, Flansgarten, Ice Curver, and then the run towards Schwabenschwanz as well. But here's Thomas Preining now at Tiergarten. And Hohenrhein, the link road, up against us as close as you dare to the Arco barrier there to the right-hand side. He'll come across the line, surely to go quicker. Well, it will be quickest because he's the first car on the road, as we've learned, getting ahead of Fred Vervisch, and it's an 8:21.3.
Time is out there.
Time.
Right, there's time out there, albeit that is a heavy car. I don't think we're going to see an 8:08 then in this, which is the qualifying record. Straight through then for Winward, and Danny Hunkadea has gone. Now that's 8:18 and 8:19 for KCMG's David Pittard. So how hard are you pushing on that first lap? Now you've got to, whatever you've got left in the fast draw, Johnny Palmer, you've got to get out and throw it at the track. This is the time. The worst you can be is outside of row 6.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the furthest you're going to drop is 12th position. How about that lap from Luca Engstler, though, in another Lamborghini? This is the Red Bull Team Apt number 84, the car we didn't see in top qualifying 1. So it was a complete mystery as to what sort of time you might be able to do. 8:14.7, which is as quick as cars were going, SP9 cars were going at the end of standard qualifying 1 yesterday.
Yeah.
Thomas Neubauer in the Realize Kondo Racing Ferrari goes briefly second. And remember, he was well off the road at times through Hatzenbach in the 45.296. So he does at 8:17.3, but slotting in between the two, Raffaele Marciello in the BMW M4 at 8:16.4. Still Engstler with a 1.7 second advantage.
Still to come, Marco Mapelli. Here he comes in the green and white, number 130, and goes to the top. Unsurprisingly, if you've been watching, 8:11.6. Hello. These guys at the latter end of the top 12 are throwing overhand next to come through.
The team due to be the 34. Yeah, he goes 8:18.2. That'll take him to 5th fastest for the Danish racer, and not that far back.
Conrad Racing to 2nd. So it's Lamborghini 1, 2 and 3, JP. At the moment, separated by 3 seconds. Then after that, it's the BMW of Rover Racing. We've still to get a couple of cars through to finish their first of 2 flying laps. Frank Stippler should be through in a moment. Did I just hear a Ford go through? I did not. I do like Richard, who said, I love that number of Ferrari, Duckham Oil's tribute livery. Well, I know exactly what you mean. Stippy's gone through. 8:28, more to come from that, I think. Now we're just waiting for Christopher Haase, who has managed to capture a couple of faster sectors, and it's the 2 longest sectors out there. How much has he taken from the faster guys at the front of the field?
Well, it's going to be in the mix, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
To be purple through the most important sectors, and the 3rd sector, Hatzenbach, Hohenrhein, Kittelbacher-Hohr, did that in 64 seconds, so that's there or thereabouts. Just got to get the entry now into Tiergarten correct, and it looks very stable on the brakes. There's this number 16 Audi from Scherer Sport PHX coming out of Hohenrhein to head across the line, and the Christopher Haase time will take him, waiting for it, and the control line takes him 3rd for Audi. So that will split the Lamborghinis, but it is another V10 car, isn't it? 5.2-litre V10, exactly the same power plant in the Lamborghinis.
Stippy's time, actually, I got the wrong Ford. It's Vervisch who did the 8:28. Frank Stippler got a 14, and that's put him into 4th position. So it's 3 V10s, mid-mounted, and then a front-engined V8. I think Mapelli and Paul have... Oh, no, they haven't. Okay, fine. Just taking a bit of time to get through. Now, fast first sector, fast 2 first sectors, fastest 2 first sectors on the Nordschleife for Marco Mapelli. Not content with leading with an 8:11. Right now, he's looking at something about a sub 8:10. So maybe we will get close to that 8:08.
Yeah, even though it's 2 laps in of fuel burn, but perhaps an 8:08 is possible. Certainly closer to an 8:10 than we currently have. That would only be shaving a second and a half from it. But Maximilian Paul's lap in the Conrad Lamborghini, mightily impressive as well. So as things stand, it is a Lamborghini front row with not that far away, only half a second back, or 2.2 actually from the Mapelli time. Chris Haase in his Audi from Scherer Sport. Then, as you say, the best placed so far are the Ford Mustangs of Frank Stippler and Luca Engstler in another Lamborghini. 3 of them currently in the top 5 positions.
Incredible for the Raging Bulls. Now, Danny Hunkadea with fast times towards the end of his 2nd lap currently. That number 3 AMG Mercedes GT3 sits in 9th position in the full Red Bull colour scheme. 8:18 is what he's got. He's going to need, I think you need a sub. You're going to need a sub 12 certainly to be on the front row. Possibly for first position, you might need a sub 10.
And although the sector times are fairly close, he's lost about a second compared to, well, Junkadea on this lap in the 5th sector. Keeping my eyes peeled for Preining's efforts, which will come through very shortly, actually, towards the end of the long sector 7. But I just don't think he's close enough to... Well, the cars that are much higher up on the timing screen so far to being able to break into, let's say, the top 3 rows. So Mapelli from Maximilian Paul, Chris Haase and Frank Stippler is the order right now, with Thomas Preining in that balancing act of better weight of car, but the tyres aren't quite as good as they were on the first lap. And he's having to, he's a little bit offline there as well, working his way out of Brunchen. A big squirm, in fact, from the Manthey car.
Well, the theory coming from a number of teams, including the Aston guys, you press the tyre harder on lap 2 when the fuel lighter. And that Aston Martin is Nicky Team's, that was Nicky Team's first dry lap of the weekend.
Okay.
And they are now pushing. And Simon Strang, thank you for passing that on from the team. I mentioned Simon's son, Finn Strang. Remember that name. Watch the karting results. He's doing very well indeed in British karting, and particularly for a young driver who effectively Simon's running him as his dad, not running with one of the fancy teams, and certainly not running with the fancy team budgets. So I'm watching you, Finn. I'm watching your times next time out. Mapelli's going quicker again here. There's a 10. There's definitely a 10, possibly a 9. I'm not sure there's an 8. But my goodness me, he's taking time again in the sectors that count out in the country. Here comes the 911, the Grello car, about to pass us from our right to our left, and the first one to complete 2 laps, and it is an 8:13, 9:39. So for the moment, Thomas Preining puts the Grello 911 of Manthey Racing into 3rd position. Can he hold on to the inside of row 2?
Here's Danny Juncadella as Fred Vervisch goes 7th fastest in the 67 Ford, but Juncadella will go 2nd fastest to split the two Hurricanes. It's an 8:12 on the nose pretty much from the Spaniard to put a Mercedes back on the front row as things stand, and that is the Verstappen racing car, the Team Verstappen racing car to the front row, but no longer, because Luca Engstler in another Lamborghini Huracan does an 8:11.123 to pip Marco Mappelli, who still has chance to finish this lap, remember. Here's Marco Mappelli on the Dottinger Hohe, and he is up comparatively to his teammate Engstler.
Neubauer up to the outside of the second row with the yellow and blue Realize Kondo Racing with Rinaldi, the number 45 car. I tell you what, it's an 11 for the front row. I thought a 12 might do it, and Juncadella puts the 12 in, but at the moment, he's only on the inside of row 2. Who was that going through?
Marciello, 8th.
Ooh, okay. Rover Racing, last year's winners. Outside of row 4 at the moment. Who's still to complete?
Well, what about Mappelli? Because I still think he's got enough in hand to jump ahead of his teammate, switch sides on the front row, but it could very easily be a Red Bull team app. No, just falls short by not much at all. It's 0.3 of a second. So Luca Engstler in the 84 car, they've done barely any running in top qualifying. It's not decided yet, but Lamborghini look to be in a very good place.
It was a better lap than his first lap from Mappelli, and he captured 3 fastest sectors, but falls 3.5 tenths behind his teammate. Falcon horse goes through. Nicky Team improves his first lap time, but it's only a 15.2. That'll be the inside of row number 6. And is that everybody now?
Well, Maximilian Paul's just crossed the line in the Conrad Lamborghini, and he stays in 5th position. Yeah. Again, that was an improvement. Looking very good down the straight. The Dottinger Hohe gone purple through that final 2 sectors for Maximilian.
Ooh,
but an 8:12.256. Yeah, he was close to Nicky Team, and I wonder whether he might have been picking up a bit of a turn from the Aston. Yeah.
Oh, we were missing... who's that?
Stippler.
That was Stippler. Where's Stippy gone to?
6th division. Again, it's an improvement for the Mustang, but only good enough for the outside of the second
unusually, JP, for these events, we didn't see anybody make any major mistakes. Nobody's clattered the barriers, and everybody improved on their second lap. And that's not always the case here.
How high up is Christopher Haase going to get? Because he's quicker than anybody else through Sector 5, quicker than anybody else through Sector 7. The Audi's finding the pace in all of the very useful positions.
They were talking it down. They were saying, we haven't got the 1 lap pace. We might be all right on the longer run, but we need it wet as well. We're not all the pace in the dry, but where will the Scherer Sport PHX Audi comes through now and crosses the line, goes to the inside of row number 2. 8 tenths of a second away from Paul, half a second from the front row, and 11.984, excuse me, and it doesn't put him on the front row by half a second. That's incredible. It's mid-engine V10s to the 4, 3 of them. Lamborghinis for the Red Bull team up, lock out the front row. Then the Scherer Sport PHX Audi Evo 2 of Christopher Haase, the number 16 car, will share row 2, subject to all the post-qualifying checks, with the Windward Verstappen Racing Mercedes, the number 3 car. Behind them, it's Ferrari and Lambo again. I mean, that tells you something about that number 3 AMG. That's the only front-engine car in the top 6.
Yeah, that's a good point, and we never know whether the full speed is being able to be extracted by the relevant qualification drivers, because remember, it's a shared effort as well. That's been deliberately the case. If you were taking a car through top qualifying 1, 2 and 3, it had to be 3 different drivers, and how much do you risk leaving it late for not actually getting into top qualifying 3? But Frank Stippler is quick in anything. He used to be quick in that very Audi, the Scherer Sport PHX car that's just gone 3rd, now part of the Haupt Racing Team program, though, for the Ford Mustangs. He finishing 7th fastest, but as you say, beyond that, the interloper is the Mercedes as the only front-engine car getting as high as 4th.
That's a good lap by Thomas Neubauer, by the way, and the sole Ferrari. BMW showed us last year only having one shot at it, one car, one dog in the fight, it's enough. You only need one car to stand on the top step, and that's exactly what they did with that Rover BMW last year. They'll start from the inside of row 5. Manthey, nearly 3 seconds down on the pole time. Not sure they'll be happy with that.
They struggled on that second lap. I expected Preining to be in more control of that car, if you like, and that was nothing to do with his skill set. Just the car was moving around beneath him a bit too much. He'd pushed very hard on the opening lap, and I just wonder whether he would have ideally wanted a bit more tyre performance beneath him. Whether he'd spent the tyre by that point, difficult to say, but he was running up curbs. He was just a tad away from the odd racing line, and that cost him some time in that long 7th sector. So yes, 8th will be a disappointment as they celebrate 10 years of that paint scheme.
Well, I think that built very nicely. We've seen that part of top qualifying before with a dozen or so cars out on the circuit. But I actually I rather like what we did in TQ1 and 2. The pre-qualifying algorithm is still something I'll be absolutely honest and say I have no clue how that is worked out. I just take what is on the paper in front of me, and thank goodness I don't have to properly explain it. It's presented to us by the time we get here, because it's from the early NLS rounds and from the qualifying weekend. Interesting to note, by the way, that the disqualification of the number 3 car from its win meant that that car wasn't pre-qualified. It would have been pre-qualified had it took that win.
Yes.
But all of its data was effectively gone. It's not that it was placed at the back or anything like that. It was taken out of the results.
Yes, and there was a document that was issued actually with these, what appear to be theoretical lap times, when you link the best sector times together from the same car. So, for instance, the 16 car got in with a lap time, and this is not on the same circuit because they used the Goodyear Schwanger for NLS races, which is only half of the Grand Prix track. But a 7 minutes 50.01 is the theoretical time. I don't think the Audi's ever actually done that lap time, but when you link them all together, it could.
So let's just run through what we've got. It's an all Red Bull team apt Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 front row with the number 84 on pole position, which is the Red Bull livery car, and then the Pacers, the green and white car, number 130 in second. I'm going to get told off for saying that now, aren't I? Scherer Sport and Winward's Verstappen Racing for Audi and Mercedes, the 16 and the 3 on row 2. Ferrari and Lamborghini being the Kondo Racing machine, and the Franz Conrad number 7 car on the 3rd row of the grid. Christopher Haase doing Haase things. The Rabbit was off and running. Last man off the start line. Maybe got the best of the conditions with the sun being out a little bit longer. Maybe there was a tiny little bit more racing rubber, but he still had to pedal that car. Not in the first flush of youth, the car. Not talking about Chris there. But he brings it home to the inside of the front row, the second row, excuse me. Then that fabulous green, reflective green and white Marco Bappelli driven Lamborghini. Green and white Lamborghini, green hell. 63rd year of Lamborghini this year, is it? 53rd or 60th year? Fantastic. Joe Dunn's a huge Lambo fan, feeling good. Nice to see a win after the last year, the win at Spa. Another feather in the cap, and it is a front row lockout. How about Luca Engsler's time? 8:11.123 in the satin finish Red Bull livery. I noticed when I was alongside that car the other day. That's become a thing. Don't know what it does to the airflow of the car. You'd think you'd want it as slippery as possible. Well, I presume they've factored all that in. Luca Engsler then takes pole position for the 54th ADAC Ravenol. 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Lamborghini, Audi, Mercedes, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Ford, Porsche, BMW, Mercedes, Aston Martin, and Ford Mustang. Those are the top 12. The rest of the 160 starters that we think we're going to have for tomorrow are locked in from the earlier sessions. That's close, you know, at the top of the field, JP. Half of that field is within 2.5 seconds, and the top 6 are within 1.1 seconds. That's nothing, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's a gap of, what, 21 thousandths between the Danny Juncadella time and Chris Haase. That's how much, I mean, they both end up on the second row, but Haase switching sides to the tune of just 2 hundredths, and then the gap between Neubauer in his Ferrari and the third of the Lamborghinis of Maximilian Paul was only 3.5 hundredths. So really small margins when you drill down into the data further back. And Thomas Preining only just missed out on 7th place by a couple of tenths as well. The thing is, that's one lap. You know, we're basing this on one lap. What are they going to be like over 8 laps as the fuel's burned off, the tyre wear, all very different cars. The idea of the balance of performance is to try and equalise the field across each and every stint, but it just doesn't fall like that sometimes.
A couple of people asking on @RSL_studio using the hashtag RSLN24, how easy or difficult is it to get to the Nürburgring from, say, the UK? Hello, the UK, where it is, what, middle of the afternoon, isn't it? Oh, coming up on 22 minutes past 1, British summertime. You've got a couple of choices with where you could fly to and then pick up a hire car, but to be honest, you drive. You go across the channel in whichever your preferred way is. Our travel partners' first tickets sorted us out through Eurotunnel, and it's a pretty easy... Well, you caught a load of traffic when you came down.
We were unlucky, but
five and a quarter, 5.5. Yeah, round Brussels, you can go that way, or you can go a slightly more southern route, Lille and Mons, and then Liège, and then drop down. It's not a bad run. There's no toll charges on those highways, those motorways, and a number of different ways you can cut across to the track itself. A really a doable race from the UK and from most of Europe. It's from the UK, it's not that much different. Maybe an hour longer from the channel ports than it is down to Le Mans. But what you lose in time, you're saving your peage fees, because there are none, and there's plenty of places around here to stay, even with a big crowd like this. Might have to go 20 minutes, half an hour from the track, but you can do that. So, JP, wrapping up what we've seen, the grid is set. There's a warm-up tomorrow morning, which we will have coverage for you for this year. Coming up this afternoon, we have the DHL M race, the classic cars, effectively, which comes up a little bit later on this afternoon. We'll have that on the English World feed as well. Your thoughts about what we've seen so far, and the qualifying system slightly tweaked for this year, and the grid as it stands, particularly at the sharp end?
Well, I really enjoyed top qualifying 1 with nearly 50 cars circulating all at once.
Yeah, I thought that was a good addition.
And trying to find the track space here and there, because that was the other jeopardy, was, you know, would you be plunged into traffic? Might you have to drive through a yellow flag, or even worse, a code 60 zone on one of your laps? And 30 minutes disappears so quickly around this place when you're trying to time your run to perfection. The Lamborghinis looked pretty quick at that phase of the day, and for Red Bull Team Apt to lock out the front row is an impressive result. The other thing to think about, though, that it's not unknown for the balance of performance numbers to be looked at overnight. And there
was a little tweak today, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was another sheet that came out for today. Yes, I didn't have the time actually to note all of the adjustments, but they were minor. Porsche and Ford, a better balance of performance?
Yes.
Okay.
They got a slightly bigger restrictor.
Yeah. And there's always games being played, I think, particularly in top qualifying 3, where there are only 12 cars, so there's very few places you can actually hide. And Lamborghini have thought, well, you know, we got a quick car, let's actually not hide our light under a bushel and just go for it. And 0.3 of a second separated the two of them. They've ended up being half a second faster than anybody else. Is that going to put them at a disadvantage when we get to the race tomorrow? We'll just have to wait and see. But there's not many Audis that will be able to compete for the race win for fans of the Four Rings. But it is good to see that, as you made the point, fairly aged car now still being pedalled very quickly by Christopher Haase to third position. There's a massive story in the fact that we have Max Verstappen as part of the Mercedes lineup in car number 3, and they're well in the hunt thanks to Danny Juncadea's lap time of an 8:12 to put that car in 4th place. And then there are others. There are other cars that didn't make the top 12, and who's to say the win's not going to come from a car that starts a bit further back in 15th, let's say?
Well, the other Winward car, the other Winward Run car,
80, yeah,
which is the number 80 car, that's going to start in 20th, yes, outside of the 10th row, which is only halfway down the SP9 field, by the way, or it is halfway down the SP9 field, or thereabouts. That car's not out of it.
No,
and Maro Engel,
a
chastened Maro Engel after not getting through to get both cars through to top qualifying. That's going to be a car. Would you start Maro in the race? Put him back on the horse that kicked him?
That's not a bad approach. He would often be a starting driver in a race like this. So just, say, mate, you know, it can happen to the best of us. Put him back in and wipe the memory of that incident on Hatzenbach as early as possible. But the other drivers in that car, Lucas Stoltz, Fabian Schiller, and Maxime Martin, who has been storming around this place in a variety of different manufacturer cars. He's now at home with AMG. They'll be in the race, and they'll be a contender.
So a brilliant top qualifying 3, slightly tweaked the situation for this year. Cars being waved off at 20-second intervals, 2 laps, full tanks, new tyres, racing for pole position and the honour of having your name on the Glickenhaus trophy. And as they went off, it was HRT, Ford Racing and Fred Vervish who led them away. But he either slowed down on the warm-up lap or Thomas Preining decided he wanted to go first because it was Grello 911 that came round to start the first flying lap first.
And a good start from Preining, actually, although it was not as good as Marco Mappelli in the number 130 Red Bull Apt Lamborghini. The Lambos had looked very, very fast in the previous session when Nick Yellerly took it to the top of the times. It didn't matter on that occasion, but then we reached top qualifying 3 for these 12 cars, and the high fives began when Danny Juncadea crossed the line. But then the Lamborghini Huracans had their moment, and there is Luca Engstler, perhaps in the less fancied of the 2 Lamborghini Huracans. 84 had barely done any laps in top qualifying 1. They didn't have to, as per the regulations, and they decided actually to park that car up for the majority. It was quick, straight out of the box though, at 84 in the classic Red Bull colours, alongside the 130 car in the sister machine. So that is a dominant statement from the Raging Bull outfit, but Audi not that far away, nor Mercedes with their number 3 Winwood Verstappen racing car.
And is it another year that a singleton manufacturer entry could be there or thereabouts? Ferrari's up there as well. We're back tomorrow for warm-up. Bye-bye.
Streckenmeisterschaft, meine Freunde. Wir sind jetzt endlich zurück aus der kleinen Mittagspause, die wir jetzt hier mal eingelegt haben. Ein kleines bisschen war Motorenruhe, nachdem wir gerade hier das Top-Qualifying erlebt haben für das große 24-Stunden-Rennen, für die 54. Auflage des legendären Eifel-Klassikers hier oben bei uns, ja, in der Eifel. Und ihr seht hinter mir schon, die Zuschauer, die werden jetzt rausgebeten. Vorne ist das Schild schon hochgehalten. Der eine oder andere winkt natürlich nochmal, ganz nett. Aber das, was wir jetzt hier gleich sehen werden, ist natürlich Altblech vom Allerfeinsten, was hier gleich bewegt wird. Ja, wenn wir uns einfach nur hier mal umschauen. BMW E30 M3, Porsche 964, BMW E630 M3 und pipapo, alles mit dabei. Da werden wir uns natürlich gleich auch nochmal ganz doll im Detail drum kümmern und die 3 Stunden Rennzeit, die wir haben, durch die Boxengasse gehen und auf Stimmenfang gehen. Und das haben wir auch gerade gedacht, probieren wir jetzt hier unten im Grid natürlich mal. Wir gehen auch jetzt gleich noch mal ein paar Meter weiter nach unten und gucken mal, ob wir die Pole-Setter vielleicht noch erwischen. Denn da kann ich euch schon mal sagen, das war so nicht ganz erwartet von den Jungs, die da vorne auf der Pole stehen. Waren sehr, sehr schwierige Bedingungen gestern. Ja? Also das Qualifying hat hier stattgefunden, wirklich unter Bedingungen, da hat es geregnet. Es war wirklich richtig nass. Und gerade mit diesen historischen Fahrzeugen ist das natürlich auch kein leichtes Unterfangen. Denn das ist nicht wie, ich sag mal, einem neuen GT3-Bomber, wo du Gas hast, Bremse und dann Schaltwippen am Lenkrad, hoch und runter schalten und dann noch ein ABS was regeln. Nein, nein, hier macht der Fahrer oder die Fahrerin wirklich alles nahezu selbst. Wenn dein ABS mal verbaut ist, dann kannst du schon froh sein hier bei den Autos. So, das soweit erstmal die ersten Eindrücke jetzt von hier unten. Ihr seht, hier wird es jetzt gleich ein bisschen leerer. Aber natürlich werde ich das Ganze nicht hier unten alleine machen aus der Boxengasse, sondern ich habe natürlich wieder die geschätzten Kollegen Olli Martini und vor allem auch Jörg Hennig mit dabei. Jörg, Olli, wie sieht's aus? Habt ihr Bock?
Oh ja, wir sind an der Feier, wie man so schön sagt. Wir haben Gänsehaut pur, muss man an dieser Stelle sagen. Es ist das zweite Rennen dieser Premiere-Saison. Olli, nicht mehr, wie man früher gesagt hat, Egons 500 oder die 24 Stunden Classic, wo das Ganze im Jahr 1993 begonnen hat. Olli, wir haben die DHLM. Was verbirgt sich hinter dem Namenskürzel der DHLM?
Ja, hat nichts mit einem Auslieferdienst der Deutschen Post zu tun. Nein, deutsche historische Langstreckenmeisterschaft. 4 Läufe gibt es, alle 4 natürlich auf der Nürburgring Nordschleife, weil man gesagt hat, wenn wir sowas machen, eine Langstreckenmeisterschaft für historische Fahrzeuge, die machen wir nicht in Oschersleben, die machen wir auch nicht auf Nürburgring, auch tolle Rennstrecken, um Gottes Willen, aber wir wollen es auf der Nürburgring machen, auf der Nordschleife. Und ja, die Anzahl der Teilnehmer 160, ich weiß, letztes Jahr beim Klassikrennen hatten wir teilweise 200, Aber es ist eine neue Rennserie mit ein bisschen anderen Reglement, ein bisschen anders aufgestellt. Es gibt mittlerweile Anfragen ohne Ende. Nächstes Jahr haben wir auch wieder eine 2 vorne stehen. Also, ich glaube, das ist uns sicher. Ne?
Sind wir uns einig, wir werden das später mal reglementstechnisch aufschlüsseln, warum vielleicht der ein oder andere dieses Jahr starten wollte, aber dann leider nicht zugelassen wurde und so weiter und so weiter. Aber wir haben jetzt 3 Stunden Renndistanz vor uns. Hoffentlich geht das Ganze trocken über die Bühne. Und Olli, die ersten beiden Läufe dieser neuen Meisterschaft, gerade hier im Rahmen des 24-Stunden-Renns und der Saisonauftakt im 24-Stunden-Qualifier, waren wir dort auch am Start.
Ja, das war schon hochdramatisch, spannend, tolle Action, unglaublich viele tolle Autos und das werden wir gleich auch sehen. Und Jan Schmitz hat es ja im Opening oder in der Opening-Sequenz, wie man so schön sagt, schon gesagt, hier müssen die Fahrer arbeiten und fragt nicht nach Sonnenschein. Wir sehen vorne ganz in der ersten Reihe die Pole Center und die erste Reihe überhaupt, aber ich kriege, bevor ich dann näher drauf angehe, erstmal runter zu Jan. Der steht
Ja, ich habe ja, Olli, ich habe ja gerade schon erzählt, einmal kurz in meiner Anmoderation, dass wir hier jemanden auf der Pole Position haben, was zum ersten Moment gar nicht so ersichtlich war. Oder, ja, sagen wir mal, zumindest jetzt nicht der Favorit für die Pole Position, wenn wir mal kurz darüber schauen, was hier mit in der Reihe 1 startet, mit dem Kümmerling Porsche, natürlich von den Griesemann-Brüdern. Aber einer, der sich noch davor geschoben hat, Heiko Tönnes, Michael und Matthias Tischner. Das sind ja auch keine Unbekannten natürlich hier am Nürburgring. Michael Tischner sitzt im Auto, will gleich den Rennstart unter die Räder nehmen. Jetzt muss ich mal eben gucken, wie ich das Mikro hier durchfummel. Aber Michael, du auf Pole, Druck ist hoch, wa?
Ja, der Druck ist hoch. Der Mann hat ein bisschen mehr Leistung als ich. Ich hatte gestern bei perfekten Bedingungen für uns eine richtig gute Runde. Jetzt gucke ich mal, was die Porsche gleich machen beim Beschleunigen.
Ja, du kannst immerhin gleich die Pace erstmal vorgeben, bis es über die Start- und Ziellinie geht. Wir werden natürlich einen genauen Blick darauf werfen, wer hier gleich als erstes in die erste Kurve abbiegen wird. Aber erzähl uns gerne mal einmal was zu diesem Spirit dieser Rennserie, die deutsche historische Langstreckenmeisterschaft. Ich meine, du und dein Bruder, ihr seid ja auch Ewigkeiten am Ring selber in der Langstrecke unterwegs gewesen, mal 24-Stunden-Rennen. Und jetzt hier am Lenkrad drehen, das wolltet ihr euch nicht nehmen lassen, ne?
Auf gar keinen Fall, das ist so cool. Du kommst schon bei der Anmeldung rein, gibst die Anmeldung ab. Da hast du schon ein herzliches Gefühl, dass du willkommen bist in der Serie. Das macht wirklich Spaß. So viele Leute, die mir gratuliert haben zu der Pole, einfach cool. Dabei bin ich einfach noch ein bisschen Auto gefahren. Aber der ganze Stil, wie man zusammen ist, diese abends im Fahrerlager zusammen grillen, quasseln, mega.
Dann, Michael, wünsche ich ganz viel Spaß. Wir haben gerade das 3-Minuten-Schild gesehen. Ich mache die Tür einmal zu, denn man hört im Hintergrund auch schon, die Motoren werden jetzt natürlich angelassen und dann geht es hier gleich hinein in die Einführungsrunde. Wir gehen einfach jetzt noch mal ein paar Meter. Ja, das 1-Minuten-Schild wird gleich hochgehalten. Das heißt, wir müssen uns jetzt gleich hier auch auf dem Weg aus der Startaufstellung heraus machen. Das heißt, wir switchen hier schon mal die Seiten und stehen hier gleich dann im besten Falle keinem mehr im Weg. Und das hier ein Auto, das möchte ich noch mal hier ganz explizit mit erwähnen. Ralf Schall, der als Solist unterwegs ist auf diesem Auto, auf dem 190er Evo, den wir ja schon kennen. Und natürlich, das müssen wir an der Stelle auch einmal mit erwähnen, in Ehren für seinen Papa, für Andreas Schall, einen der legendärsten Rennfahrer, der hier auf dem Nürburgring unterwegs war, auf der Nordschleife. Für ihn dreht er gleich die Runden auf mit hier auf dem Set 4. Ist er jetzt nicht mehr mit am Start, wie es eigentlich ursprünglich geplant war, ja, weil er gesagt hat, da möchte er lieber drauf verzichten. Aber hier, bei der deutschen historischen Langstreckenmeisterschaft, meinte er, das hätte mein Vater gewollt, dass ich da mitfahre mit diesen historischen Autos. Und deswegen ist er jetzt hier am Start. Und übrigens, wer mich jetzt gerade hier sehe, ich im Augenwinkel, ein Auto, das wir ja schon mal mit angesprochen, der legendäre Fuchsmann, der Opel Manta, der ist gleich auch wieder mit am Start. Der hat quasi die Seiten gewechselt und ist jetzt hier einfach im historischen Bereich unterwegs. So, und ich würde sagen, mit den Impressionen hier unten nochmal aus dem Vorstart, Olli, Jörg, gebe ich zu euch nach oben und dann kümmern wir uns um die Rennaction hier.
Vielen lieben Dank und ja, allein schon die Art der Anmoderation, die zeigt das, wie locker, wie schön das hier zur Sache geht. Nicht ganz so verbissen, so ernst, wie wir das eben beim Top-Qualifying hatten, wo es natürlich Motorsport auf allerhöchstem Niveau war. Wie das ist auch Motorsport vom Allerfeinsten, aber wie es auch Michael Tisch gesagt hat, das ist auch ein bisschen gemütlich, da ist man fair zueinander, da hilft man auch. Im Fahrerlager, wenn vielleicht morgen werde ich schon abgereist. Elias Funkefeld, den Namen habe ich bis gestern Morgen noch nicht gekannt. Und der hat gestern mit diesem Schurke erstmal einen Trift im Schwedenkreuz hingelegt mit einem frontgetriebenen Scirocco 2. Aber Jörg, du wiederhol noch mal, was du gestern gesagt hast, Herr. Deutschen Talent. Jetzt hoffen wir nur, dass ihr eine vernünftige Förderung irgendwo hier bekommt. Mal locker 40 Jahre her, 45 Jahre her, Gesamtsieg in der VLS eingefahren. Christoph Estre, damals gemeinsam mit Wolfgang Hoffermann und stark gegangen. Der fährt mit dem Kadett damals auch auf der gleichen Maximum gemacht, deshalb hast du auch gerne mal im Bild gesehen. Das Vergnügen, der Spaß, der ist vorhanden, das macht eine Riesenlaune, kostet, soweit ich weiß, 5 Euro eine Runde dann, oder eine Runde mitfahren, ob die dann fahren natürlich mehr als eine Runde. Und das vor allen Dingen alles Geld, was reinkommt, kommt für guten Zweck, wird gespendet. Ravenol sagt, wir stellen. Lassen wir das außer Acht, während wir uns die FC Köln-Flagge Spahne einmal anschauen dürfen. Markus wird uns das später einmal live und detailgetreu hier oben in der Sprecherkabine schildern. Alle dieser starken Fahrzeuge sind eingeschrieben in die DHLM.
Well, it's a beautiful, dry afternoon here for a 3-hour race as we build up towards the Nürburgring 24 hours, which obviously is Saturday to Sunday. It's Friday afternoon, and this is the Deutsche Historische Langstrecken Meisterschaft, the race of 3 grids and almost as many cars as would be due out in the 24 hours itself. And it's a real spread of cars. My name's Bruce Jones, and alongside I have Joe Bradley. These are cars from 30 years ago to about 50, and it's an extraordinary spread of cars. A lot of Porsches at the front end, 3 groups of cars. So we'll work through the course of this 3-hour race, which will start at the top of the hour as we go. But we've already lost one of the front-running cars, potentially, with a certain Alex Brundle at the wheel, sharing with Timo Moll and Patrick Kolb. It was a Porsche 911, and it ain't starting. What a blow.
Yeah, it is really a blow, but it is a factor in historic racing, as you and I well know, Bruce, that it is not just the DHLM time machine that we're about to embark on in the next 3 hours. We really do go back in time, and motorsport in the old-fashioned way, with gear shifts that are connected, gear sticks, I should say, that are connected to gearboxes by bits of metal and metal rods. Things that can go and snap, things that can break, and attrition was a massive part of motorsport back in the era which these cars are from, and I'm afraid attrition already being a factor, it's not going to be the first of the cars that we see pull and grind to a halt. Unfortunately, it's part of the game.
Absolutely so. And as I walked across from infield to our position opposite on the start-finish line in our commentary box, I spotted a Peugeot 309 GTI getting some admiring glances, looking as though it still was the late 1980s, but that too has been struck from this race. But we still have 3 grids of cars, very much like any of the larger fields of cars here at the Nürburgring on the Nordschleife, and bringing up the rear will be a handful of BMW 2002 TIIs. They look magnificent in the sort of white and BMW racing blue, but clearly they're giving away a lot of grunt, a lot of power, a lot of handling to the more modern Porsches that form the very sharp end of our field. But right now it's dry, and I'll just say that again, right now it's dry. The race ends at 7 o'clock this evening, and every passing hour from now it goes from 40% likelihood of rain to 50 to 58 to just under 80% likelihood at the end of the race. So the people doing the first part of this 3-hour race could get away with it. People in the middle section, maybe, maybe not. People at the end, it's going to be wet out there.
The weather is going to play a role, unfortunately. I would think, Bruce, that weather forecast has been coming back towards us. It was about 7 p.m. Even 8 p.m. was the forecast, or the percentage forecast was really great for rainfall. However, that's coming back, and there is a potential of rainfall any time after 4 o'clock, and most definitely by 7 o'clock. At what time does the checkered flag come out? Yeah, 7 o'clock, 7 p.m., right when the rain will come. So I hope it doesn't play too big a part, and I hope it doesn't really affect it. There's something unfair about people who have had a race, they've done everything right, they're at the front of their field or their class, and then the rain comes in and it all just floods away, it all just streams away, and we don't want to see that.
No, we certainly don't. But right now it's a perfectly dry circuit surface, but we do have dark clouds. Looking from our commentary position to the southwest, looking down the start-finish straight, that's the direction the wind and the weather tends to come from. But dark clouds, but broken out around the circuits. Fans in their thousands. They've been watching top qualifying not so long ago for the 24 hours itself, which was super, super exciting. But right now, it's the first racing of this part of the day, and it's going to take us through. And straight out of this, we go into a drift show. You and I get shoveled out of the way because we're not into the drifting as much. It is very spectacular, but right here and now, this is going to be a story of endurance. 3 hours, it's not a full endurance race, but as you said, a lot of these cars are 40 years old, some are nearly 60 years old.
And I'm just wondering, Bruce, if we're actually going to see a little bit of team tactics. We've got an eclectic mix of cars for sure. We've got an eclectic mix of standards of preparation, as you and I saw when we had a wander about the paddock yesterday. Some beautiful examples of these cars, which we will no doubt be able to go through. But we've also got an eclectic mix of drivers with different experience and abilities. So we're going to see cars that are going to be going out there with not necessarily their fastest driver at the wheel of the car at a given moment, but for instance, we don't know if they've got their quickest driver at the wheel of the car that's on pole. 10 minutes 34.4 was the pole position time for the number 46 BMW M3 of Tischner and Tong. Alongside them is the Griezmann's Porsche 911 RSR, 10 minutes 39. Percentage-wise, that is nothing. Yeah. That is absolutely nothing over a 25-kilometre course. But it's something that we're going to see, and maybe, it'll catch us out now and again, Bruce, when we think a car is off the pace, when it's just swap driver, and maybe, it's the older driver, the less experienced driver. There is a mix of driving ability out there.
One car I've just spotted is one that's been competing in the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstreckenserie, Series, until 2 years ago. It's qualified 7th. Peter Haas, the other driver, doesn't give away any clues. Volker Strycek most certainly does. It's that Opel Manta that has raced and raced and raced, and that's clearly still got a pace, but not enough really to run in the NLS anymore. But right now we have 3 grids of cars, just an unbelievable number of drivers competing in this event, and for them, this is probably their biggest race of the year. And that's, I'm doing some quick maths, 146 cars qualified.
We've got 16 rows of cars that are starting, 32 rows of cars that are starting Group 1. We have got 26 rows of cars that, hang on, I'll just confirm that. Yeah, 26 rows in Group 2. And we have got 19 rows, a mere 19 rows of cars, so double it. That's how much we've got. Now, the Porsche 911 of Brundle, Kolb and Moll, they were at the back of Group 3, so I think they've been having problems since they started to qualify here. You mentioned the Strycek Opel Manta. Isn't it great how that car's history is continuing here at the Nürburgring? Not necessarily in the 24 hours anymore, but the provenance on that car is just added to and added to every time it goes out there.
Yeah, you wonder how much it's like the broom without the original handle. It's been reshaped and reshaped, but it's had a continuous racing here. History right the way since it was out there at the sharp end of the field in the late 1980s. For the camera crews who are standing high on their gantries and on their cherry pickers and the extendable arms, they will be the ones keeping the firmest eye out, not just for the beautiful arty shots as they pick out the track as it snakes its way through these incredible forests in the Eifel Mountains, but also looking for incoming weather, because the last place you want to be is 30 meters up when the lightning starts to come, and we did have some yesterday afternoon, so they have to have clear line of communication. But right now the main communication is The teams can do no more. Their cars are coming along the Dottinger Höhe. This is the first group of cars. We've got a BMW M3 at the front, Michael Tischner and Heiko Tongers. That's an experienced combination. But what a mix. BMW M3, Porsche 911 RSR, Porsche 964 Cup, BMW 320. There'll be lots of those to field. Mercedes 190E Evo 2. Think drivers like Franz Klammer and the others in period in the DTM. And it was so on down the field we go. The Opel Manta we mentioned, and we've actually got a Listerine liveried BMW M3 circa British Touring Car Championship.
Yeah, I did spot that. What I want to say, Bruce, that shot that we will be getting on the live stream of that head-on shot down the Dottinger Höhe. Can you remember the black and white footage from the 60s of those cars coming down that very same stretch of racetrack, coming towards us in that sort of black and white sort of aged picture? We're getting those same pictures. The rises, the undulations on the Dottinger Höhe have been gradually graded down, haven't they? They've been reduced, so the inclines and the rises, they've been slightly reduced somewhat for safety's sake. So, but it's still that iconic shot, and this field of cars now weaving and getting some heat into those tyres before we go green here when they come through the Tiergarten, across the start-finish line, and then the 3 hours of this race will begin.
One of the things I absolutely love about historic racing, or any form of racing when cars are several decades old, you suddenly go, I've completely forgotten that race livery. You know, some absolutely stand the test of time. Not all of them you'll know. Somewhere towards, very near the sharp end of the field, we've got a Vian liveried Vian, you know, the boilers. That's aquamarine and multicoloured striped cars. I think it's starting about third on the grid, but of course that was on an awful lot of cars over the period. And Jägermeister, we were in the little shop in the old paddock yesterday, and there's an entire display cabinet to all the cars that have competed in those bright orange Jägermeister cars. In fact, I think we've got one down in about 15th place on this grid. So you can pick out your favourites, but I tell you what, the sight of the snaking end of the lap coming into Tiergarten with so many cars, and this is just the first of 3 divisions, of 3 groups, but BMW with a small little flip up on its rear wing and a stonking great rear wing on the Griezmann family Porsche 911 RSR alongside. They're coming through the final corner, the left-hand flick onto the start-finish straight. Of course, the race officials want them to get into 2x2x2 formation the whole way through, and with so many cars in this top grouping alone, they want as many as possible to see the starting light. 32 rows of cars. Lights are red, they will go green. We've got about 20 rows around that final corner. Now, which one's going to get down to the first corner first? You have to put your money on the Porsche. It's already got its nose in front, the Griezmann family car, and the pole-starting BMW has been absolutely swamped as 1, 2, 3 Mercedes, 4 Porsches, soon to be 5 Porsches, use all their horsepower and get down to the first turn first.
The pole position BMW of Tischner and Tong absolutely swamped towards the first turn here, and by the time it crossed the beam to start the lap, it was absolutely down in 4th place. So I'm not sure whether he was in the wrong gear, too high a gear maybe. The car just did not pull away, but it's a Porsche that leads, but it's a yellow-coloured Porsche, Bruce, and I think that is probably the Rudolph, the Juice Sporting Wagon Porsche 964 Cup car that has took the lead. It's smaller in dimension from the Griezmann car, which looks very purposeful with that huge rear spoiler.
Yeah, it's a 964 Cup class, so kept relatively standard relative to 911 RSR with its flamboyant rear wing. First 3 cars, first 3 Porsches are the first 3 cars. Then there's an ex-DTM 190E Mercedes. Around the Dunlop Carrier they go, the bottom of the Grand Prix circuit, and back up they come. But the field is so long. The first group has come through, still waiting for the second group of the 3 to come and take their start. So many minutes between all of those, but it's a Porsche runaway. But just remember, when it came to qualifying, it was a very short amount of time. Some cars got 5 laps in, some got 6. Pole starting car was 5 seconds clear, so that was a really good lap from that BMW M3. Its forte is not blasting off the line. It's never been a car with lots of torque or grunt. It's been a car with handling. Where's that going to come into its own? Oh, on the Nordschleife.
Yeah, exactly. Let's not get too carried away with positions now, just coming off the Grand Prix strike, and they will turn left at the Sabine Schmidt curve and enter the Nordschleife for the first time. It's the Rudolph Porsche 964 bright yellow leading out onto the Nordschleife. The bright green Porsche 911 RSR of the Griezmanns, that's number 911, gets out in second place as the second of our starting groups are just coming through the Tiergarten now, and they will get their race start beginning well, very, very soon, Bruce, because they're at the final stages of coming off the Nordschleife back towards us on the start-finish straight.
For this second group, the BMW, multiply it by 40, throw in a few Opel Astras, and you pretty much got to mix a couple of Porsches in there, but it's BMW's first and second of the second group. Right now, they cross the start-finish line, obviously with a bit less oomph than those in the top group, but you know what? Sometimes it's better to have a little less oomph because you've got 4 or 5 cars abreast where the track is wide and neat and comes down to the first corner. Will they all get through? Let's hope so, because otherwise they're throwing away 2 hours and 55 minutes of opportunity to race here on the Nordschleife. Neat, tidy, and it's a VW Sirocco that got its power down better than all the BMWs. And a Porsche's come up into second place in that group as well.
Look at that piece of track, Bruce. You would never imagine you could ever be 4 and 5 wide through that right-left chicane there. However, they did. They managed it. They're still side-by-side action. There is 2 and 3 wide as we were already out onto the Grand Prix part of this, the Grand Prix part of this Nordschleife track, the 24H configuration of the circuit here at the Nürburgring, and this second group already down to the hairpin. As we've got this field of cars. Now, if you are running any of these cars, if you are one of the drivers there, you are going to find someone to race in any of these packs. Somebody, a car, a team of competitors that are going to be very, very near your pace. A Scirocco that leads the second group. A Martini liveried Porsche that is second in this second group. We're all going to find them catching one another, aren't we, in these 3 groups? By the time we get to into this race, they're just going to be all circulating together, and especially when we start getting into pit stop phases, and we'll try and keep abreast of that and see how the race develops in all 3 of our groups.
Still waiting for the third of the 3 groups to come and take its start. But what's happened? We had the first 3 Porsches leading away onto the Nordschleife, chased by that Mercedes 190E, and our pole starting BMW M3 for Tishers and Tonga was down to 8th place overall before they'd even done, a fraction of the opening lap. However, it's up to 4th. I said, what happens? Where's the BMW M3 strong? In the twisty bits. It's on the twisty bits, and it's hunting down those Porsches, or more to the point, it's actually getting ahead of everyone else. The first 3 Porsches, the Griezmann one, the Rudolph one, and the Boyka Juice one, both second and third place cars entered by Juice Sportwagen Technique. They are still pulling clear of Tischer and Tonga's, but over the remainder of this lap, the BMW should just start to close in again. Then they'll get to Dottingher, that long, long run back, and anything gained will probably be thrown out of the window. But right now, our third group of cars snaking its way through Tiergarten, about to get onto the start-finish straight. And again, a huge number of cars. In that one, actually, 18.5 rows, therefore 37 cars coming out to play. We've got a Porsche 911 RSR on pole position, a Ford Escort RS 2000 alongside, and another 3-litre RS Porsche behind it, a 924 GTS. One of the cars peeling into the pit lane in the background, or was that the safety car? No, the safety car was the safety car. Yeah. There's a white car in the background that went in as well. So I think one of the front runners, yeah, it looks a little Alfa Romeo's just peeled into the pit lane.
The Escort RS 2000 has just been left behind by a gaggle of Porsches, but it's the Baumann and Benagel Porsche 911 RSR that leads Group 3 into Turn 1. The rest of the field coming through. 37 cars in this group. We've already had 110 through. We're about to see the full flock of 143 cars start this race very, very soon. The BMW 2002 of Seidel and Panjard going through in 121st place, would you believe? And again, we've got 2 and 3 wide action out there on the Grand Prix track. We've no reports of any incidents, and that's quite sort of standard behaviour, isn't it, in historic racing? Everyone respecting everyone else, and everyone respecting these historic cars.
Yeah, actually, quite frankly, some of these would have been driven to the circuit. We saw some on little flatbed trailers, but these aren't cars that are pampered in great big motorhome, but great big transporters. And by the way, I did see an Alfa Romeo peel into the pit, and it was one of the well-placed cars. Started at the 5th row. It's the Velter and Felt's 1750 GT AM. looked glorious in the paddock yesterday, but clearly something untoward. But don't worry, there is another Alfa Romeo near the front end, also a GT-AM, the Wilshaw car, number 771. So beautiful conditions for racing here at the start of a 3-hour race for 194 cars or thereabouts. I'm just making it up. It's 146 qualifying cars.
And we've got everybody, 146 cars have taken the start. The last of the one through, last car through was a Ford Escort RS2000 to Mark II RS2000. That's the Etzkorn and Ewens car 155, rounding off the 146 full field. So we've got all of our 3 groups started. They're now fully racing over the course of 3 hours, and getting back to the front of this field, we've got the is that the Griezmann Porsche now resumed its lead and back into the lead of this race ahead of the Rudolf Hughes Porsche 964 by the looks of things.
Yeah, it's certainly not the 964 at front, something with an awful lot more wing. It's an RSR, which I'll give you a choice of the Griezmann car, which I think is in second. I think it's the Boyka Juice car number 511, that's made its way forward. It could be wrong. Could be wrong.
Yeah, they're already in Sector 6, about to complete that part of this track.
But what we're seeing is our pole starting BMW M3 is closing in. Remember, it lost so much ground, went from first to about 4th by the opening corner, 8th by the time they turned onto the Grand Prix loop, but around the Nordschleife itself, in traditional BMW racing colours, and in that period they put like a pale blue version of the checkered flag. Instead of black, we had pale blue. That's all draped over the tail of the car. But actually, we've got a really good little battle. There's another BMW M3, actually a 325i of the E36 model, tucking onto their tail. But the first few cars have really made their break. It's all about horsepower at the moment for them.
And are we now seeing that Tischner Tong BMW just coming towards the back of that Porsche in front of him? That's the Boyk driven car. That's the number 511. That's now got a 4-car train of cars that are circulating together. The Boyk Porsche, the Tischner Tong BMW. We've got the Mercedes-Benz 190 Evo of Schall, and then the Hackman and Hackman BMW 325i. And whether or not the BMW can get by the Porsche, that is what we're going to wait and see as we get towards the part of the track up at the just coming out of Schwalzen, France, and now onto the Dottinger Ho. Are we going to see the power of that BMW grunt get that car ahead of the Porsche in front of him and make further ground getting towards where he wanted to be?
Yeah, don't discount that Mercedes that started so near the front, 5th place overall, the 190e Evo 2 with Ralf Schall at the wheel. That's looking very good around the circuit and should be coming around to complete the first lap in 4th place, but at certain points he's taking chunks out of those in front. Then a little further back, 2-3 abreast along the Dottinger Her, and one of the Porsches is losing out in a straight line. It's 4 more cars come past it, so I'm afraid the white Porsche that featured very much at the front end of the field is struggling for now, and there in a straight line, that's not what I expected.
Yeah, the gap to the BMW, we just wait and see, and that's gone way out. My calculations were completely off there, Bruce. We've got a 16-second, no, we haven't. It's disappearing further down the order. He's down to 7th now, waiting for the BMW M3 to come through. It was the Mercedes on the tail of the Boyk car by just over 2 seconds. There's nothing in that. We finally got the BMW of Tischner and Tong coming through. They are currently in 8th place, only 1.4 seconds off the Colt Porsche 964. That was the early leader, remember, wasn't it? The little 964. No, sorry, that was the Rudolf Porsche 964 Cup version. That is still in the lead, and the lead after 1 lap of racing, Bruce, is 2.4 seconds. So that's quite comfortable after 1 lap of racing here.
Yeah, it is, as long as it can be built on, but maybe it was just the ability to get away out front as those behind were just finding their feet. But I'd say that was a very impressive first lap. Not everyone's finished it. We've sort of got some of the second batch of cars, a whole host of 911s flashing past our commentary position, but the front-running cars, we're starting to see where around the course of the lap they make their gains and where they lose out. And that's always the beauty of fields of multiple classes of cars. And in fact, talking of which, in this, I'll just point out one little element. We've got many divisions. Oh no, I've started scrolling down. We've got 20 different divisions. That's far too complicated for me. But basically the cars are divided by cubic capacity of their engines, period in which they went racing, with the oldest group going back as far as 1966. That was for Group 2 touring cars. So there we are. I was saying nearly 50 years, precisely 50 years we go back in terms of... should we do the maths again? Precisely 60 years, some of the oldest cars in the field. But up to cars into 1994 is the youngest car that I've seen in this particular group. No, up to 2000 if you had a Group A or Group N touring car, up to 2000. So a really wide array of cars and equally the performance. Unfortunately, not everybody is going around the circuit. Silver BMW at circuit's edge.
Yeah, we've got a BMW, haven't been able to identify that car, and the haven't got any way of sussing out what that is at the moment. We've got a front-end view of a BMW that didn't look like it's connected to any barrier. It's one of the M3s that has pulled off, just pulled off to driver's right. I was trying to think that is the part of the track down towards, just out of Quiddlebacker Hall towards Floodpat. I think is where that was.
Yeah. Right, catching sight, we just talked before the start of the race about Volker Strychek's Opel Manta. It was qualified 7th, but that was down to driver experience, the ability to go quickly on a circuit he knows super well. Unfortunately, when it comes to out-and-out performance, that has lost 13 positions, completing the first lap in 20th place. But again, it's a 3-hour race. How good are your driver pairings? And in some cases, 3 drivers in the car, they'll split the race 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour. But Volker is driving that car with so much experience of the track, of the car. He's in a 2-driver lineup, so he'll get plenty of time in the car.
He's just overtaken that BMW. He's just got, that's the Joker Manthey Racing BMW E36. That Strychek in the Opel Manta has just gotten by. So he was showing, he's now up to 19th then. So there is definitely a little bit of a battle that is ensuing between those two cars. Positioning class for Strychek is 3rd. Positioning class for the BMW E36, they are 3rd in their class. And if anything, the Opel Manta beginning to eke out a gap. That's a huge gap. Before, when we checked this car out, it was right on the BMW, having just been overtaken by the Opel, was right on its tail and looked like it might be even able to mount a challenge to get that position back. However, I think Strychek has now put that to bed and he's pulled away from the BMW.
I always wonder how much time he's giving away having a furry tail flapping around in the air above the car, but it's been there, well, maybe not be the same one forever and a day. We've got a Code 60, unfortunately, one of the older cars in the race is, well, the BMW's at the side of the circuit, that's going to be pulled clear, but a very, very slow-moving RS 1600 Escort and a very, very slow 911. They've clearly had some problem, but bear in mind, we're only quarter of an hour, not even quite that, into this 3-hour race already. We had one car pull into the pits before the start of the race. Alex Brundle's Porsche didn't get to start. A Peugeot 309 didn't get to start, but some at the very tail end of the field, because that's where the BMW 2002 TIIs are, being shown a replay of an overtake around the inside, the low line at
that was that was more of a let through, wasn't it?
It was very much a let through. You never know what you get when you suddenly have a highlight that's coming to a replay towards you, but we've got those slow moving vehicles, and of course they don't just have the sort of 10-12 minutes to clear them up. They've got slightly less than that, because those cars were from the 3rd group of cars, the 3rd batches to start this race. So the front runners will be coming round soon. It's the 487 Jürgen Rudolph driven 964 Cup Porsche that leads, but only by 2.4 seconds. The Griezmann Porsche 911 RSR still keeping very, very honest in its chase. But actually, this lap is looking like another better one for our race leader. Seems to just be eking out a tiny bit of a margin over the RSR. Along the Duttinger Höhe he comes. This is the road. This is the long drive back towards the end of the lap, and from driver's left is the main road that runs alongside the circuit for a very long distance.
Not sure what's happened here, Bruce, but just coming out of sector 3, they've through 4 as well. Strychek is now back behind the Joker BMW, who is now in 20th, but the Vol-driven BMW M3, car number 563, another E36, that's gone ahead and into 19th. So remember that Joker was behind Strychek. It was Opel Manta BMW, now it's BMW Opel Manta. So even though the Manta, when we left it, that was pulling away, that's not the case now according to the timing screen.
Yeah, well, one of
Strychek back behind the BM.
Yeah, in the longest sector, second longest sector of the track, the chasing BMW gained 4 seconds. So was it a mistake from Volker Strychek? We don't know. We simply do not know.
And that the car ahead of them in 19th, which leads the class, that's the BMW M3 36 car 563. That was behind both of them. So I'm wondering if they've had a little bit of a trip over one another.
Quite possibly they were very, very close indeed. Still waiting to just gauge what's happening at the front of the field. And I tell you what, our first two Porsches, the Jürgen Rudolph car and the double Griezmann, we don't know if it's Bjorn or Jörg Griezmann in the chasing RSR, they are trading tenths of a second. I'll take tenth of a second off you, you'll take it off me.
Now then, is that a battle for the lead that we are seeing with the 964 Cup car of Rudolph at the wheel of the number 487.
Yeah, it
with
is.
the green-coloured Griezmann Porsche 911 RSR. Now that the tyres are up to temp, the pesky little 964 Cup car that you can see doesn't look as aggressive visually and styling-wise. It looks very, very sedate. Very, very quick race car, though, the 964. And it's showing that it can lead this race. This is the very front of the field, the bright yellow car ahead of the bright green car. If you're out there on the track, keep an eye out for them. They are just coming through. Where is that? That is up towards that is up towards Whipperman, isn't it? Yes, just coming through Whipperman now into Horacht. They'll turn through the left-hander and head towards the... No, sorry, I'm way off there, aren't I? It's more Schwabenschwanz that they were at. Through the Stefan Bellofes, through Schwabenschwanz, heading towards Gallenkopf now. So, Bruce, they will come through the sweeping right-hander here. Very important to get a clean line, keep the momentum up there. You don't want to slide too wide, don't want to scrub off any momentum, because we're about to go drag racing all the way down the Dottinger Hill.
You know, the car in third place, the second of the RSRs, which is an IMSA model, isn't close enough to get a tow, but
look at that.
Certainly our race leader is hanging on in the 964, which is Jürgen Rudolph, going one side of the track, going to the other, always with the green shadow, but catching both. We're going to have the 2 seconds, I reckon, covering our top 3 cars. This is a great improvement. At the end of the previous lap, the first car was, our current race leader was 2.4 seconds clear.
Look at how fast that 964 Cup car is. It's just pulled away from the meteor-looking 911 RSR. That's the one with the flared arches, the really wide track at the rear, massive wheel arches at the back, looking very purposeful, and that huge barn door of a rear wing that looks very purposeful. Well, it's costing him drag because he just could not keep up with that little yellow 964 that had less aero to pull through the air, and it could really came to the fore on the Dottinger Hill. Massive top end speed, leaders across the line.
Yeah, like a bullet in so many ways, and the Dottinger Hill just goes on. Even if you're going up it at 180 miles an hour, it goes on and on and on. Then it slightly kinks to the left, then you up the rise, then suddenly you're at Tiergarten. That was a really impressive job. Anyone else would say, hey, with all those wings and stuff, but you're quite right, it's aero drag at that point. Other points on the circuit, like around the Grand Prix loop where it's still quick and open, then that's, you know, all those wings are very much your friend. But that was a very clear example. And the 964 Cup class car was a fantastic series back in the 1990s, and it's just actually quite a nice refresher seeing something that looks so simple going so well.
It does look like its road car version. It's got very little appendages on that car. Very, very purposeful though. And talking of purposeful and road car like, the Vauxhall Astra out there at the minute, just going up towards the carousel. If you're out on the track, the little Vauxhall Astra there, you got quite a car in its day. It was one of the bank robbers' sort of car of choice back in the 90s, Bruce.
The old Astra GTE.
Yeah, the Astra GTE. Yeah. It was a very, very quick getaway car, dare I say. A very potent piece of kit, very, very fast, and it'll be a delight to drive something like that on the Nordschleife. I mean, it's not massively quick. You're not going to be hitting 190 miles an hour on the Dottinger Hill, but certainly it's going to give you a bit of a white-knuckle ride around here.
Yeah, small, nimble cars. I mean, hot hatches were very much the thing at that point in time. Of course, Ford would have its Escort RS model and so on and so forth, and you know, it was the go faster, and motor racing had such a big role to play in that, because it was people identifying with particularly manufacturers as you know, just making their cars a little bit faster for them, if not in terms of speed, always in terms of image, most certainly. But the battles just below the sort of standard of the DTM. Of course, they'd have the largest saloons in those days when there weren't so many hatchbacks, but they would have their production class cars, the Astre GTs, Vauxhall in the UK and Opel in Germany. They would always have been part of the field of the Nürburgring 24 hours back in period. But right now, that lead group is still yo-yoing fore and aft. It's covered by 4.5 seconds first through to third, but 1.5 second first back to second. Still Jürgen Rudolph leading the way in the number 487 964 Cup Porsche, yellow and blue and leading.
I'm calling it a Vauxhall Astra. Of course, it's an Opel.
Yeah, well, I tried to discreetly slip that in.
You brushed that under the carpet, did you?
Aye.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm English, I'm British. Totally misnamed that one. Of course, it's an Opel here in Germany. As you can see on the timing screens, if you are monitoring the timing screens, that is, into the pits has come the number 553, the BMW 325i. It's currently running 109th overall, 10th in its class. Not quite sure what has brought the car into the pits, but it's very, very early days. We've only just had 20 minutes or so of this race completed, so we're already seeing attrition becoming a factor in how this race is going to pan out. We've got a Ford Escort, another RS2000. This is the Muller car, number 37, down in 75th place overall. Another car that's peeled off and is in the pit lane. The number 210, the Porsche 911 of Kreimendal and Kratz into the pits with hopefully not too much of a problem. We'll keep an eye on whether or not these cars stay in the pits. We'll get an indication, but all the way up the field now, everybody's still running from that car down in, where was that Porsche? It was down in 64th place. So the first 64 cars not having any problems at all and continuing to circulate.
Yeah, that's effectively our first grid of the three, because we had, what did we have? We had
32 rows.
32 rows.
Yeah, for Group 1, 64 cars.
Right, keep an eye on all this. I'm just trying to sort of fix the image in my mind of what we're looking at the moment. Brilliant array of cars, dating right back to the late 60s, but largely from the 80s and 90s in this field. Dry circuit. That's the thing I'm going to have to remember about this race. Rain is due in each of the 3 hours of this race, but what we don't know, is it due just for a 5-minute shower coming through, which has been very much the essence here over the last couple of days. When I say shower, it hasn't been so much been rain. We've had rain, but we've had a lot of sleet as well. At the moment, it's relatively warm, but this race is sure to be struck at some point by a shower. We'll just have to see when, how heavy that will be and how prolonged. But right now, the field just enjoying some great slipstreaming battles. And then, of course, you've got the Nordschleife. But then what happens? You go onto the Grand Prix circuit. It feels like 2 circuits in one day, in one lap, and that's exactly what it is. And even for those, oh dear, one of the BMWs going wide, wide, wide and slightly wider beyond, but somehow getting around the Dunlop hairpin at the lowest point on the Grand Prix loop. I suppose it's also, Joe, you think at that point, I'm on the Grand Prix circuit and I've got the space to overtake, but you still got to do the corner.
Well, you're still on a racetrack, and you can, brake too late and slide too wide at the, are we calling it the Goodyear curve or the Dunlop curve, by the way? Because I think it changed brand, didn't it?
It is actually the Goodyear curve. I will stand for 5 minutes facing the corner with my hands on my head. I apologise.
They just rebranded, so they rebranded the name of the hairpin. It was a little bit eased off there, but yes, I mean, you would think when you, kind of psychologically, when you get onto the Grand Prix part of the track, the Grand Prix Strecker as we call it, you think, oh well, that's the hard bit over. However, it's not, because it's still a racetrack, and it's a very, very wide racetrack. It's a very, very fast piece of racetrack, and it's very, very easy to become complacent, lock a wheel, as we're seeing down at the Goodyear curve. The cars there just missing their braking point, being overcome. Now, 2 BMW E30s are absolutely door handle to door handle as they go through out of the Goodyear curve, through the Michael Schumacher S, into the Bilstein right-hander soon, and then they are very, very quickly going to be heading towards the kink and then on towards, just coming out the right-hander now at Bilstein.
But for the thing there, you've got those 2 E36 BMWs doing their business, looking great, but up in front you've got a car you wouldn't put necessarily ahead of them, little Opel Kadett, but that's been driven absolutely fantastically. Let's scroll down the order. We're looking at cars down in about 70th position, I think. But it's just nice to see the variety. But in terms of straight line punch, you'd expect those E36 BMWs to gobble that up. But the Cadet, adding variety, adding difference. Good to see that mixture. Oh, we have a waved yellow flag around the back of the circuit. I think I'm sensing a little rain shower out there.
There is a slippery surface flag and a yellow flag. I'm trying to think where that is, Bruce.
I think it's on the twisty bit out back, Joe.
Yeah, there's a lot of it to distinguish.
I think there's been a sudden little shower.
There has. The rain that we expected is expected to come a bit later, has arrived a little bit earlier than we expected. So that's going to cause a few problems, especially if you're not experienced. I would think, though, Bruce, that there's a lot of experience of the Nordschleifer out there on this grid. These are all regular competitors in this DHLM series that use the Nordschleife, and that's Hatzenbach. That's not far from here. Is that a wet track that I see at Hatzenbach?
Well, this must be wet at the end of the Grand Prix loop. We've had a couple of BMWs going onto the grass when they exited the Vidal chicane. So to get onto the Nordschleife, they need to get back on the track. One of them does. Looks like one of those BMW County Challenge cars. And of course, we haven't got Alex Brundle in this race, but he was racing one of those at Goodwood a few weeks ago. The car his father Martin raced in the County Championship.
Oh, really? He did have a go at that.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the number 163 that you are mentioning there, Bruce. And I'm just going to try and get an ID on that car. That car has gone sailing off of the track on the, thankfully, on the Grand Prix part of the track, out of the Vidal chicane, and ran across the grass. There's another car on the grass as well.
There's Thomas and Max Plum in that car, the BMW that went sliding first. But often, it's amazing how many times, Joe, across the years, when you've been watching and reporting and racing, one driver's accident, someone else behind takes their eye off the ball or thinks, oh, it's so slippery, they've gone off, and something in your brain tells you, I'm going off as well. And I think that happened for the pair of them out of the Vidal chicane.
Yeah, a little bit of follow my leader there, wasn't it? Maybe just taking his eye off the ball slightly. However, both cars continuing as we...
Well, we've now got lapping happening. Our fastest cars have caught the tail of the third of those groups.
Yes.
It's how they negotiate, but we've got to change. No, we don't, not yet at the front end. In fact, I think, yes, we have. We had a change at the front end. So the 964 Cup class car is back into second place from the lead, not far off the Boyk Juice 911 RSR. So the Griezmann combination has hit the front, but just remember, they're hitting that long, long run along the Duttinger, and this is where the 964 Cup class car gained about 2 seconds last time around. It's about 2 seconds down on the race-leading Griezmann car. Trying not to give a toe to the Boyk Juice 911 RSR, which is in behind, and they may be helped because coming up on some of the very slowest cars in the field, some of the oldest cars in the field, and they may catch them at Tiergarten. It's where they find them. The 964 Cup class car comes closer and closer and closer. In second place, it was the leader last time around. It pulled clear down the long run here, but I don't think he's going to be close enough to make a move into Tiergarten.
Aerodynamics incidents out on the circuit there with people running out of a little bit of space as we head onto a bit of oil that has been laid down and then getting it all wrong. It's a red-coloured BMW. Didn't quite catch the number there, Bruce. 452, is it? He has gone across the infield on one of the rare parts of the Nordschleife that has a huge grass runoff on the inside. He's a very lucky boy, is that one. I did notice we talked about the lead there for a moment. The Griezmann car has not shown at the front of the field. We've actually got a change for the lead with the Porsche 964 Cup entry of Rudolph down in third. The Kunkel, Funke and Hamel AC Mayen Porsche RSR, the IMSA car, that is now showing in the lead of this race by about 5 seconds. So did the weather play that part that we were suspected it might? Certainly the lead change that went out of our sight there as they came through and have completed 3 laps. It is the number 501 that leads this race, the Kunkel, Funke and Hamel Porsche RSR, that leads by 5 seconds from the Griezmann car that we watched coming across along the Dottinger Hoe. There is second, third and fourth now, and they are still tussling there, and I think slippery parts of this track coming into play, I think, Bruce.
I'll tell you why we couldn't work out what was going on in terms of that. That was the car, 501, that's now leading, that started last in the top class. It started in 63rd position, the Kunkel Funke Hamel 911 RSR, and it's torn through, and its best lap is 9 minutes 20.9. The second place car 9 minutes 32. So in the space of one start, rolling start, and then 2 following flying laps, it's torn the way past 31 class rivals. One had pulled into the pits early on, 30 among friends. Worked its way to the front. No wonder we didn't see it coming.
He was on the back row, did you say?
Yeah, he was.
So 64 cars.
63. The
63
final row
cars,
is
yeah.
only one car on it.
So he's came through 63 cars in 3 laps of this. All right, it's a 25-kilometre track, but that is a massive amount of pace. Let's see if he can keep that going. They're just into sector 3 of this racetrack now, so we'll keep an eye on that. That's why he obviously made massive progress. There's a great battle that is developing for second, third and fourth. Second overall is the Griezmann Porsche from the yellow-coloured 964 Cup car Rudolph, but Boyd Juice in the orange, the light blue and orange entered Porsche. That is a 911 RSR. And that car looking very racy indeed, and looking like he's about to overtake the bright yellow number 487. Keep an eye out on that, out on track.
Having got into the lead of the race in his RSR, we don't know because we're just told the 3 drivers are in the car, but again, I'll just run through who's driving 501. It could be one of the following. Pay attention. Flipping my bits of paper around, but they're planning obviously to have a driver change at each of the 2 pit stops. They're going to split their 3 hours like that, and it's Andre Kunkel, Michael Funke and Heiko Hamel. Recognise Heiko's name. And but that has clearly, been a phenomenal run to gain 31 positions. Best lap 12.5 seconds clear of the best of the rest. Advantage gained in lap time last round was 14 seconds. They were holding that wonderful 3-car battle for the lead. Put it behind them, they were 5 seconds clear on the start-finish line ahead of the Griezmann 911 RSR, and that means the Opel is another position further back. It fell to 21st last time I look for Volker Strydcheck, and continues
still showing in 21st.
21st,
Bruce.
okay.
Yeah, still showing in 21st. Just ahead of it, the BMW E36, the 325. 573. That's Listerine liveried. If I did I say that correctly? It's a Listerine livery car. Did the Listerine livery exist in Germany? I remember that from the British Touring Car.
British Touring Cars. Think Tim Harvey, etc., etc. In that, I think Mike Newman brought the Listerine brand in. But right, so we've had that little tiny flurry of rain at some point early-ish in the lap, but not on the Grand Prix loop. And unfortunately, we have a little bit of contact. Dearie me, at certain points on the circuit, Porsche against a much slower car, little VW Polo. The Polo loses out, but it's great to see the fans all around the circuit. They haven't retreated after qualifying for the 24 hours. They're still in the thick of it, watching the racing.
That was at Ardenau Forst, where you come up over the brow and you're sweeping right and then into the left. There's oil down. It looks like oil dry on the outside of that, and there's oil still clearly there. That track very, very steady. That's the 3rd car we've seen sideways across that oil dry, as we've now got another slow-moving BMW on the rise to the carousel.
It's a long way back when you're in limp mode, and you just have to keep out of the way. And again, even the high line around the top of the carousel, where you don't tend to go, someone has been leaking oil and they've driven up there to keep out of the way, which was sensible driving, but for someone else limping back with their own problems, suddenly they get a much greasier line through there. But people negotiating the BMW that's limping in slowly, very nicely indeed, because flag marshals doing a fantastic job. But of course, these drivers don't know what's going to greet them next time around. They'll be looking at the pattern of the clouds in the distance, not just because they're pretty or not pretty, because they are sending a message. With every hour of this 3-hour race, the likelihood of rain and perhaps the length of the rain will take longer.
That's the 599 that is limping. That's the 599. Now, the drivers down to drive that is Herbert Schmidt and Anthony Romer. Anthony Romer down twice in the car, so I think that means he's doing 3 stints. So he's doing the 2nd and 3rd stint. However, whether he gets to that, it's a 325 E30, and that car didn't see any smoke coming from the car. That's making its way around the out of the carousel. From the carousel, he will go up to Howeracht, and then he's still got a chunk of racetrack, hasn't he? Wipperman, Brunchen, through the Flansgarten, Schwalben, Schwanz. He's got quite a way to limp around, Bruce. I don't want to put... that's a good, what, maybe 10 kilometres of racetrack still to go. So he's still away from home.
Yes. How ominous are the sounds? What is he feeling through the steering wheel? Is there a massive vibration? Is there a noise from the engine? We may find out later on, but it is a long, slow run home. But our race leader, the Kunkel Funke Hamel RSR IMSA Porsche that took the lead, 501 from starting 32nd row, therefore a very, very long way back. 60 places down on the race leading cars, picked them all off, but on this lap, in certain parts of the track, time is gained and then lost to the chasing Griezmann family car, the more regular 911 RSR. But maybe some of that was down to a little bit of caution on the greasy part of the track, not wanting to drop it off the side of the track. But most of the track, bright sunshine, the smell of barbecuing meat, and possibly, even for those with good hooters, the smell of beer being poured.
When you look at the sky, it's an absolute mystery where that splash of rain come from. It was like a little Disney rain cloud that just splashed around about three or four corners out there on the in the countryside of the Nordschleife, because the rest of the track, it seems to have dried up very, very quickly, and we've had no more red and yellow striped slippery surface flags. So that whatever that rain, and when we look out the window, we can see broken skies to our right here, looking towards Tiergarten and down towards the first turn here at the AMG Arena, the Ravenol S. We've got broken skies, but with some ominous looking cloud build-up beginning to appear down there, Bruce.
Yeah, it's still quite a high cloud base. Bear in mind a lot of yesterday evening as night began to fall, or the evening just before, many points on the circuit were above the clouds that were hanging in the valleys below the highest point of the circuit. But nobody is stopping the progress of the 501 IMSA BMW Porsche 911 RSR, white with the yellow and black stripes up its middle, neat, tidy, and going away. But just remember, it has a couple of slower sectors around the track, and it's in one of the longer sectors right now. Nobody to be seen at the background of the shot. 5.2 seconds clear in the lead at the start of the lap, and now picking its way around the circuit, and I think stretching its leg. But certainly you look at the amount of wing on that, the Kraft Walzen livery, very much a period livery for Porsche crews back in period, but just looking so mean. And it's the most peculiar thing. Well, there is rain definitely in the distance, actually, as one looks at a high shot looking down towards the lowest part of the Grand Prix loop, the Goodyear curve. But we've got fine weather cloud as well, so you may get rain here, you may not. Hey, that's the story of the Nürburgring, isn't it? Yeah,
there's rain in the sky, definitely down towards the Goodyear hairpin, the Goodyear curve. Certainly not drying weather out there for when that rain comes. Ruin your washing if you've got it hanging out. But we're basically sitting here waiting for that to happen. I'm expecting the Kunkel Funke and Hamel leading Porsche to extend that gap next time by. Last time by, it's just crossed the line now, 4 laps completed. It's come down. And remarkably, that gap has come down from 5.4 to 2.9. And considering that, so that lap time from the Griezmann Porsche, that's the green one, 9 minutes 46.6. The leading Porsche, 9 minutes 48.9. He's completely lost the pace, what he had to get him through this whole field. Yeah, but the strangest thing, in the second longest time sector, sector 5 of the 9, 3.5 seconds gained by a racing car, and then immediately gave away 3 and a bit seconds in the next sector. So I really don't understand how you could be so superior at one point, and then in the next sector, which actually was about a third of the length, give away 3 seconds. We've still got that limping BMW still making its way slowly round as the leader almost trips over it through the S's there at Flansgarten. BMW doing the best to keep out of the way, the number 599 with a puncture. So we've seen now reports of the reason why that car is being limped around. Left rear puncture, the tyre remaining on the wheel beginning to delaminate. That's why he's having to go slow, because he doesn't want to cause any other damage in the wheel arch of that car. If that tyre carcass starts flailing around, can cause all sorts of damage if you go too fast. So easing the car around this track and trying not to be a pest to the cars that are coming up behind them at proper racing speed.
One of the things that always strikes me over the many, many races I've commentated on at the Nürburgring, on the Nordschleife, of course your lap time is long, 9 minutes 20 seconds for the fastest car, but our race leader set that time, not the last lap, the one before. The following lap, there might have been traffic. There probably were a couple of no code 60s, no slow zones, but there were waved yellow flags. The next lap was, a mere 28 seconds slower. So it really is ebb and flow. But what that was also, Joe, it was once they started going through the back markers. So a little bit of caution, and particularly in that little bit of the track that was greasy, maybe not worth a gung-ho move at that particular point.
Very busy racetrack, as you would expect, with all sorts of performance differences. Now that we have the first of our groups that started this race off now and getting in amongst the back of the third starting group. They will continue to make their way through, and as ever, race of drama and incident over the course of the 3 hours. And just having, again, I think the key word being patience, to make your way through the traffic, make your way through the slower traffic as you make your way around. Blue flags being used by the marshals to indicate to the slower moving traffic that you've got faster cars coming up behind you. And again, just discretion being the better part of valor, as we've got the leaders now into sector 4, and the leading Porsche lapped slower than the second place Porsche in sector 1, lapped around about the same, only a couple of tenths in it in sector 2, and then a second or so quicker in sector 3. So overall, the leading Porsche has got the pace to stay in the lead. The gap down from 5.3 seconds to 2.9 seconds consecutive laps. So we'll see what that is when they come around and cross the line, because they've still got a lot of track to get around before they complete their 5th lap.
Just taking a quick look at the weather forecast. So the next hour we will reach in 16 or so minutes is 5 o'clock, 49% likelihood of rain.
It's going up, isn't it?
Very marginally. 6 o'clock, 58%. That stayed the same. 84% for the end of the race at 7 o'clock.
Wow.
So somewhere between those, it means basically between 6 and 7 o'clock in the evening, it could be about 75% chance of rain. More than average, more than likely.
When we're anywhere else in the world, Bruce, the weather appears on the horizon and comes towards us. It doesn't work like that here. The weather is created literally above our heads. There is the moisture builds up. It builds up and builds up until it creates a cloud. The cloud gets thicker and denser. The cloud then changes colour from white to grey to dark grey to black, and then there's a downpour literally above our heads. We are high up in the Eiffel Mountains, the Eiffel region of Germany, and there's a reason why it's green. It's because there's a lot of water comes out of the sky.
That's why it's hilly, so the water can run down the slopes.
And yes,
not,
yeah. I'm not sure that's what. Yeah, that's how the geologists would agree with you there, Bruce. You can see rain off on the horizon there. Just looking down towards the Goodyear curve, the hairpin at the bottom of the hill on the Grand Prix Strecker, with rain beginning to fall down there. It's whether or not those clouds dissipate their rain before they're blown towards the track. But as Bruce mentioned there, percentage chance of rain increasing as that clock begins to tick further on. We have got 2 hours and 14 minutes. We have just clicked by 45 minutes of this race completed. And with the panoramic scenes of this festival of motorsport that we have here on this weekend for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. This is the DHLM support race, the 3-hour endurance race for historic race cars, saloon cars, touring cars, GT cars, a plethora of manufacturers that have been gracing this racetrack for the last at least 30 or so, even more, 30, 40 decades ago, did we? Oh, you said 50.
No, it was 60, because I couldn't do my maths, which is awful. That used to be a rare forte of mine. But anyhow, but largely think of cars from the 80s into the 90s. That is the bulk of the field. Certainly those in the front end of the field, the midfield. Down towards the back, we've got some rather older runners. You know, great to see. But just to emphasise, this isn't just a historic racing series. This is a long distance, a Langstrecken Meisterschaft. And again, with the history of long distance races around the Nürburgring, it's only right. This isn't a sprint race, it's a 3-hour race. And in historic terms, that's relatively unusual. So a real chance to get your mates involved, give your car a good and proper workout. But it's going to feel like 2 races. This is definitely going to be a race that started in sunshine. Rain is coming. We've had one little sprinkle, but the question is when it will next hit the track, where and for how long. But all these drivers are aware that every dry lap they have might be the last one. I'd reckon within the next 3 or so laps we could see further rain, because certainly some of the shots are showing one direction, bright blue sky. The other side, more battleship grey, I'd suggest.
And we are getting towards that first pit stop window beginning to creak open as well. Little bits of cracks appearing in the window of opportunity to change driver, if that is the case. Some cars running with just 2 drivers, some cars running with just 1 driver for the whole of the 3-hour duration. Some cars being shared by 3 drivers, which will be easy to work out. They will probably split the time down the middle, be exact 1 hour each, or nigh on 1 hour. We are 12.5 minutes away from completing the first hour. And we are still a little bit of time away from seeing the leading bunch of cars, the overall leading bunch of cars, completing what will be their 5th lap. They're still making their way around as we get to see things like the number 579 Alfa Romeo. That is the, if I can just find it, the Michel Velter and Felix Feltz, the Alfa Romeo 7050 GT AM. If it's out there, it's just going through the carousel. If you're out on track, get a chance to look at that. Those cars, very, very good looking racing cars, and proper performance levels of engineering on those things. They were magnificent in period. They're magnificent to see in any kind of historic racing when we get the opportunity, aren't they?
Oh, that's the thing. I mean, cars you watch race in your childhood or your early adulthood always have a sort of special place in your heart. But again, those little Alfa Romeos, the GT-AMs, very, very beautifully race engineered. I love them in their basic shape, but certainly there were degrees of expertise and competition input that just kept on improving the breed. And the way that bonnet at the front just sits up a little bit, you always think that, did someone forget to shut it? No, that really does help with a bit of airflow into the engine bay. But with those cars, you think Andrea de Adamic and people like that,
yes,
racing in the European touring car. It would have been the European Saloon Championship, really, back then in the 60s. And, you know...
You're not tempted to go back and buy that book, then?
If I buy the book, I can't buy the car 1,000 times. You know, that's the way. Which book? I picked up lots of books. Oh, the one about the European Touring Car Championship.
Touring Car Championship.
Well, this would have been racing before then.
That was before then, wasn't it? That's late 60s, isn't it?
The book you're talking about is 1970 to 1975. So think Cologne Capris versus the BMW 3-litre CSLs, the Batmobiles. Those were extreme days. And a lot of people in historic racing have, let's say, modernised version of those, replicas, because the originals are worth off the clock.
Oh, yeah.
But some of the battles, and particularly the ones around the Nordschleife, I used to get the Ford Motorsport calendar every year because my father worked for the Blue Oval, and those yumping shots, and the drivers the caliber of Jackie Stewart, Francois Sever,
Jochen Mass,
Hans Stuck, of course. Hans played with both sides. They were fantastic days. And what hasn't really changed since then? This place, the Nürburgring Nordschleife, as you said, some of the crests have been rather smoothed off. Boo, said the photographers, but you know, that was still a great time. But just remember, the top of the field was quite small in those days. The drop-off down to the junior classes was remarkably quick. Admittedly, in the second year of the BMW CSL, lots of privateers had them. The Fords, the RS2s, 2600s with the German engine, then was superseded by the 3.1-litre cars, and all of them gradually got larger engines. The cars became more extreme, but they were great times.
You're right in what you say about the track, Bruce. This is exactly the same. The track goes in exactly the same direction as it did when it was built back in the 30s. We might have had a little bit more of a modernised set of runoffs. I say modernised. We're still in places not as modernised as, say, a Tilke modern circuit that would be built to by today's standards. However, looking back at those hedge-lined track sides back in the 60s, the on board with Stirling Moss comes to mind, where down that section of track, where's my track map? That section of track out of, it's through Arenberg, isn't it? And just down through the Foxhole, Ardnar Forst, literally hedge-lined trackside, where a mistake, there was no such thing as track limits being policed. The track limits were you ended up in a hedge. And fundamentally, though, the track is exactly the same. Exactly the same. The track, the way that the track goes, the way that the track winds, it hasn't been truncated by a chicane here or a slow bit there that we've, you know, changed the profile of the corners. The profiles of the corners, the straights, the twists and the turns are exactly the same as they were. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I'm right in that statement. When you look back across the years, there hasn't been any kind of modifications with the way that the circuit winds its way around.
No, absolutely not. But all that's happened is the barriers have been put there at the edge to stop you going off into the hedges, into the trees. And just remember, at this circuit, as someone pointed out once, I'm trying to remember who it was, they said, those aren't little trees around the circuit, it's just you're seeing the very tip of the tree. The slopes, particularly when you get towards the carousel, it's just precipitous. And some of the new camera angles we're getting this year are just showing how steep some of those drops are. And what I always love, and the drivers love for the very purpose this circuit is as it was, is when you get a shot from a blimp or a helicopter, you've got this massive forest, and at various points you see a little strip of tarmac running through it. And then if the helicopter moves on, you've lost it. It's just forest.
There's just forest, yeah.
But the nature of this track, yes, there's a little bit of grass verge, but as we pointed out, an awful lot of place, the grass verge, and it's no use at all because it was wet overnight, that would accelerate the car, is only one car's width anyhow.
Yeah.
So go off over the white lines at the edge of the circuit at your peril. Great to see that the Mercedes still in the mix, the 190E, car number 516, driven very nicely by Ralph Schall. It just looked like such a standard car, didn't it, in those days? You know, tiny little rear wing, but of course it became more and more extreme. They put the 2.5 litre engine, built by Cosworth, rather than the 2.3, and then they had the Evo models. And of course that was a time when it was competing, and with the Ford Sierra RS Cosworth, they became more and more extreme. They were great days. 1987, I was here for the first time for the Nürburgring 24 Hours, and that was won by one of the Fords that year, one of the ones with the Texaco liveries. Remember that? Klaus Beats S and the gang.
That would be the Eggenberger team. Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh dear. We shouldn't just praise Steve Soper. Indeed, we shouldn't just praise the Alfa Romeos, because one of the other lovely 1750 Giulia GT AMs is pulled off at the edge of the circuit. That is right at the end of the lap. We're looking back at Tiergarten. This is the final sweep. It's the right that leads to the left onto the start-finish straight. Limping in slowly. Has the right rear wheel possibly come loose on that car? It's, of course, on the wrong side for me to see from this camera angle, but the driver's got it up onto the curbs on the inside, but he's going no further.
The driver is Moritz Kubis, a driver that was not going to share that car. He's been very selfish. He wasn't going to share that car. He was doing the whole of the 3 hours. It's the number 773. He's on the right-hand side curbing, as on driver's right.
Yeah, so he's pulled up onto the curbing. He literally needed, oh dear, oil stains coming out from under the bonnet. We talked about the front of the bonnet being very slightly raised. That's for air going in, but in this case it's for oil coming out. So nearly got back to the pits.
That's a catastrophic failure, that, Bruce.
Yeah, that is monumental. He's got actually rather nicely on the roof of the car. I'm trying to find a positive here, by the way. He's got the circuit diagrams of the tracks where he competes, but he's not going to be competing anymore. The car's got its left-hand wheels on the track. The rest is straddling the curb. It's not necessarily in a totally dangerous position. It's not in line of sight, but it's going to be removed. And hats off, again, super fast work for the VW rescue vehicle. I think it's a Touareg or something. Is going to tow that away. But for Kubis there, what frustration. Not just because he's got an engine that may be no more, but also his race here. Another car, double waved yellows, another car just slightly behind a gantry from our position. Can't see all of the car. Hazard lights on, but it's stationary at the edge of the circuit.
That looks like the Hatzenbach section of track. It's a black, kind of multicoloured, psychedelic kind of striping on that black-coloured BMW. Can't quite see the
I
number
don't think it's
to
Hatzenbach,
confirm.
because the fact the track then rises, the Hatzenbach largely falls gently away before it gets to Hocheichen, and the exit of this tight left-hander, where the double wave yellows are being shown. Oh, well, hold on, let's just look, and I can tell you if I update my latest warnings. Gosh, so many cars have been setting fastest laps that you literally every few seconds on the tracker, on the ticker, another message comes up. But certainly another car offline. Did it jump? Was it pushed? Or did it just simply pull to the edge of the circuit? Answer, the last of those options.
He has got the car moving. And if he just moves it a little bit further on, I'll get a number for you. I can tell you, though, the 5 laps have been completed. They're already well into their 6th lap. And the Kungl, Funke and Hamel Porsche RSR has extended the gap this time by Bruce to 14.5 seconds. So that has really, really pulled the stops out. And eventually being able to, remember, it was 5.3, then it was 2.9 or something.
Yeah.
It went immediately out to over 14 seconds.
Yeah, what I want to know in that, though, is how, from its best lap, a 9:20, the following lap was best part of 28 seconds slower, which allowed the Griezmann RSR to get closer, and then suddenly it improves his pace down to a 9:26, so gained 11 seconds over the chasing Griezmann car.
I have no
I don't think
idea.
he hung back and said, come and play.
Yeah.
No, he'd pulled up from stone last in the top class. He came up from 63rd position into lead in that number 501.
And it was in 3 laps, wasn't it?
4 laps. I think he just came through towards the end of the 4th lap. Because I was looking down the entry list. I thought, where is he? He's not on the front. He's not on the grid. Am I going blind? Then I flipped it over to the second side and saw started stone last. The car that went really well in its class is the VW Sirocco that jumped straight to the head of the 3rd group of cars. And that is still making progress. So many individual battles. But up front, it seems, as we get very close to the end of the first of 3 hours of racing here in the Deutsche Historische Langstreckenmeisterschaft, the long-distance historic series here in Germany, that we have a car that has sort of put its flag on the flag post for now. 501. It's the RSR IMSA. We've got a couple of those slightly Americanized 911 RSRs at the front end of the field, 1 in the lead and 1 in 4th place overall, which is the Boyka Jus car, entered by Jus Sportwagen Technik. Oh dear, the one 474 has a little bit of a biff on its nose, and that's a car that is a Colbert-driven car running in 8th place overall. It's had a little bit of contact with something, so I can't tell you how or where or why. But the nose on that one with Alexander Kolb at the wheel, with those sort of mid-blue and red stripes, looking a little bit very much American, isn't it? With
very Brumos, you mean?
Exactly, Brumos Racing.
Yeah,
not the full broad blue and red.
That's right. Yeah, just a little trim, little sort of homage too. I wonder if that's the case, or some other historical livery is being alluded to. I'm just wondering, with 2 cars being recovered out on track, so we've got a couple of. We haven't pulled the slow zone out there to recover those cars, but I'm wondering if, now that we're only a minute away from the 1st hour completed, whether or not we're going to see some pit stops maybe ensue. We've got all of our drivers have to pit at least twice, all of the teams, or all of the cars I should say, not necessarily teams, and as we've said, some of the drivers choosing to just do the 3-hour race themselves as a sole entry, other cars 2 drivers, some of the cars 3 drivers, so we'll wait and see who we have. We've already got a lot of the cars down the order being into the pits for various things, whether or not it's one of the the mandatory, the obligatory stop. The number 477 in 44th, I've noticed, has come in to the pits. That's now on its outlap. That's the BMW E36, the M3 car 477. 3rd in its class, that's the class 38. With a lot of class structure going on in this race, we'll try and keep an eye on who our class leaders are. Overall leader, though, with a 29-second gap, he's extending it. In fact, he doubled it there. The 29-second gap going out to almost 30 seconds. That's one of the front runners, Bruce.
It is, alas. It's the car in 4th place, the Boyka Jus Sportwagen Technik RSR IMSA, straight on at the first corner. Just couldn't get the braking done, and then managed to haul it around before ending up in any gravel trap. I just want to blow the trumpet for the Sirocco that started on pole position in the second group. Bear in mind, about 60-something cars started ahead of it, and it is up to 24th position, so it's picked off 2/3 of that lead group of cars. That's quite something with the Sirocco that will be giving away an awful lot of performance, so clearly beautifully driven around the Nordschleife itself, the twisty bits where driver attack can certainly yield dividends.
That's a tremendous run, isn't it? It's leading its class as well.
Class 24, there's just a sign.
24.
It's ahead of a car that's leading class 25. I started looking at the divisions and it sort of, my brain melted a bit. So I thought there were just, good grief, we've actually got, well,
he's 2.2. Well, last time across the line, the Scirocco was 2.2 seconds behind the BMW E30, the 325i version of Tiedemann, Rusfe, and another driver who I can't see the name of. That's car 569. 23rd, 24th place respectively, but the Scirocco, like you say, if he continues moving through the field, all right, he may have moved through the field of classes of cars that have been a comparison power and performance wise. As he gets further up into the top 20, that might not be the case where he's up into the more powerful classes.
Yeah, cars most certainly in the pits, but actually it's ones who started in the third starting group. It just happens to be as the pit window opened for them, they got to the end of a lap, whereas the pit window wasn't open when the cars in the first group powered down the start-finish straight to kick off another lap. So early pit stops for those in the third group of cars. Out around the track, people have got all their stock in for the weekend, well, just for this evening,
that's this afternoon's stock, I would think. Yeah. Yes, we're in Germany, and
people are in costume, but they're all having fun. What I love is the fact that they'll have got their tents up, built their camps. It's not just a case of hitching a little tent up. There's so much more to it than that. Our race-leading 501 Porsche, though, is just looking supreme. I saw one with the Martini livery on the nose. This is why I couldn't work out who'd moved into lead and from where. I was only looking at the first page of the grid, which was fully 19 rows of cars, but 501 started stock last in the top group. Its best lap, 9 minutes 20. Nobody else has even got under 9 minutes 30, so actually about 12 seconds faster than even the second fastest car. Huge rear wing on the 911 RSR IMSA model, and we know, we've discussed this many a time, put the Martini livery, any form of Martini livery, and it's got to be worth a few seconds a lap. Just looks so quick.
We've had this conversation many times, and I think if I had to choose one livery, then it would be the Martini livery. I mean, my favourite Martini livery is the Formula 1 Brabham BT 44B.
Well, it's combining two of your favourite things, isn't it?
That's right. It's the white one, not the red one, though.
Absolutely.
That what
I agree.
But you put a Martini livery on anything, whether it's a Group C car, a GTB car, or a Porsche RSR, or indeed an Opel Astra, it would look fantastic.
Yeah, well, crisp, bright colours, and you have to thank the Montalera family for putting the Martini badges and stripes, but they were often just so subtle, because bear in mind there weren't many sponsors on there, so the livery designers could leave space to make emphasis around. And in fact, there was a Automobile Sport magazine, I'm fairly sure it was them, or was it Octane? I think it was Automobile Sport, did top 50 race liveries. What was number one? You clearly ticked all the boxes. It was Martini.
Was it really?
It was a Porsche 935, which again I think you'd probably quite enjoy. Oh dear. Bit of debris on track, or was it coming out of the back of the 911 RSR that suddenly dropped it? And luckily, whatever came has been blasted to the side of the circuit, so I don't think that just fell off. It's a bit of bodywork, bit of front splitter off something by the looks of it.
Yeah, a bit of undertree or something there. It looks as though it is out of harm's way. It's been flicked up by one of the passing cars and moved on to the grass runoff area to the side of the track, so that won't cause any further problems or anybody any issues as this race continues. Then we're into the second hour. 1 hour 55 to go. The main runners at the front of the field not pit stopping quite yet, and the gap to that number 501, the Martini liveried RSR Porsche, 29 seconds before we get the Griezmann car. That's the green liveried Porsche in second place. A further 14 seconds before we get the bright yellow Porsche 964 Cup version. That's leading its class 42, and it's being driven by Rudolph. The Boyk juice-driven Porsche 911 RSR IMSA, very similar car to our leading car, who has just put in a personal best fastest lap to give him the... Sorry, no, it's the Bowman car. So I'll finish what I was going to say. 3.5 seconds between the number 511 in fourth and the car ahead of it. And then in fifth place, a car that is on a charge. It's the Bowman Porsche another 911 RSR 3 litre. That's just put in a 9 minutes 37.3. And I think that's gone, for some reason, that's showing purple, Bruce, but that is not the quickest lap time that we've seen today. And I'm not quite sure why that is showing as it is on that timing screen.
No, I'm just waiting for that pink strip to go away, but it suddenly moved us where it started 11th. And, OK, we had the car that started right at the back in the top class, 63rd position, up into the lead after on the fourth lap. That's the Kunkel Funke Hamel RSR IMSA, but this one has been a bit of a slow burner, really. It's showing decent pace, up to fifth place overall, number 112, the Baumann family car. When I talk Baumann, I talk Dirk, I talk Philip, I talk Ben. Their qualifying time, but, you know, a lot of this, you get an anomaly, Joe, because qualifying is quickfire, and they may not have had their fastest driver in for qualifying and so on and so forth, but this guy's suddenly picked up the pace. This is the one that flicked up a bit of something off the track. We weren't sure if it fell off the bottom of this orange and white RSR, but certainly going very nicely now. But I would have expected if this guy's got the pace to rise to fifth, it would have started making the charge early on. But maybe it's a driver who's not so experienced with the car and is just finding form, finding the style and the consistency. Or maybe, we've commented about this before, Joe, of course, is maybe there's a slight mechanical problem for some of these cars, and then suddenly they've decided they've come good, they can learn to attack. But next target is that Mercedes that's been having a good old run. In fact, the Mercedes has got back ahead. No, I tell you what, there's another Mercedes from a different class. I was going to say the speed differential wasn't a case of a car running fifth, falling to sixth. Not at all, but certainly whichever Baumann is on board at the moment, through the hats and backs, it looks there's been a little bit of a shower, possibly. Maybe it was just the way the light was catching the track as the Baumann 112 Porsche, which is absolutely lapping up some of the tail end cars, as you'd expect it to do. Younger, more powerful, more aerodynamic.
Right, wind beginning to pick up as well, and the sky down towards the Goodyear Curve on the Grand Prix track are beginning to look a little bit more ominous, filling up those gaps in the clouds from the broken sky that we had earlier, and looking like it's building up moisture. It's going to rain, I think, any moment now. So with it coming across from that area, we're not quite... the hats and back might have just picked up a little bit of precipitation as well, Bruce, because it's not that far geographically from that area. We can certainly feel the humidity in the air as well.
You can. There's a tiny little bit of spray coming, particularly with that number 112 RSR with its great big broad slick tyres. It's just putting a little bit of spray out the back as it goes, but at this point it's almost notional rain. And then 3 corners later, it may be almost bone dry. But certainly, whichever of the Baumanns on board at the moment, they are really pushing it around the circuit. Of course, picking off an E30 BMW, you'd expect him to be able to do that. But the way the front end of that car is washing around, very happy to have it quite fluid, quite, you know, on top of the performance of that car. I just really can't work out why that hasn't been nearer the front early on. But certainly, quite comfortable now.
Leader is into the pits. So the first of the overall race leaders into the pits for its pit stop. We haven't got any driver information as to who is handing to who.
Oh, heavy rain.
Heavy rain.
And that's going Flugplatz to, oh, dearie me, one of the hardest parts of the circuit from my point of view. You go Schweidenkreuz, Arenberg, Fuchsruhe, etc. And that is stair rods, which means heavy.
That could even be a bit of hail in there as well, Bruce. We've had that across the course of this week. More of it forecast for the main race, the 24-hour race. But right now, those track conditions have turned horrific.
Absolutely horrific. And don't forget, for a lot of the teams, they've just put their second driver on board. It's 10 degrees out there, so you don't quite expect hail, but that is heavy, heavy rain. If it was a driver that was in from the start of the race, they've got more of an ability to adapt. But the second drivers, so those who've just taken over, possibly on the outlap, building up their confidence, and then they hit that halfway around the lap. So this is a moment in which incident hopefully can be kept in check, but I'd say it's a fairly parlous moment.
Well, this is when it can go horribly wrong. When the rain came out there on track, our overall leader, the Porsche RSR of Kunkel, Funke and Hamel, the number 501, that was the Martini car that we saw on the live stream just a few moments ago. That car is pulled into the pits. The rest of the field looks like they've gone through as the leader is now the number 501, now coming out of the pits and getting on with it. Where do you go tyre-wise, Bruce? These cars are on slick tyres, certainly the ones at the front are, and so where do you go choice-wise on a set of slicks? Because the problem is not necessarily the lack of tread on the tyre, but it's the reduction in tyre temp that can cause these drivers problems.
What I'd do is come in and give the car to someone else. That's just me, though. Right, yellow and red slippery surface flags. No surprise for some of the drivers there, but they literally go from one part of the track for 4 or 5 corners where it's really, really heavy rain to light rain. And by the time they're another 5 kilometres around this 25-kilometre circuit, it's bone dry. But they've got to keep an eye on what the clouds are, where they are. And we've got a very slow-moving Porsche 924S of some sort. Sorry, is it 944? Beg your pardon. Sorry, sir.
It's number 924, though.
Okay, could be. It's in Boss livery, but that is definitely someone going, I'm not sure I quite have the grip of the car at the moment.
And that's got one driver down to drive it. Suzanne Fuka is in that car. It's a 924 Carrera GT.
Okay, I was vaguely right to start.
Yeah, you were vaguely right. It's in the same family sort of resemblance.
Well, the front end had the sort of the nacelles on the bonnet, which made me think 924.
Yeah, you're right. I think Suzanne was just tippy-toeing through the wet because she's picked up speed now and back up to what looks like racing speed through a different part of the track, which looks like it's hasn't got as much rain as we're seeing now. 1 hour 47, 1 hour 48 just clicked by, and the rain that we thought was coming has arrived a bit earlier. We thought it was going to be coming towards 6 o'clock. However, it did threaten to come earlier. Well, it's carried out that threat, and now we've got an absolutely sodden track out there. It is really, really wet conditions on certain parts of this track.
Some of the drivers choosing to put their hazard lamps on. Presumably that's someone just limping home, or is it just simply so you can see me? But one of the Porsche 964 Cup class cars still looking great in that sort of 1990s liveries when they had their entire championship. Slick 50 livery on that one, but again taking the higher line, and one of the older BMWs go for a little bit of a rotation, number 583, getting it wrong but rather cleverly. There's a tiny little patch of tarmac with gravel all around it and managed to rotate backwards, and that's just coming down to the Goodyear Scherer. So didn't even get into the hairpin at the bottom of the Grand Prix circuit, had a little spin and got onto the tarmac patch on the outside. Were they too deep into the corner? 1, 2, 3. Ironically,
easy done, isn't it?
Oh, so easily done. It's the lowest speed moment almost of the entire circuit, just a gentle loop around, and of course for the driver it's happening in slow motion.
Just trying to carry too much speed into the corner, the back end, giving up the ghost of an effort there. The driver's down to drive that number 583 BMW, Christoph Breukmann and Frederick Nikes. It's a BMW 325i, an E30 version of that model, and losing time now as he regains his composure at the Goodyear Curva.
But again, that could be a driver who was on his out lap, or it's someone who's maybe done one lap and they tried to brake where they braked the lap before, just a tiny bit damper down there. But that's not a particularly damp part of the circuit. It's really that run about a third of a way around the lap, not even that. Schwedenkreuz up to Arenberg and the approach via Flugplatz. That's where the rain, we've spotted it from the cameras there. Of course, we don't have cameras on every corner of the circuit. We couldn't possibly with around 170 bends, so there are patches of the track we don't get to see. But for the fans around the outside of the track, already got their winter wear on, their wet weather gear on, umbrellas up. Oh dear, someone's had contact with the barrier. We've got a BMW that is rather short than it was. This is one that was running very, very nicely early on. Smoke streaming off the front bodywork. The 583 BMW has had another spin, and just as it gets off the Grand Prix loop, where it had a spin down at the Goodyear Scherer, the hairpin at the bottom, has another coming out of the second part of Sabine Schmitz, and then they get one to one of the trickiest parts of the circuit, entering Hatz and back. We've now suddenly got rain splashing on our commentary box windows on the start-finish straight as well. So it is pretty much rain around half the circuit. The second half of the circuit for a bright shite round still appears for now, or the last time we had sight of them, to be in the dry, but certainly the very front end of the circuit has got rain, and that run when you go onto the Nordschleife is not what it was for drivers the time before. And one of the really front-running BMWs, I think it's the Titchener car that started on pole position. Remember that M3 was right at the sharp end of the field in qualifying, and that one, I think, is the one that's just pulled off behind the barriers.
Yeah, that one has been covered.
Tonga's car, it was the pole starter, 46.
You've got various access points around the Nordschleife where you can pull off the racetrack. It then gets you onto the public roads, and a lot of access roads in between this circuit. I mean, the whole villages and towns within the confines of this track. That car will be making its way back to the paddock, no doubt. The rain is a bit strange, Bruce. Horact up towards just out of the carousel, you then rise up to the highest point of this track is where the rain doesn't seem to be quite yet, but it is heading there.
No, exactly. So actually, last time around, we still had some drivers setting the fastest laps of their cars raced so far, including the second place Griezmann and Griezmann Porsche 911 RSR. That did a 9-minute 29-second lap, so that's got within 8.5 seconds of the ultimate lap, which was set by whoever's on board, the Kunkel Funke Hamel AC Mayan entered Porsche 911 RSR. But as the cars get towards the exit, the top end of the Grand Prix loop, at just the point they turn left and left again, we've now got rain slashing against the camera lens there, the Sabine Schmitz curve. So just where the drivers don't want the track to be messy and difficult and greasy and wet, Hatzenbach, yep, it's absolutely there. Tippy toes.
Tippy toes for everyone as well. There are very limited areas on this track that have not seen any rain now. Wipers are lashing across windscreens as we head out onto the Nordschleife off the Grand Prix track of the two Alphas, tippy-toeing their way around. The word even more so, more emphasis on the term patience, being very delicate with that throttle pedal. All of these cars, all right, there's a few of them haven't got a massive amount of power, and now we can see the yellow Alpha, as we went through the Hatzenbach, the Alpha slewing sideways, and that was, as I mentioned, delicate throttle control, Bruce. He didn't get the memo, and that was just that would have been a minute amount of excess throttle that caused that wheel spin.
Yeah, that's when you'd realise how just precipitous the situation is. But give another 3 or 4 kilometres, the track will be rather dry. Looking out of our commentary position over towards, we can see the Schloss in the village, the tower over Nürburgring village, but it's relatively bright sky over there. Look to our left, dark grey over the bottom end of the Grand Prix loop of the circuit. But the heaviest rain appears to be from Hatzenbach through those formidable corners, Hochreichen, Quiddelbacher Höhe, Flugplatz, Arenberg, Foxruhe, Adenauer Forst. Perhaps at that point it begins to dry, but it's a moving feast, not a feast. For some of these drivers, quite the reverse. But they've got to have patience, because though we're going to get rain between now and the end of the race, I don't think it's going to be constant. It may become heavy. It may just become an hour in which you get 5-10 minutes of rain. But right now, the drivers have to keep it on the island. Oh, second of the two Alfa Romeos doing precisely what the lead of those two Alfa Romeos did a short while ago, having a twitch all on its own. At this point, drivers also remembering, stay off the painted curbing and the rib curbing, where suddenly you can lose just enough traction to tip you around and just change the moment of movement of your cars. But the marshals being super clear with their slippery surface warning flags, yellow and red stripes. And for now, it's caution. That's the byword. And
stay off the normal textbook racing line as well. Use the line just off the racing line, where it's less rubbered in. It's incredible to see just how much grip you have in these wet conditions when you get off that racing line. The tyres, the car just seems to grip. You have no traction whatsoever, and then all of a sudden you find grip and off we go around the track. So you'll see drivers taking a less than conventional route around this track. They're just being very careful where to position the car. The more rubbered in areas, and remember, Bruce, we had torrential rain last night, so we haven't got a massively rubbered in racetrack here. It's a very green racetrack, so it might not be as beneficial to get massively offline here, as we are watching our current leader, who owes us a pit stop. The Griezmann Porsche leads by 35 seconds from the Boyk Juice car. That was the light blue and gold trimmed car in second place. The Rudolph Porsche 964 Cup car, that was the car that was that led this race very early on, off the start actually. That car has now pulled into the pits for its pit stop. The early leader is down in fourth, but regaining all the time, and that car will rise back to the top of the cream, will rise back to the top when we get through the pit stop phase for the cars in front of it. It did, and just to reiterate, the number 501 you're talking about presumably had it from Kunkel to Funke if they've kept with the potential running order they suggested.
They started last in the first group of cars. They started in 63rd position. We saw nothing of their progress at the first lap because they were on the first page on the timing screen, but within 4 laps, they were into the lead of the race, and they have really pressed on. Now, a car that's also been the front end of the field is 511. It's bright green with a white and orange stripe over its nose, and that owes us a pit stop, but it's up into 2nd place overall. The Boyka used car entered by Used Sportwagen Technique. And on the run up towards Flugplatz and then Schwedenkreuz, that is very, very much tippy-toe driving from one of the Opel Astras, because that was the point at which we saw the heaviest of the heavy rain.
He was going through a right-hander there in that Opel Astra. You heard him come off the throttle. That's because it wouldn't have been going in the trajectory that he was wanting from the steering wheel. He started to go straight on a little bit, just came off. A little bit feathering of the left foot on the brake would have checked that one. Who am I to tell him how to drive that Opel Astra around there? Look at those ominous clouds now just outside of our window, now beginning to build up for more rain to come down.
I would say, Joe, the cloud base has risen.
You think so? It's going up?
Yep, it's risen. Certainly if we look dead ahead from our point in the commentary box, we're looking across in the direction of the point where it's wettest, but it's much brighter from my line of sight. Dark clouds above, but they are somewhat high, but they are moving.
And the dark clouds are above the area of the track, at the Grand Prix track, Schwedenkreuz, Flugplatz, that sort of area. To our right here on the start-finish straight, that's where the majority of the Nordschleife is. It's over across to our right, where we are pointing, literally, when I point out my window to the right, I'm pointing down the Dottinger Hohe. And there's this broken cloud there. But however, as we've seen so many times, Bruce, the weather is heading that way, and we've also got cloud buildup beginning to develop, and precipitation can just build from nothing here. There's so much moisture in the atmosphere that we can just create rain from nothing. And as we see there, Tiergarten is an absolute awash there with massively, massively wet track. So the rain is still on that section of the track there. There's no parts of this course now in any kind of dry conditions, and it's going to be patience and tippy-toeing all the way to the checkered flag now, I would think, because there's more rain coming.
You'd have to say so. And number 911 and 511, both Porsches, both RSRs, owe us a pit stop. They will be coming in. This time around, I'm absolutely sure of that. And then we'll see where exactly they slot back in, but do expect the number 501 Martini livery RSR IMSA model to be back in the lead of the race when all the front runners have come in. For some of them, it'll just be a moment to heave a sigh of relief and say, what have you seen on the television to any of their pit crew? They may not have seen anything, because of course they're standing in the pit lane with most of the garage doors closed, because that's where the cars that compete in the 24 hours are housed. Now, a car that looks like it's a Zach Speed Escort, because it's yellow and bright green, the colours that Eric Zakowski used to run in the 1970s. That's another car going slowly. I don't know if it had its own problem. Replay coming up.
That's early 70s as well. That's a Mark 1.
Absolutely.
That's a Mark 1 Escort RS2000. That has gone off massively heavy. Huge contact into the barrier. It's regained the track, and we have got that car now limp. I'll be amazed if the right-hand side suspension on both the front and the rear. Now remember, solid rear axle on the back. Well, that'll be a 5-link axle on the back of that RS. So that's now limping its way back. That'll have extensive suspension damage on both those right-hand side wheels.
OK, so what we were saying about the weather over towards Nürburgring Village being better, that was superseded by rain hitting that part of the track, and that was the final sort of sweep as the Schumacher S, I think it was, where that went off, clattered the barriers, the yellow and green Mark 1 Escort up onto 2 wheels, and then just ran along the grass curb, possibly rubbing along the banding in front of the barriers. But for everyone at that part of the circuit, they're being greeted with waved yellow flags. There's a huge impact mark with the barrier on the other side of the circuit. Now, how did that happen?
Well, we might get another look at it, Bruce.
Oh, dearie me. There's a BMW, got all 4 wheels off the ground, went snap to the left, bonnet up, bonnet down, car back on the ground, spinning, putting dirt across the circuit. And Alfa Romeo comes through next and all but comes to a stop, luckily responding very, very well to the flags. But that is a huge impact with the car. And the track is so steep at that point, we have lost sight of the car in the dip, because we're looking from a high point of the circuit looking down. That is a big thump.
And you know what, Bruce? I was so focused on I'm watching the impact as it nosed into the barrier there. I forgot to look at the number. I've not, but you did the same.
Yeah, afraid
Any
so.
idea of the number?
Amateurs.
Sorry, people. We were so taken in by the incident there. A massive front end impact on that BMW. A huge amount of damage, and now being sorted out just out of our sight over the rise of that section of track there. Hopefully not cause too many people delay and too many people's consternation. We're still waiting for those overall leaders now to come back into the pits, or come into the pits for the first time, I should say, Bruce.
Yeah, but I tell you what, you know, I think you can never second guess where the yellow flags are going to come. Will there be a slow zone? We haven't had one yet, but certainly with a run of people going off, it means a whole string of corners have had yellow flag zones, and that means for 911, which is the Griezmann car that was running second overall, and 511, which is the Boyka Use RSR IMSA model, they will have had a slower lap than they wanted, and also they've been slowed by the heavy rain on this lap, so the others who are having their pit stop maybe a lap earlier should have a bit of a smile on their face. They should have gained time by being in the pits when they were.
Yeah, I think you might be right, because people out on track, there's now some code 60 slow zones appearing. So the number 501, that's now making its way back up towards the lead of the race where it was when it came into the pits. That will be benefiting massively. For one, the track is much slower because of the weather, and then add in the odd slow zone here and there, which is what we've got, and then we're going to be massively beneficial.
420
Bruce.
Is the car that went around with the Callus livery, the sponsorship, very smart looking car. Well, it was when it entered the corner, but sadly not when it slewed across the track and went in at not an oblique angle, fairly relatively direct, about a 30-degree angle of impact with the barriers. The barriers pushed back, that BMW whipping its way around and being abandoned at the bottom of the slope. A very, very steep climb just after there. So code 60 on that corner. Again, the marshals doing a very, very good job. Bit of debris thrown on the circuit, but it was largely gravel and mud and muck from that spinning, actually flying all four wheels off the track, Callus BMW, but everyone now knows it's there.
It's a 325i, and it's the drivers, not sure which of the driver was responsible for that off or was the unlucky passenger in that off, but it's Maximilian Arnold and Thomas Seifert. They are the drivers down to compete in that number 420, which is, I would pretty much doubt whether that's going to take any further part in this race. Heavy damage on the front end, as we saw.
Again, it's just a question of the good fortune of the timing of your pit stop, because this is a 3-hour race. We've actually got, within another 2 minutes, we'll be at the halfway point. So the people making their first pit stop rather late, did they gain or did they lose? Hard to tell, but anyone out on the track at the moment, of course, when they enter that code 60, will be losing time. And I fancy a car that's timed its pit stop very well is car number 474, listed as 6th place overall. Very, very good looking RSR, and Alexander Kolb at the wheel, but another 964 off at the edge of the circuit. Car 475, Strala Autosport, that would have entered it in period. HDS sponsorship on the car, and
Michael Polser and Adrian Burry down to drive that car.
Well, Burry listed on the graphic at the moment, but again, one of the few broad, wide points on the circuit in terms of grass around the edge, and that was a fortunate moment, and that Porsche continues on its way.
Track conditions very, very difficult, as we can clearly see the rain falling ever heavier around this track. And these competitors now with the slippery surface flag out there, easy for these drivers to see that. I'm pretty sure they're well aware of just how slippery this track is without the marshal's assistance, but the marshals being very, very good insofar as they are warning drivers into parts and sections of this track that the track is now slippery indeed.
But this is where confidence in your car, knowledge of your car, experience and time spent in your car, how good is it in the dry, how good is it in the wet? And you can certainly see some of the drivers are just that much more confident to push on, and are just waiting for everybody to come in and serve their pit stops. 511 came in last time around, is waiting to come in from 2nd place overall. But really, it's those that pitted earlier for the first their 2 pit stops, I sense will have an advantage, but that could all be thrown out of the window if they come out onto the circuit, get a code 60, have to drop their pace accordingly. If you can get past an incident with a waved yellow flag, of course, you don't lose as much time. So it's real lottery at the moment, but I do expect the car that was leading before the pit stops to come back out into the lead. But will it stay there? The 501 RSR IMSA Porsche.
We've just had the 911 into the pits, Bruce. That's in from the lead. The Griezmann car, that's Griezmann and Griezmann. Leading overall and leading class 19. Second in class 19 and second overall. Still out there is now the 511. That looks like it might come into the pits next time by.
Yeah, the gap between them had opened out to over half a minute, though. They weren't that far apart. Maybe last time I checked, they were about 20 seconds apart, but it's almost doubled in the space of one single lap.
I actually think they've stayed out, Bruce, because they were pretty close on track. So I think the number 511 might, next time by, come through. If he comes into the pits, he will still show as the overall leader. As the 501, the early leader, that car is now in 5th place. As problems continue to arise for our competitors out there on this very, very greasy, slippery track.
Well, a track where a lot of drivers get it wrong is the pair of corners that start the turn from the Grand Prix circuit onto the full Nordschleife. It's the Sabine Smits curve. Sprinkle in rain, greasy surface, and possibly a driver just starting their stint, just a little bit too much right foot over the curbing, whipping around, but certainly the tail went out, but didn't wag the dog. The dog was kept in check, but certainly plenty of moments for drivers out there. Great to have a little Porsche 912 as well. 4-cylinder engine,
yeah,
really good balance. And in fact, when it comes to balance out on the circuit, the 912s were often on the road as well, often rather sweeter than the 911.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't see very many of them out there racing these days, do you?
They're not racing, but on the road.
My brother-in-law used to have a 912, and it was a project that he got to restore, and he basically didn't do anything with it for about 5 years, maybe even 10 years.
Sounds like me.
He sold it on.
I always wanted one. I always thought they'd just have a really sweet, I love that early 911 shape.
Yeah.
And to have one with an end, hopefully it wouldn't cost as much, but one that was, you know, famously very, very nimble.
Yes.
Quite like that.
Yeah. It is a...
Has he sold it?
He has. It's the same colour as that one as well. In fact, hang on. What was the reg?
He keeps waving when he comes past the commentary box.
Yes, that's where it's disappeared to. Grand Prix track showing to be as wet as ever. Cars using the wet line to get around the Goodyear curve. Very, very late entry, staying all the way around the outside of the curve. And what helps the Goodyear curve is the fact that it's slightly banked, of course. So the water, by gravity, will force the water to the inside. So drivers being very, very heads up there and using that outside line all the way around the outside. It isn't just less rubber out there, but the actual gradient of the bankings of that Goodyear curve helps a lot with finding grip there.
Conditions on the Grand Prix loop, they've been the kindest of anywhere on the circuit, but bear in mind, well, you don't want it getting difficult is just as you go onto the Nordschleife, and that's where the rain just sort of began, then it moved all the way up Flugplatz, making it hazardous up there. But for the drivers still on the Grand Prix loop, they've got the space to perform without too much concern. They've got the relatively dry circuit, but as soon as they get up through that Vidal chicane, they know what's coming next, and that's just where the track starts becoming really greasy. But I'd suggest the rain that blew through there 10 minutes ago has just about moved on. But of course, the residue is on the surface of the circuit, and for drivers going through the Sabine Smits curve, including that 924 Carrera GT, Tiptoe is the name of the game.
We've got a Porsche 911 RSR IMSA back to the front of the field. However, it's the number 511, not our original and early leader. The Boyka Juice entry has continued round.
And we have two trucks out on circuit being protected by a couple of course vehicles, because obviously they're travelling slowly. But what are they taking? They are taking barrier sections around and a generator, new barrier sections in the trailer, generator on top. Heavy, heavy rain for them at this point on the circuit, but they have got to repair the barriers where that number 420 BMW 325i went in hard, pushed the barriers back, I would say a good half metre, if not slightly more.
Yeah, barrier doing its job by folding slightly, Bruce, not really staying, you know, where they do have an element, Armco does have an element of flexibility. And it's all about soaking up the energy, taking that energy, dissipating that energy, so the actual human element isn't the one that takes the brunt of that. Slower traffic in the form of the Opel Astra, identifying the purple 60 code zone section before anyone else did. That's the number 483, the Opel Astra, isn't it? That was very heads up. The BMW behind didn't quite notice the code 60.
No, didn't. And accidents can bring accidents. Well, I tell you what's harder. Hail on the circuit. We talked a while ago about it being 10 degrees. Hail doesn't come at 10 degrees. That means the temperature has fallen. We've had a whole host of hailstorms over the last couple of days. They don't last long, but it's not what you want on an already slippery surface to have a coating of little ball bearings. And even on the Grand Prix loop, one of the escorts has had... Sorry, it's the Opel Cadet. GT has had a moment. I saw the bluff nose. Thought it was an RS 1800, but that's hooked it up. This car's been going really very, very nicely, I must say, in the early stages of the race. We picked it out earlier as one that was ahead of cars that would have more grunt and more application, but that right now, oh, they're having a go. They're just going through the bingo card of whether conditions they can have out on the circuit. And any driver who's out, anyone who's doing the whole race, he'll go, I've got the lot. I've had everything bar heat stroke in this race.
4 seasons in one day it has been today. It was yesterday. We suspect it might be across the rest of the weekend here if you're joining us for the big race, the 24 hours, 54th running of the ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring. We are just past the half distance mark on this, one of the major support races, the 3-hour DHLM, the Deutsche Historik Langstreckenmeisterschaft, to give it its full title, getting towards the second half, well inside the second half now. And if anything, conditions continue to be ever trickier. We've got an oil trail down the section of track that the BMW had gone off as the Escort RS2000 Mark II is being brought back into. Didn't quite get the number of that one as well, Bruce, but barrier repairs going on. So we're still quite a way away from the track being brought out. Now, did you see that oil dry trail? What part of the track did we say that was, by the way? Is that the...
I honestly can't remember. So much has happened in this race.
I'll tell you where that is. That's from out of the Hatzenbach over the Hoheiken towards Flugplatz.
Right, 911 has always been right in the mix. The Griezmann car, it got into the lead. It was running second. It's been caught and passed by the number 516 Mercedes, that 190E Evo 2, and a huge twitchy moment as the Mercedes went past. And certainly, whichever Griezmann is on board that 911 RSR thought, I think I need to get out of the way here. The Mercedes was sideways about 10 degrees out of true, and somehow kept it in straight line. So Ralph Schall will go, he'll tell you, everybody who'll listen, that was an inspired overtaking manoeuvre, but I think it was a case of just staying out of the way, let it through.
Even more inspired was getting past 2 back markers. And as I say that, the Mercedes pulled to the left. Oh no, there is the Astra that I thought. We've got 2 Astras in the picture. The Mercedes got past 2 back markers and put 2 back markers between himself and the Griezmann Porsche. So Schall up to second. The number 511 that currently leads this race, 9 laps completed, is still needing the pit stop.
All I can say about the number 420 BMW is it's made of strong stuff, but the front end has been moved back by, I'd say, a good
that could be
half a metre.
That could be a write-off.
It could. I mean, the doors were all thrown open. That was also to help get the straps in to lift the car, but it's
what the significant part of the front of a saloon car, as we've got the 471 into gravel, and that is down at Arenberg. He's off on the outside of Arenberg. Always tricky there. Very, very fast sweep left, and then on the brakes for the right-hander can catch you out. The 471 looks like he's beached, Bruce.
Alpha 33, someone else I think had also been in there. There was gravel at the edge of the circuit, not put there by the Alpha, because the Alpha's just gone into the gravel, not come out. But again, just at the point where the 420 BMW went off and reshaped the barriers, yeah, someone else has dropped a huge amount of oil. In fact, even in the shot beforehand, you can see there is a line around the circuit where there's a lot of oil. I don't know if the 420 hit it and then went around. I think he did.
That's the oil. I was just about to say, is that cause or effect, that oil down? It's cause or effect. So somebody's lost a lot of oil. Was it the Alpha that we saw pull off with oil coming from, streaming from the bonnet?
Good call.
So an oil trail there.
Yeah, it was oil trail, but also the amount of slipperiness increased because it then had the sudden little rain shower on top. So it's wet track. Yes, it's widened it. So the Alpha, remember, got the whole way back to within about 150 metres of pit entry, clearly leaving a trail of oil, because we saw it.
That's even more unfortunate for the 420 BM, isn't it? I mean, he's come over there, very fast section of track. You've got to be on the throttle there, and the oil is just literally spat him off.
But what had happened, the oil was slightly, well, it came past that point, but he went off the track beforehand, got on the grass, ran along the barrier, and then was trying to rejoin the circuit. At that point, the car was out of true, the bottom of the dip, piled into the barrier. The car has now been lifted away. The Alfa Romeo 33 Quattro Valvole will be pulled out of the gravel. No damage to that one. Of course, for anyone else following, there'll be some new gravel on the outside of the circuit, but that will live to fight another day.
Honorary mention for the driver then, Philip Zeitler is the driver that's currently being pulled out of the gravel. Gravel being strewn. Has he caused all that gravel to be on the...
No, he literally drove straight on at that corner. Someone else's, because he went into the gravel, has not come out. He will produce some gravel onto the circuit when that tow rope gets some tension and moves away, but someone else, it's a straight line point, as you say, into someone like Arenberg, and at that point, again, it was a little bit of oil, it's a bit of rain.
But it's like Mario Kart out there. There's going to be banana skins going down next. We've had hail, we've got oil, we've got gravel, we've got... shards of gravel there, and now we were just waiting for the banana skins to get put out there.
Frogs. They always get thrown in, don't they? Oh, well.
Well, that car has
tricky
out,
conditions.
Bruce.
Well done for getting it out onto... Again, you know, the marshal's in a position of relative danger, but marshalling flagging will indicate to all those that up ahead is a... Seems they've got a trouble with the strap. It's like he drove over the strap, having come forward onto the circuit. Now that's being pulled clear. He's driving back, and it's still attached to the car. So that marshal's on double time. Now he's unhooked the Alfa Romeo. Off it can go, and the marshals with the tow truck can get clear of that point on the circuit. Again, driver waiting to get signal from the marshals that all is good for him to rejoin the circuit. And meanwhile, the number 511 is obviously trying to do it with fewer pit stops, because it's listed as no pit stop to its name, so leading the race, but expect... well, it's hard to know who's going to come back into the lead. I still expect it to be the car that started stone last in Group 1 that worked its way from 63rd position into the lead. And
well, he's actually
Funke car.
He's actually dropped further back, Bruce. He was up to 5th. He's now running in 7th. So this hail, this rain, is actually causing Engel, Funke and Hamel a bit of an issue.
But they've served a second pit stop.
Ah, have they? Right, OK.
That is why they're now.
Right,
Instead of being about 12 minutes, 12 and a half minutes was 14 and a half minutes, and quite a few of the crews have picked up 1 lap penalties for not respecting speed in the pit lane or a flag signal, but that one is not one of them.
So that car has served its 2 stops that we were expecting. Yes.
So they've made the most of the conditions. The conditions have suddenly just got so much worse on the Grand Prix loop. The part that is theoretically relatively easy, it's almost impossible to see the track now. There is a sheen of water right across the whole width, into the dip, up to the Vidal chicane, and then down, a bit earlier, coming into the Goodyear Scherer at the lowest point on the circuit. That is full and properly wet, but in the background there is blue sky. Yes, of course there is.
Beautiful, and that background is where the track goes off towards the Nordschleife. So the heaviest of rain now on the Grand Prix Strecke as we continue our route around there. We're going through the Michael Schumacher S on towards the Bilstein Curve, the Omi Curve, Bilstein, and then the Vidal chicane. We're a little bit off that, but the heaviest of rain with a lot of surface water on the Grand Prix track at the moment, causing drivers a bit of concern. But the weather, as we've seen, Bruce, this rain cloud seems to be not moving away from down just above the Goodyear Curve. It's staying right above it. And it's this massive downpour down there that's causing problems. Up towards just to the right of the picture on the stream there is the Sabine Schmidt curve. And as you can see, bright blue skies breaking across from our right here in our position on the start-finish straight. We are just on the left there, as you look at the screen. But weather so changeable here.
I just want to wind the clock back about half an hour, and I said, remember, by the end of the race, we'll struggle to remember it was dry in the first 45 minutes. That's where we are, half an hour on from there, and there's probably not a car in the field that hasn't had a slip or a slide somewhere around the laps. And then not always knowing what's around the corner. They've got to really keep their eyes peeled for what messages are coming, not just from the clouds ahead of them, but from the flag marshals, and they've done a very good job so far. We've had barrier repair, not quite complete yet, but the crews, they are experts at doing a very, very quick fix, so you have to take a lot of time out to applaud them for their work, because just think about it, running 25 kilometres of regular road and controlling things would be hard enough, but here with such difficult access, this comes from practice. Oh dear, we've got a Porsche off in Hatzenbach and nose into barriers, drivers left. And again, super, super slippery, but stationary 911. Hopefully that can be moved, because that's not in the best place. But the drivers go towards Hochheik and they get released and they can build up the speed all over again.
We talk about the eclectic mix of cars in this field there. Notice that to the Peugeot 205 GTI, that's tiptoeing its way through the Hatzenbach, just past that Porsche. Literally zero runoff at the first part of Hatzenbach on the left-hand side. Driver's left as you go through the right hand. If you get that wrong by and it's so easy to do that in these conditions. Look how far that trail of oil is across towards the Flugplatz. It's about a 200-metre trail of oil, and again I would put that down to that Alpha.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. So you think how far he drove from there right round towards the end of the lap. That's probably about 15 or 16 kilometres, or translate that into imperial if you feel, but it looks as though at the moment there's a course vehicle, blue flashing light at the start of that stream of oil. What are they going to do? Are they going to be able to get some more quick dry onto it? How well does quick dry work, the powder, when it's precipitating?
Probably a track cleaner, like with a suction, so you're brushing it and sucking it, and you're taking the majority of the oil away from the surface. But however, as you rightly said, Bruce, the oil's gone down. Oil floats on water. We've got a lot of water on the track, so the oil's floating around on the top of the water, and it could go anywhere.
Yeah, I think whatever the width of that trail of oil was, it's expanded and expanded with the heavy rain that's come through, moved through. There is still, but hugely dark clouds in the backgrounds. But the drivers of the flatbed truck, in their face, full sunshine. So it's as ever, the Nürburgring being super, super contrary. And we thought there might be some fallers in this race simply because we had so many cars. Then there was the threat of rain, then the way it's delivered, but the fact it's not uniform as well is something that's really difficult for the drivers. Factor in one other element as well. You have either one or two replacement drivers doing the second and third stints. We've got people who've got time penalties of an entire lap for not getting things right in the pit. So I'm not sure we're going to get the outcome of this race sorted until really quite deep into the third hour.
We have still got 1 hour and 12 minutes as the leader now has come into the pits. The number 511 in for its first stop. That's the Boyka Juice car. It's the 911 RSR. That's the light blue and gold. The car with the gold-coloured wheel arches, as we've got this race continuing then. So the first car through, having pitted, that will take over this lead next time by, will be the 516 numbered Mercedes-Benz 190E. That car driven by Scholl. I haven't got a surname.
Ralph
first
Scholl.
name. What's his first name? Ralph. So
he was the one who made that fantastic overtaking manoeuvre, almost caught himself by surprise. It went past. And the Sirocco, is that the Sirocco that was going so well? No, it's not the one that ran so strongly in the early stages of the race, but we've got a slow-moving Sirocco, because remember, we were commenting on one that rose from 60-something position. It started the second group at the front and got into about 24th position before the pit stop, so that went well. This other Sirocco, not quite so good. Hazard lamps on, trying to keep out of the way. The 94 Carrera GT goes through, but it's a long time to limp home, isn't it, round this lap?
Dare I say, Bruce, there's certain parts of this Nordschleife track that are looking drier. The rain hasn't been around, and that is down towards that. Is that through the... Where is that? Is that across the Plantsgarten? Down towards Arenberg.
I think it's later in the lap than that.
Yes,
we've got some new camera angles that I have never seen before, and I'm still trying to exactly work out where they are.
Ah, that's towards Brunchen.
It is towards Brunchen.
Yes, that's towards Brunchen. So Brunchen, as the rain is not over there, and we can kind of see the sky over in that direction. It's broken cloud, blue sky poking its nose through, and the track beginning to come back to the drivers. However, when they get back towards onto the Dottinger Ho, the track starts getting wet as they head towards the Grand Prix track, as they head towards the pit lane area of this track. The weather starts getting absolutely grotesque, and they'll be heading back into the rain. So parts of this track, as ever, the character of the Nürburgring, again coming to the fore here, with just over an hour remaining. We've got cars being collected up and delivered back to the pits. That's the Porsche, the number 475 numbered car.
Yeah, that's Michael Potzler. No, it's Adrian Burry who just taken that over, I feel. His was the name put up on the graphic. And again, that's one of those great-looking 964 Cup class cars, and this was one we saw off at the side of the circuit. Not the only driver to have ended up there, but again, images of this circuit, greasy, wet, raining, warning flags and warning lights around the circuit, and so many safety vehicles just protecting any car or vehicle that's travelling slowly. But sunshine, bright sunshine at various points on the circuit, but the element that is staring us in the face is a wide, broad, long streak of oil along the circuit. We think it came out of Kubis's Alfa Romeo that very nearly made it back to the pits, but for everybody else, it was a hazard, and it became doubly so, if not more so, when the rain came through.
We are just putting 2 and 2 together and getting hopefully 4 with the blaming the Alfa for that. We saw that Alfa pull off to the side with literally oil spewing from the sides of the bonnet across its wings. So, you know, cause or effect, causing the demise of the number 420 BMW as well, going off on the oil. I am amazed, Bruce, that we only had 1 car falling foul of that oil. It's on a very fast section of the track, and could have well ended up with a lot of cars going off.
Mind you, in fairness, there could have been others. The cameras might have been focused somewhere else at the time, because when you've got a field with 146 starters in it, you've got to put your cameras at certain points. But yeah, I fully concur, because it was tricky enough with the greasiness applied by the early rain, but have the oil factored in as well, certainly tricky. Down the start-finish straight, cars still kicking up an awful lot of spray here in the Deutsche Historische Langstrecken Meisterschaft. Some still diving into the pits of BMW 2002 TII, one of the oldest cars in the race, one of the cars that started at the very tail end of the third of these huge grids of cars.
The number 8 into the pits, that's the BMW M3 E30, Menden at the wheel of that one. And that is in the pits from 8th place overall. And that is the car's first pit stop. Just going to find you the first name. It's Michael, isn't it? Michael Menden, bringing that car in from 8th place. So we're not betting men, you and I, Bruce. And this is certainly, if I was, a race that I wouldn't go anywhere near, considering what we've encountered so far, and we've still got over an hour of this one to go. So there's literally anything could happen here. There is going to be a change of lead next time by, though. It's going to be the first time we see the Mercedes-Benz of Scholl. Rolf Scholl will bring that car around and take over the overall lead.
It's very hard to tell when you compare the lap times at the moment, but certainly that last lap for Rolf Scholl, 11 minutes 23. The cars around him, north of 12 minutes. They're already losing more than half a minute to him, and some appreciably more than that. Best part of 40 seconds gained by Rolf Scholl. Just immediately attacking after that first pit stop, while others were perhaps knitting in another driver. He's racing solo, Rolf Scholl, so maybe he just felt comfortable to attack, but maybe he simply timed his pit stop when the people out on the track had the most incidents, and maybe a code 60 to contend with. But the way he was attacking the Griezmann family 911 RSR, catching it, passing it in such a bold manoeuvre in very, very wet part of the Grand Prix loop, it's like he's just grabbed the car by the scruff of the neck and just feels comfortable with it.
I don't know whether it was just luck or by chance. He found himself overtaking back markers, and he ended up putting 2 back markers in between himself and the Griezmann car. Everybody was tippy-toeing around this track. The track was torrential rain in pretty much everywhere. That's now not the case. We've got sections of this Nordschleife where you can literally get your foot down and start really putting in some performance speed-wise through the car, getting the tyres back into some form of grip rather than slipping and sliding and tippy-toeing your way around certainly the Grand Prix part of the track here, and then out on the first section through the Hats and back onto Flugplatz, where we've still got that massive amount of oil down down on the track there, disturbing the case.
Yeah, again, this lap from Ralph Scholl in that Mercedes 190 Evo, every single timing sector around the lap so far, he's building his advantage, stretching his advantage. Already 27 seconds over the Griezmann family, 911 RSR. By the end of the lap, I mean, his margin over them is going to be, well, you think almost 40 seconds. Just absolutely rocketed past in the last lap and a half, just pulling away, tearing away.
They are still in Sector 7, yet to complete Sector 7 for our leaders. We're going to get 3 cars that are going to go through, first, second and third. The first one being the number 516. In second place will come through the number 911, and then the number 487, the 964 Cup car. That is the bright yellow car that actually had the early lead. Massively quick car on the straight here, showing its full performance on the Dottinger Hohe earlier on. So these 3 cars will go into the top 3 spots. Then it will be the number 511, then it will be the 507, and then the 501 that will come through in 4th, 5th and 6th. And we'll wait and see. They are still there completing Sector 7, and we'll wait a little bit longer before we get that transpiring and that manifesting in the form of our timing screens updating itself when they've completed lap number 11.
Some of the vehicles in this race are not ones you expect to see on a circuit. The great big Mercedes Cooper there, but whoa, you want it for that engine note as well.
Is that the 500 SEL?
Yeah, SEC.
Yeah. SEC. Beautiful, beautiful road car. It's the SEC, it's the coupe, isn't it? It's the 500 SEL was the 4-door, wasn't it? And the SEC was the coupe, the 2-door version of the coupe. I think that's a forerunner of my car, actually. I've got a 2006 CSL. So that's a. Well, actually, no. I'm talking rubbish.
That's okay.
Yeah, I know that. We're good at that. No, it's the SEL. That would be the comparison, the 4-door version.
I tell you what, if you ever drove a 560 SEL, that was speed and comfort combined, and a great engine note. Don't make Mercedes like that anymore, do they? Don't make many cars like that anymore.
No, they don't make any cars like that with that size motors in them. They're very, very rare. You've got to go to maybe the United States to get cubic capacity like that. Grand Prix track still showing signs of a considerable amount of wetness. The rain has stopped, it looks like, down at the Goodyear curve.
Okay, you're absolutely spot on. Another lap just being completed by Ralph Scholl. He's now into the lead of the race, as you predicted. But bear in mind, he's got another pit stop to do. We're almost at the 2-hour mark in this race, in the next 2.5 minutes. But one of the front-running cars, the one that came from 63rd on the grid, number 501, Kunkel started, Funke, Hamill are the 2 remaining drivers. One's on board at the moment. That's lapping fairly well, but nothing like the pace of our race-leading Mercedes. But they have had that second pit stop. I know a car that may not get to its second pit stop is a bright red. Is that 526? Yes, it is. It's a BMW, very standard-looking. Has a spoiler on the back, but that's about all you need to know. Another Escort Mark 1, but this one is also in trouble. But it seems as though that too may be dropping oil, and it's at the carousel high on the banking there. Driver not sure what he needs to do. He wants to go away, but his car is steaming away. The bonnet's down, but certainly a lot of steam. He's maybe rushing around to try and get he's getting the bonnet open. He's putting the bonnet catch. He's on the downhill side of the car. Fluid already starting to drip down the banking.
I think that's extinguishing.
I think you're right.
The onboard.
Cream-coloured.
Yeah,
fire that is being shouted. So they've got the extinguisher on it, but for the poor driver, his pride and joy there is going up in smoke, and the extinguisher is only occasionally making much progress.
Is that a foam extinguisher that way?
I think it is foam. We need something else, and where's that going to come from? Oh, for the driver, this is such, you just want everything to be put out, and it's not going out. Have we another extinguisher? Yes, we do. But the fact the first one couldn't make it extinguish that fire, and now the fluid that's dripping down is just hitting the concrete lower strips, the line the drivers, the cars take, but that too is going to suddenly have a stream across it halfway around the carousel.
I think that's a fuel fire. That's still being fed fuel, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's an absolute tragedy here. The Opel Ascona here of Christoph Blumer.
Oh, sorry, it's Ascona, not Frank. Yes, you're right.
Frank Eichhardt. The only reason I know that is because I've got it in front of me.
That's fine. Go for it.
Yeah, from the number. A beautiful example of that Opel Ascona. The bonnet has fallen down and stifling the extinguisher going in there. Flame's still licking though. and that's finding something to burn as the extinguishant runs onto the carousel proper, down on the concrete ball section of this, and not sure if we've got that under control yet, but we've certainly used, I think we're onto our 4th extinguisher here. So as the recovery course vehicle pulls up as well, so that's going to take a little bit of clear up, Bruce, as we've just clicked by 2 hours of this race, and we've got 1 hour remaining now. And we knew it was going to be instant packed here, because that's what historic race cars do. But with the weather, with incidents like this, with attrition, and I think I'm going to put that one down to attrition maybe.
Yeah, I certainly think so, but I just want to pull a little number out as we look at the poor-stricken Opel Ascona. Sorry to Ford Escort fans, it was looked at a distance, a 2-door format, looks about the right shape. 52.8 seconds. That is a giant margin, and that's the margin between Ralph Scholl's Mercedes and the Griezmann family Porsche 911 RSR in 2nd place, and with every lap, he's gaining more time. The last lap, what did he gain? Another 25 seconds.
Yeah, he's on fire, isn't he?
No, he's on fire.
Sorry, yes, yeah, the Ascona's on fire. That Mercedes, thankfully, isn't, but he's on fire when it comes to lapping this track. As the field cuts through the extinguishing, pouring down the track there at the carousel. The flames have stopped, thankfully, but the damage has been done, I'm afraid, Bruce. I mean, it's not that's easily retrievable, but the things that are metal and things that are plastic, wiring, for instance, stuff like that, that will all have to be renewed. That car's going to be in the garage for a while.
Sad but true. Meanwhile, sunshine returns to the start-finish straight, so there is something to look forward to, but I'm just super impressed by the pace that Ralph Scholl has shown in that Mercedes 190E. You know, to hit the front, he was left. He was running in 4th place behind 3 Porsches in the early running and dropped away, but as soon as the track got greasy and rain was dotting around at various points, he absolutely began to fly. His confidence in changeable conditions has been his making, but I'm still waiting to see where the number 501 RSR, the IMSA model for Kunkel, Funke and Hamill is going to place. It's already made 2 pit stops, so it doesn't owe us 3 or 4 minutes in the pits. 3 or 4 minutes could put it back right at the sharp end of the field. But for Scholl in that Mercedes, he's doing it all on his own. So he's going to be a tired bunny come the end of this particular one, but well, they're spraying water now to try and get rid of the extinguishant down the track. And this just down the track where? At the carousel. Steeply banked corner. Luckily, all the other runners would go around the bottom, and the driver of the Opel must have thought, I'm doing a clever thing getting off the racing line here. I'll go to the place where people don't go, but he wasn't to know how bad the fire was going to be, but he is flooding and making it very tricky beneath his Opel at the carousel.
We've got the jet washout, and we're jet washing the car. They're doing the owner of that car a big favour, because there's nothing worse than extinguishing. It's just so sticky and horrible, it gets in everywhere. So jet washing the car, which is then obviously running down the track and taking that extinguishing, probably doing the track a good job as well by washing the extinguishing away, but we've already put some oil dry stuff down on that as well. So conditions at the carousel are going to be very tricky, and there is a fan favourite. Certainly if you're a British mechanic back in the late 70s, you are not going to be a fan of that car whatsoever. It's an Hillman Imp that's been dragged off. I have fond memories of working on those things, or not, and also not so fond memories on working on Hillman Imps.
Okay, let's be honest.
Has it had enough, do you think, Bruce?
More than likely, but I must be honest, when we were walking around the paddock yesterday taking a look at those, I did sort of earmark the Hillman Imp as one that may not go the full 3 hours, and alas, I don't know if I voiced that opinion, but I certainly said they were fragile at the day. I think that's what I was talking about.
Yes, you didn't make much money off that little bet as well. We've got a I think we're having another look at a beach BMW getting off into the gravel. I'm not sure how long ago that was.
It was about 5-10 minutes or so. Of course, all eyes have been on the stricken Opel Ascona at the carousel. But our race leader, Ralph Scholl, is just going on and on, just a quick lap after quick lap.
Still very wet on the Grand Prix part of this track as the leader goes through.
Not the leader, sorry, wrong. Slightly less extreme
leader,
Mercedes. That's less Evo 2, tiny back wing on that one. That's 321, again with period livery. on board black with the silver stripes.
That's the number 351. That's Philipp Weiten and Ralf Muller. It's the 190E 2.3, the 16-valve 190E 2.3 litre engine. I think that'll be a straight 6 motor in that one, I think.
Not entirely sure.
No, neither am I.
I'm not going to stick my neck out on
But
that
that
one.
caught us out, because from the front end it did look, it just didn't have the flared wheel arches. The number 583 has a harmless spin.
That'll be spin number 3 that we've caught on camera.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to have a lot to look back when he gets home and watches this live stream and sees how we progress. 583 is the Christoph Breukmann and Frederick Neikes. The 325i continues and gets on his way. He's at a section of track that is still very wet.
Well, 325i over the decades, how many of these have raced in the Langstrecke Series races? Super popular, lovely engine on board, and that 3 Series chassis, just a really sweet, well-balanced car, no wonder. And also a home make here in Germany, of course. And I was talking to journalist Gregor Messer, long-time journo, big supporter of Ronan Ratzenberger in his early days. That's what we were just talking about early on. And he was just talking about, he said, you know, how shall I say it, is World Heritage. I went, World Heritage site. He said, why isn't the Nürburgring one? And I thought, you know what?
That's not a bad shout.
That is not a bad shout. You think it's nigh on a century old, and it's done exactly what it was made to do, not just to entertain through racing, but to bring employment to this area. We now have a plethora of manufacturers and specialist repairs just across off the side of the track at Moyes Path.
I wonder if the thing that puts it off is the regime that was responsible for building it. One of the good things that came out of that period, I would think.
Yeah, no, I think it was a national project. It produces pride, it has entertainment, and no, that could be a point.
The 500 SEC, as you said, that's Jörg Sand and Marcus Horn, the bright blue car that we saw a moment ago. We've still got a very tricky track out there, Bruce, as we can see from the information that we're getting on our live stream feed, with cars struggling to get the power down and drivers being caught out still by sections of this circuit. All 25 kilometres isn't saturated necessarily, but the parts that are causing consternation with a lot of our competitors.
Yeah, and for some of the more powerful car, power is not what you want at that particular point. And the 501 Porsche, the RSR with the RSR IMSA that tore through from 63rd into the lead of the race, it's made its second pit stop, but whoever is on board that one had a massive tank slapper. If they go in the order they're listed on the entry list, it'll be Hamill at the wheel of that, down in 7th place overall, but suddenly one of the fancied front runners, one that ought to be in the top 3 by the time everyone's done their second pit stop, could have ended up in the fence. It didn't, thank goodness, but just a wake-up call.
Yeah, the another is that the same Scirocco that's been off? That's the 333
no, that's
number
different.
car.
Entirely
that's
different.
A different
Both
Scirocco.
white and red, but the other one had a red flare up its rear wheel arches. This is more just red trim, but again, off at the side. Oh dear, we have a BMW that has been rearranged. Front left corner has had an impact, and wheel absolutely out of true. Another BMW 325, a slightly more modern one, but that one unfortunately over and out as the big Mercedes 500 SEC goes through. So in terms of stringing together a lap, it's going to be very difficult for a lot of people. They're going from one area with an incident to another at the moment. The track is beginning to dry out. We could have 50 minutes of dry, but remember, the wettest point in this race was supposed to be right at the end as we approach 7 o'clock.
It's the less wet parts of this track that are catching people out there. Perhaps, you know, when a track transitions from wet to dry, it goes through that horrible period of damp, sort of slippery dampness. And I think where we're seeing the drivers being caught out are those sections of track that are sort of got very little water on. We still see a little bit of surface water there, but the BMW has come off, still trying to find the number of that car to confirm which of our competitors it is. But it's had heavy damage on the left front, contacting the barrier, and a bit of suspension damage there with the left front wheel pointing at a very acute angle there, an angle where it's not supposed to point to, that is.
And then some. I think it was number 435, yeah, BMW 325 of Mark Seesing and Mark Verheeg. But that is over and out for that one. And for anyone else who's trying to pick up the pace, it's a warning that the track is still in transition. We have 50 minutes of this race remaining. We've got a car leading by, well, at the start of this lap, 52, nearly 53 seconds. And clearly this one is going to just be a a race of keeping things clean, keeping things sensible through to the end, but you never know what conditions are going to be greeting. And front and rear end damage for number 435, that is the confirmation of the number of that 325i that went for a rotation. But, well, tricky is an understatement.
Yeah, and that car's going to have to be flat-bedded. It won't tow around. Saw the driver out there. He's given the thumbs up. He's all right. He's lost his footing there on the. He's jumped over the barrier, lost his footing there. Just shows how wet and horrible it is out there. He's going to have wet race boots by the time he gets back. So we are going to be looking at that section of track. Any idea of where that is, Bruce? Because we're seeing very little of the surrounding area. It's just coming out of a right-hand section.
I think we're talking about somewhere Esbach after Brunchen, perhaps, because I was just gauging by the fact that when the drivers came around the corner, the sun was in the front of their car, so they're turning to face west. But there are quite a few points on the circuit where they turn to face west, but certainly a lot of damage to that BMW. Interestingly, the car in second place, the Griezmann Porsche, suddenly isn't losing as much time to the race leader. Remember, they lost about, well, a handful of seconds, and last lap they only lost 7 seconds. So it's coming down. The gap is nigh on a minute between first and second. But what they were hemorrhaging so much time in comparison. But maybe again, there were areas with waved yellow flags that caught the chasing cars, not the race leader. In that number 516 Mercedes, Ralph Schall, but certainly really tricky conditions here for this Deutsche Historische Langstreckenmeisterschaft. These are cars that have raced here for over the years, over the decades, but the black Mercedes with the extravagant rear wing is our race leading car. A little bit of caution, just waiting to check that he go past. I'm waiting to see a flag post, see are the yellow flags there to keep him from overtaking. But at various points in the circuit, there's a fair bit of cleaning up to be done, cleaning and clearing, and barrier repairs. They have to judge if they're going to be essential for the safety car, for the pace, not the pace car, the course car. When it comes around, they see the car, they can't see the driver. He was below barrier height, down the grass bank, and they must have thought, who left this car here? Discretion, definitely the better part of valor for our lead driver, Ralph Schall, who is just making his way past these back markers, who themselves are tippy-toeing around this track here on these very, very greasy, horrible conditions. It's less wet. I'm not going to say it's anywhere near dry, and there's ominous clouds still on the horizon there, looking back towards the Grand Prix track part of this track as the Mercedes heads out over Flansgarten, Flugplatz, I should say, and on towards the downhill section through Schrodenkreuz towards Arenberg. As we just check out the Ravenol livery, quite a beautiful livery there from Period, Ravenol livery on that little BMW 2-litre TI. And just making his own way around the track, keeping to his own pace, keeping out of the way of the leading Mercedes as he came through. More issues, I think, for someone here, as we've got a Porsche off and into the barrier. It's not so much an RSR anymore. It's lost its. Oh, it's the car that came from the back right to the front. That was running 501. It was in 7th place overall. The third driver in that car, probably maybe Heiko Hammond. We didn't know which order they went in. And that was a car that absolutely tore up the order. Didn't seem so comfortable when the rain came. Its advantage came. It went from 63rd, back of the first pack of cars, up to 4th place. But conditions still tricky. And now it doesn't have that giant rear wing. Engine cover missing as well. Actually, is that the 507? Oh, I think it's 501. It's the one with the Kraft Waltzen livery. No, it's 507. 507. I beg your pardon. Now then, 507 is a car that is running actually on the road ahead of the 501, which you were talking about, Bruce. That was the early leader. The 507 was ahead of the 501 by 31 seconds. Now, the difference is that the 501 has had an extra pit stop. Remember, very early on, it had a second pit stop. It's had a third. That's why it keeps not advancing. It's quick on the track. That's a problem, isn't it? Yeah, that's a problem. I was expecting that to come back through the field. That's not happening because he's been into the pits. Yeah, whoever was the second driver, he had a problem. So he didn't get out, you know, like a quick shift to the third driver. But that has really cost them. So
yes, that RSR rear wing that we're so fond of it just looks like an ordinary 911 now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's with the rear deck being removed from it. Cars spinning off left, right and centre. That's the number 541, the Taman Munster-driven BMW E36. Now, he's not far from pit lane if he feels he's coming through Tiergarten here, and as he's on the brakes and turning, he's hit the barrier. Yes, he's smoted the barrier on driver's left there. So he is near enough, Bruce, to maybe just trundle that car back to the pits, because he has had damage, and that would be he would be a very silly boy if he continued and went round another lap there with a potential, as far as he's concerned, from the driver's seat. He's hit the barrier hard. It'll have felt and sounded massive there. I think he's got away with some bodywork damage, perhaps.
Well, very smoky VW Golf coming down the start straight, early GTI, but in the background is one of the cars that's worked its way up the order and then back down again. Oh dear, but we're focusing on this Golf because that just spray under the car. Looks like there's a bit of steam coming as well. The men. Great to see a Mark 1 GTI, super crisp design, absolute classic, and how that changed road cars in the day when suddenly you had a performance hatchback, and it really, really started to trend, and obviously super popular all around the world. Gap between first and second, it still remains at just nigh on a minute. The 112 Porsche, again, that showed great pace early on, but the Baumann family car down in 20th position overall, but it has served its second pit stop, so expect that to come up the order, because about 7 of the top 10 have only pitted once. But just remember, a car that came from stone last in the top group, from 63rd up to take the lead the race, the Funke Kunkel Hamel Porsche car RSR is in 8th place, but it's had one extra pit stop. And now, unfortunately, for the car with no rear wing, the 507 RSR, it's pit stop time. Or what are they going to do? They're going to, well, you can't have a rear wing, you can't have an engine cover, we don't have the spares.
I was going to say, has he got a spare? Do you think he's got a spare? It's not something that you would keep in the truck, is it?
I don't think so.
Another rear wing. I mean, plus all the bracketry, all the brackets have been mangled against the barrier there. It was quite an innocuous off. He just basically lost the back end and then went straight back into the barrier. It's damaged the rear wing, but it looks like it hasn't. It has that.
A little bit of tail light damage.
Yeah, but I thought he hadn't even. I thought the wings were extending right out of the rear bumper, and he might have just tweaked the wing. However, no, I think he's tweaked the bumper as well.
I agree. So, even among the best, those working their way back towards the front end of the field, but nobody seems to have an answer to the pace of the Mercedes, the 190 Evo 2 with that huge rear wing, and at the moment 516 leading the race by a very, very tidy margin. And that's Ralf Schall maybe having an advantage by the fact he was doing the entirety of the 3-hour race on his own, because always that little period when a driver takes over from another driver in the same car that they just have to feel their way in. And for a lot of them, the rain had just started falling at the time they were serving their first pit stop, so extra caution on their outlap, maybe the second lap as well.
We've got 3 cars inside the top 10 that have come into the pits. There's the 507 car that we've seen, and we are watching the repair job going on that Porsche, but it's the number 457, the BMW 325 E36 of Hackman and Hackman. They're into the pits, as has come the Koppen and Rings Porsche 964. That car number 448 in from 9th. So the 7th, 8th and 9th place cars beginning to drop down a little bit now as they are into the pits. Now, I'm not quite sure whether or not they've come in with problems or whether that's just routine.
Yeah, it's that time in the race. Full sunshine. I know we have to keep giving a roving and running weather report, but out on the circuit, it's as if nothing has happened, apart from the greasy surface, which just about caught out the Opel Kadett there. For a lot of the drivers, as Joe pointed out, just that moment where you think, I'm off the wet bit, I'm on the dry bit. Oh no, it's dry in appearance, but not in terms of reality. And S has been driving a really good job in that Opel Kadett coupe, but he very nearly blotted his copybook, and still cars being cleared up. And the driver who, as far as the rescue crews were concerned, had left his car parking on the curb and run away. He hadn't. He went over the barriers of his own volition, but then slipped down the slope in the background. And again, Joe, that's an emphasis of around this circuit how steep the drop is off the side. When you're on the circuit going around, you can tell you're rising or falling. You don't have a chance to look over the barriers. And for some of them, as I said earlier, those are tall trees. No, those aren't small trees. Those are tall trees. They're 30 metres tall, and you're seeing the top 2 metres.
The Hudson back is perhaps the primary example of that, as the track winds right and left and right and left. On the left-hand side, you've got these what look like not very high trees. However, the reality is just over that barrier is a very, very steep 100-foot drop of a slope, and those trees are 100 foot down. The very tops of the trees are what we're seeing just off the track.
Yeah, I mean, for all the sort of the climb and fall at Spa-Francorchamps, only on the climb up the Kemmel Straight is that sort of drop-off. The other place that famously has it is when at Rouen-les-Essarts, you've gone down to the bottom of the track, around the Nouveau Monde chicane, what used to be cobbled, coming back up, there's a sharp left-hander in the woods, and I'm fairly sure Brian Redman went over the top there. And it falls away, and it falls away. The trees actually dissipate energy, but going over the top anywhere is scary. That's the only other place I can think of immediately where you've got such an incredible drop off the side of the circuit.
It's probably advisable if you ever do a track walk here, because you're racing here, not to just
don't
stay
look down
within the confines of the track.
Yes.
Don't look over the barriers to see what would happen if...
Walk around wearing sort of horse racing blinkers,
just
I think.
Just stay inside the barriers. You don't need to know what's over there. It's going to cost you lap time.
Yes. Yes, whether perceived or otherwise. Still cars in the pits, but still... Oh, and including in the pits is the race-leading BMW Mercedes. There it is. It's the acid yellow marks on the black flanks. Back in black, it says indeed. And back showing great pace. It's certainly...
AC/DC fan?
Back in black, yeah, Peter. It's been driven so well towards the front. Cautious in the early stages when it was dry, not cautious in the wet. Ralph Scholl has been absolutely fantastic in this.
Back in Black, the AC/DC album, one of the, if not the biggest selling albums ever. I think, I'd have to Google that. If anybody knows the answer, just fire us the answer in on the... I know it's not motorsport related, but it is now because it's on the back of that car. It's on the back of the lead car that sits in the pits and takes in a pit stop. No shared driving from Ralph Scholl, who gets a little bit of helping hand, just takes the strain off the clutch as he gets to start the car and get this car restarted. I can see the team boss with the stopwatch giving it the mandatory stop time.
Well, we've had so many people that have picked up 1 lap penalties, absolutely disaster for speeding in the pit lane. Don't think I've seen any for minimum pit stop time transgression, so maybe there isn't too much for minimum pit stop time, or it's one that's easy to hit.
27 times platinum Black and Black, I'm being told. Is it the highest grossing album ever, though? I'm pretty sure a friend of mine who's a massive AC/DC fan. You know what? That is really good tribute to Brian Johnson, who is not au fait to a bit of historic racing himself over in the United States, over the HSR, Daytona Classics and stuff.
I mean, obviously, to take on that position as the lead singer of AC/DC, you need a bit of a voice. But I tell you what, the collection area at the top of the hill climb course at the Festival of Speed at Goodwood, one time he came in, still with the engine running, I could hear him shouting, "Oi, can I do an interview?" Just bubbling over with enthusiasm. I mean, tip-top man, Brian.
Yeah, he's great. He's great. I got to know him a little bit. Obviously, I'm from the northeast of England, as is he. Hindhoff and I were introduced to him by Tim Pendergast at Sebring, I think it was. Hindhoff will keep me right on that. And he came across, and Tim says, "This is Brian. Brian, these are the 2 lads I was wanting." And he goes, "Oh, the 2 Geordies off the radio." To which Hindhoff said, "We're Mackems, mate. We're Mackems." He went, "Oh, that's all right." For a bloke who's been in the United States for a long time, he still has his very, very broad Geordie accent. There was this great Sky Arts program. I know I'm digressing a little bit, but it's the Mercedes fault, the Mercedes livery's fault. He did a Sky Arts program with Sting, where they basically went around the pubs and clubs in New York, where the police went across there and made their name in the United States. And the thing is, with this, it was an hour-long program looking back at the history of the police, as Brian did a sequence of interviews across this series of Sky Arts programs. The more and more into the 1 hour, Sting started talking with a northeast accent, because Brian was, and of course Sting's from, I think he's from Cronington or somewhere up there. So yeah, Brian Johnson, great one, great one. I remember standing with him at a Daytona Classic, and there was a band in the fan zone doing a AC/DC track, and I said to him, I said, "You've always been a bit shouty for me, Brian." He said, "Oh, that's all right, son. That's all right." Great bloke. So 5th, I'm being told, keep us right again on that, 5th best-selling album in the world.
Okay, while you were just counting the number of albums using your fingers and toes,
Yeah.
I just had a thought. I'd seen something in the paddock when walking around looking at Ralph Schall's car. There's a tribute on it for Andreas Schall. His father died just 3 weeks ago.
Oh,
long-standing racer, Andreas Schall. Something was in my mind, so I just found a story, in tribute to. So, how fitting.
Oh, hang on.
Oh,
Before you say it, Bruce, 34 minutes remaining.
But looking at the distance, I am the optimistic mean. We have sunshine on the treetops, people riding bicycles around the field, but there is rain in the background. And just remember what we said at the outset, the heaviest rain, or the greatest likelihood of rain, was going to come around 7 o'clock, between 6, maybe 6:30 and 7. Where are we now? Very close to 6:30.
Yeah, but it came early, didn't it, Bruce? Now, and forgive us, everybody who's going to be watching tomorrow for the big race, the 24 hours, because I think the weather is going to play a major part in the big race tomorrow. It's played a massive part in this 3-hour endurance racing with just under 30, well, might as well call that 34 minutes of this race remaining. It's played a major part in the proceedings. And if anything, Bruce, the weather conditions played massively into the hands of Ralph Schall in that Mercedes, because that Mercedes just came alive when the rain came down.
It did, tribute to him. And just saying that Andreas Schall, RIP to him, over 350 races he conducted around the Nordschleife, over 6,000 laps, so absolute expert. So clearly that knowledge has been passed on very, very well indeed to Ralph, and leading the race, leading it tidily, but time still to come, gap between first and second. It's remained remarkably constant since all of that's gone through, but bear in mind that the Griezmann car has only had 1 pit stop, whereas the race-leading car has exited the pit. 2 pit stops for them on the board, but we will see how it unfolds. We've seen moments in which people have lost huge chunks of time because they've had to slow down for a slow zone, barrier repairs being made, but certainly it's been interesting from the very outset in this Deutsche Historische Langstreckenmeisterschaft. 53 seconds the gap between first and second. The Griezmanns, though, lapping a little bit faster.
Yeah.
Why is that? The track's drying out a little bit. And
yes.
certainly the Porsche 911 RSR has been embarrassed by not its excess, its plenitude of horsepower thus far. But now
6 seconds quicker last time by Bruce. We'll keep an eye on that. There may be only 30 minutes or so on this, on the race clock left of this race, so we are getting towards being limited on the amount of laps that we can achieve. Interestingly, the 507, that's the Duriner Motorsport Porsche 911 RSR that we saw lose its rear wing from that RSR Porsche. It's now looking like a standard 911. It's back out of the pits and running, I believe, without any rear deck on that, so that car is going to be a little bit tricky. It's going to go a little bit light on the Dottinger Ho, I think, when he's used to that car creating a lot of drag and a lot of downforce on the rear axle. That's going to be a bit tricky where the track gets a little bit damper and a little bit wetter. He's going to have to be a little bit more eggshell-like on the accelerator.
I think for anybody who's going to make progress, the track is drying out, but a little bit too much confidence too soon, and it could easily come unstuck at various points in the circuit. There's full sunshine, but every metre of the circuit is still greasy, and at certain points it's still wet. But the ambient temperature is rising all over again. Half an hour remains in this 3-hour thrash on the Friday here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And for those competing in the 24 hours race itself, they need to keep an eye out here. How fast do track conditions dry? We're expecting rain at various points through the 24 hours, but they're going to have a look at temperature, air temperature, track temperature, amount of rain, because they are going to have to deal with it in its many forms through the course of the race, and every bit of knowledge helps.
The only thing consistent about the weather is its inconsistency over the past few days, Bruce. The weather forecast going across the weekend, it's good advice to all the 24 hour teams to just keep a look at the conditions and how the track dries with cars running around on it. That's good advice, that, because the conditions are going to be exactly the same tomorrow, because these are pretty much the conditions what we ran in yesterday, weren't they? And indeed the day before.
Yeah, and I mean, you can get very fixated on qualifying and things, but a lot of them, they had to work through their qualifying procedure. And then in terms of lap times improving, you had rain dry early in the session, and then a little bit of rain, and therefore you never get back to the pace of the early laps. So you don't really get a form and a pattern coming through. A few of the cars a little bit bandaged very early in this race. One of the Opel Astras there with the GTE with a little bit of black helping hand at the front to keep that front wing in place and the headlight in situ.
Nice use of that tank tape, I've got to say. A little bit sort of scratchy edge on the back of the wing there. You could have just sort of squared that off.
You haven't seen how I wrap Christmas presents. I'm just saying that looked like a piece of art in comparison.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the pit stops. They probably will have had time to do that properly. So I'm gonna give them a 7 out of 10 for the tank tape use.
Yeah, but the car's back on the track. That's the main thing.
Yeah,
that's the whole point of this, running repairs.
Absolutely.
So. No news flash here. BMW spins off in DHLM, and a cheer goes up. How mean is that? Because in the grandstand, this is at the first corner of the lap. It's a little flick to the right and a sharper flick to the left. But unfortunately, if you put your black BMW 3 Series into the gravel, you try and run it through. Go to the back of the gravel bed where the gravel is generally less compressed. You might have a chance of continuing. Such mean-spirited fans up in the grandstand, but they're sitting there in cold, damp conditions. Any entertainment for the 541 BMW. Oh, the frustration. What would have been probably a minor slip-off at some point around the corner, perhaps in avoidance of someone else, but that has ended up being well and truly beached. Its jump, was it pushed? Alas, it pushed itself off, and actually was nowhere near getting around the corner at all, deep into the gravel bed, and then with a tiny bit of motive power, just trying to keep the momentum going until, alas, the axle's in the gravel. The gravel trap doing its job spectacularly there and just stifling the car's progress as he hurtled towards the barrier. Cleaned up on aisle 4, I think, when he takes that race suit off. It's Helge Tam or Holger Munster at the wheel of the 541. Helge or Holger?
Helge.
But there's one of each.
Hang on, 541. We've got Helge Tam and Holger.
That was my point. Clumsy, I'm afraid.
Helge and Holger, yes.
So, course vehicle, sorry, I'm not trying to trip you up in the final half hour of a 3-hour race, but a flatbed truck moving one of the blessés, one of the injured, one of the fallen, but track conditions at various points are nigh on dry, so we expect the lap pace to pick up in this final half hour, but one really needs to see if the order's going to change a great deal. What needs to change? Well, I'll tell you what needs to change is for Ralph Charles to get back in the lead, because he's now down in second place, having pitted to get that second pit stop underway, completed, but when out on the track, he's generally been faster, but we are swinging back towards the sort of track conditions that favour the 911 RSR. It's got more punch, more power, more aero, if you will, but its horsepower has been a bit of embarrassment when things were very, very wet indeed. But the clock continues to count down. Half an hour remains. No, not even that. 27 minutes remain. No, not even that. We're counting down towards the end of 3 hours. Sky still threatening, but we may well get the majority of the track dry before the end of this race. But to me, we've still got that element about on a 25-kilometre lap when the race leader comes around, if they're just before 3 hours, another full lap of racing will ensue, and that gives plenty of time for another shower to come through.
Fans enjoying their squeaky horns just to let the Mercedes driver know he's still in the gravel. And great atmosphere as ever. Crazy festival atmosphere here. I'm pretty sure there are people out there in the countryside in one of those encampments, buried deep in one of those structures, drinking beer till their heart's content, completely oblivious to the fact that this is a motor racing weekend.
Yeah, they came along with their mates. Do you want to come camping? Yeah. A bit noisy, but good music.
There's plenty of beer.
Around the back, there's plenty of beer. There's also a lot of music because a lot of the trucks turn up. Flatbed trucks with sides on them, and up top you've got a whole disco unit in there.
Disco unit. There's like arena concert level sound systems,
complete with dry ice explosions.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're watching at home or listening at home, and you have never been here, cleanse your mind of all things any other motorsporting event. Firstly, cleanse your mind of anything conventional racetrack. This is not a conventional racetrack. This is unique. The Nürburgring Nordschleife has been around since the 1930s, and it is a unique racetrack. It's also a unique event here for the 24-hour race. It's got a unique atmosphere. It's got an atmosphere all of its own. It's very Germanic, which means there's a lot of beer being drank, and there's a lot of being drank, and there's a lot of thrash metal, heavy rock, the heaviest of rock you've ever. Even Brian Johnson would have to cover his ears up. It's so heavy.
He'd blush.
He absolutely would. Bit shouty for me,
right.
Brian.
Suddenly, great big banks draped in sunshine as well as beer, enjoying this race. And for a lot of these cars, these would have competed in the Nürburgring 24 Hours, a race that only started in 1970. You always tend to think it lasted a whole lot longer. For years, it was saloon cars, and gradually sports cars came in. GTs are the flavour of the month right now, and super strong. But a chance to see cars like an Opel Monza GTE going around this circuit, plenty of power, plenty of torque. Great to see them out here. And for a lot of these people, Germany is home of the project car, so a lot of people build these cars up, cars that are 30, 40 years old, put a frame, a cage in, and come and drive them frequently, because you can do the tourist laps around the Nordschleife. It's still one of the most extraordinary elements in the world. I talk about it being, why doesn't this place become a World Heritage Site? Yeah, for its racing, but it's also how many people get to experience competition and driving fast in relative safety. Not on the public road, controlled environment.
Controlled environment is the main thing, isn't it? But what I would say is, don't just come here and think you know the track. When you first drive around here, you do not know the track. All right, iRacing's a big help with learning the Nordschleife, but I remember when I first was driven around here by Jürgen Barth it was a 1,000-kilometre winner here, still wearing his ring from the back seat of an Audi estate. Phenomenal experience. It was an RS6, I'm being told. Phenomenal experience being driven around by somebody like that. But I was very impressed with our colleague Hindhoff taking us around in a diesel Alfa Romeo here when we were here for the WEC. And we had a lap each. However, I declined my lap because I didn't know the track. I'd never really driven personally around it. It was like, no, mate, just take me around again. Use the tourist lap and show me the track. And I think I'd be a lot more confident I now know the track so well of doing this race. And of course, many laps on iRacing.
You don't get out much.
So no, I don't actually. I need to get out a lot more, Bruce.
Right, what's left? What's left on the clock? 22 minutes. Gap between first and second, a whisker under a minute, but the car in second place has had 2 pit stops. That's Ralf Schaal, the car leading the Griezmann family car. The 911 RSR started to pick up its pace again, has had the 1. Do they need to make 2? That's a very good question indeed. Track, however, greasy, inconsistent, dry in parts, but really, to be honest, not that many parts, and maybe, just maybe, that will favour Ralf Schaal giving an attack, because when things got greasy, when things got wet, his Mercedes 190e Evo just seemed to be the car to have. However, the clock is counting down. The clock is not his friend. 22 minutes remain out of the 3 hours.
Yeah, and the ambient temperature being reduced somewhat as the number 155, the Escort RS2000, showing its rallying heritage by pulling itself out of the gravel at the first turn there, at the S-bend there. I keep forgetting the name of the S-bend. The chicane that starts the lap, I should say, Bruce. It's the Ravenol S, isn't it?
It's the Ravenol S. It's a little cut through the Haughoek. So it goes. So you cut off effectively that Mercedes arena where you do the full right hand or the big loop and then come down through the twist. But
you actually come down the start-finish straight as you go into that. It's the road curves a little bit to the right, so you actually have to point the car in a different direction. So you kind of, when you get on the brakes there from that long haul from the Tiergarten all the way through, very, very tricky, and that just shows how greasy the track is as that car just went straight on, as we've seen the other cars do that. However, the Escort Mark II, the RS2000, yes, a car that was used in saloon car racing around the world on the track, but I think more so created a legend on the rally stages, and it certainly showed its heritage there by pulling itself out of the grab.
Yeah, well, I mean, still immensely popular. You know, decades later, still replicas are being built. And there's hardly a rally, particularly in the UK, that takes place without RS 1800s, RS 2000s in the mix.
And modified versions with paddle shift gearboxes and stuff. David Henderson is a friend of mine who's rallying one of that, and I think, no, surely not. But yeah, rallying with a paddle shift.
Bright sunshine in parts, so actually getting relatively low, because where are we in the evening? Coming up to 20 to 7. But for most of the drivers, all they want is clear vision of how much moisture is on the circuit. A dry line is only just now beginning to appear, but is it really dry, or does it just appear slightly dry? Because even in the last few minutes, we've seen various drivers sliding off, but it is really appearing to be a little bit drier. However, is that the whole way around the full 25 kilometres? Gap between first and second does not appear to be coming down at all. They're matching the Griezmann family 911 RSR Porsche top, and it's matching the pace that the solo driver has in that Mercedes 190E, which is Ralf Schaal. Now, matching him to the nanosecond.
Ralf Schaal brought the Mercedes into the pits. He had a 59-second lead or so. That's now gone as a 50. That now has become a 59-second deficit to the Griezmann Porsche. It's had one pit stop. The Schaal Mercedes has had two, as has the third place car, which is the Rudolph-driven 487 964 Cup version of this car. That is the bright yellow car. The same cars that started at the front almost 2 hours 40 minutes ago, now coming back to the front of this field and showing to be in the right place at the right time with the clock ticking by. We're now inside of 19 minutes remaining, and the track is evolving back towards us, Bruce. There is damp sections, definitely. However, fundamentally a dry line, or a less wet and not fully dry line, but certainly a less wet and less damp line beginning to develop. Yeah. So hence, lap times are coming down.
Absolutely, but the car we lost from the mix early on was the pole-starting BMW M3, car number 46, Michael Tischner and Heiko Tonges. That is down, way down the order. I've got to scroll a long way down my screen to 125th position, 8 laps down, so I'd suggest that surely retired. In fact, we saw it pushed off behind up on Escape Road right at the end of a lap. So we were waiting to see. Remember, that dropped right down at the start of the lap, at the opening lap, and suddenly was back up to 4th place. Didn't have the pace of the 3 Porsches that filled the front end of the grid, and certainly didn't have the pace of Ralf Schaal as he hooked it up as the track, as he settled into the race and got that 190 Evo going faster and faster. Then we had the rain come through, and that Mercedes that's sitting in 2nd place just started to pick everyone else off. When the track was at its wettest, that Mercedes was going better and better, but the 516 Mercedes, 2 pit stops to his name, is still sitting in 2nd place. We've only got 17.5 minutes remaining out of the 3 hours. Of course, that's 3 hours potentially when the drivers start their lap, so it could be 3 hours and 10 minutes or so.
That's a good point.
Through to the end. Where is that going to fall? Where is the race leading car going to be when 3 hours comes to completion? From their point of view, they hope they're coming into Tiergarten.
Yeah, that's a good point. So we could have over the 30-minute mark because of the nature of this track. The sun continues to break through. There are still clouds off in the horizon, but they're not close enough, Bruce, I think, to I've said it now. I was going to say I don't think they're close enough to cause us a problem in the next 16 minutes or so. However, that might come back to kick me in the butt if that weather moves faster than it has been all afternoon.
Yeah, but just to reiterate,
certainly is all to play for still.
Yeah. 16 minutes on the clock, but that could be the best part of half an hour. Because, of course, if you have a slow final lap that just has to be started by a race leader getting to the end before 3 hours are complete. But even now, the fun continues. Fun not necessarily for everyone. The 564 Porsche having a bit of a rub of its nose on a green 3 Series BMW, locking up and hitting the curbing. That is not the best place to get the braking done, doing everything to try and stay out of the way. Already a little bit of a wound on the front left of the nose of that Porsche, but then going through the cut to effectively the exit of the first corner of the lap, rubbing that green BMW, luckily not tipping it around. But these little moments, just finding just not as much grip as you've been expecting, and things could suddenly really transform. That car entered by Bastian Struber, the 564 Porsche, just outside the top 10 overall, and in fact it was a move for position by the number 4 against the 457 BMW that's actually gone really well. It's a E36 325i model. Oh dear, number 8 BMW looks immaculate. Early BMW M3, did it hit the barriers, did it loop around? But it does seem to have 4 square wheels on board that one. Sorry, 4 round wheels and a body-shaped square, but it's finding one of the rare patches of the circuit where there's not a lot of barrier, more grass, and that's fortunate, but reversing onto the circuit. I don't understand why it didn't go ahead. Maybe feared that orange BMW would sink to its axle. And John Hindhoff has just come in. Can't stay away from the racing, John, but
I've been watching it.
This has been full of incident, hasn't it?
Yes, BMW spinning, you said, not a headline in this race.
No.
But there are an awful lot of BMWs, in fairness to all of their drivers. And the sort of Jägermeister orange one right at the top of the foxhole at Sarenberg is still struggling to... Oh, no, actually, it's a bit further around. Excuse me.
It's Michael Menden, who was going very nicely indeed. He was just outside the top 10 in 14th position overall. That won't help. But that moment he tried to get out of the way, and they realised the grass was wet and it goes downhill, so into clip the barrier. Low speed, but again, just emphasis, it rained heavily overnight, and anybody running off the racing, oh no, including one of our favourite cars, the 500 SEC. Oh, come on, at least fire the engine up. We love that engine note. V8 rumble, but for Sand and Horn, disappointing right at the end of this race.
How good it is. They've got race number 500 in the 500 SEC as well. That's a nice piece of symmetry for those guys, and that's right up against the Armco as well. Side by side there, where there was yellow flag, somebody's going to be told off for that.
It's very hard to see the driver through the netting at the side, see what's going on, but it has literally just edged itself. At that point, okay, we talk about you only have the width of a car, the edge of the circuit, but the 500 SEC is a big, broad car, and that doesn't quite fit. It's still slightly on the edge of the track, but right up against the barriers. Don't know if it just moved off with no power whatsoever, but it's going nowhere. By the way, John, Porsche, the 912 is also a Porsche, so that you know, choose your number.
Of course.
I better see if the 325 is a BMW. Yeah.
There's, I've been marvelling at the transaxle Porsches that are out there. So the 924 GT is a particular favourite of mine as a 968 owner, which my 968 doesn't get used nearly enough, but it will be soon. I promise. Either that or somebody's going to buy it from me.
We should convert it into a race car.
No. I'm absolutely not going to convert it into a race car.
Stock car?
Yeah, that's right. OVs. Flat front Mark 1 RS2000. Fantastic.
Yes.
Then a 190.
That's our second place Mercedes giving chase, but the clock's down to just 12 and a bit minutes, so it's going to be tough.
You've literally just missed an RS2000 going off into the gravel at the Ravenol S.
I saw it, yeah.
And then he just put it in the first gear and pulled out like it was a rally stage.
Well, of course.
Yes, okay,
Why wouldn't
exactly.
you? Do you remember David Fletcher's RS Droop Snook?
The one he put off in a field under a barbed wire fence.
Split the barbed wire fence.
And
one went underneath it, and one went over the top. Just literally 3 days after it had been resprayed.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I remember.
My Avenger got
it was
round
orange,
that
wasn't
corner. It was bright orange, yes. My Avenger, sunburst on orange, I think it was called, that colour. My Avenger got round that corner, no problem.
Those RS2000s are a little bit different. The 5-link rear axle, which were used in rallying, but they're a little bit sort of beefier for endurance racing, which they would a big part. I mean, the Mark 1 Escorts, Mark 2 Escorts run at the Daytona 24 hours.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they are in the right environment.
I always found that, it's a controversial opinion here, as somebody who does like his Fords, but I always thought that those Escorts were a bit agricultural with the way they were set up, and whereas I was used to independent suspension and already had an anti-dive kit as standard on the Avenger.
Yeah, which one's won more rallies and events?
Well, exactly.
You know.
But you've got to ask yourself, was that because it was the better car, or was it because there were more of them out there? And you know, the Roots group just didn't do it. Sabine Schmitzkerb just claiming a 993, which is
it's been happening all the time. In fact, it seems to have become more tricky or trickier when the track has become damp rather than wet. It's kind of created that. Maybe it's because of the oil.
Sorry, that's
in the track. That is in the tarmac, the way that but that's certainly a dry line now, isn't it, through that section?
Yeah, it's still going to be greasy on top though, Joe, because it's not warm outside. Have we actually got into double figures of Celsius this week so far? I'm not sure.
Yes, we had 10 degrees. We had 13 degrees earlier.
Did we?
Yes.
Didn't feel like it with that wind.
No, it doesn't feel like it.
Look at the dirt offline and the detritus.
That's oil.
Oh, yes, it is.
And that caused the big heavy demise of a BMW. Front-end damage was the first person who had discovered that oil.
Just looking at the RSR IMSA model, used sport wagon technique, the car that's run fourth pretty much throughout, 511 Boyd use, but it's hauling in the 487 RSR the 964, it's the yellow-blue 964, it's hauling it in. At the start of the lap, the gap between them was 18.5 seconds. It's charging down. Last lap, the difference between them was only 58 seconds.
That's nothing round
the
here.
964 is struggling, and the 911, the 511 RSR being pushed very, very hard indeed, is closing in. But will it be too late? Should have one further lap after this one.
Well, we're lapping in 11 minutes. Track position on the 911 is something that we need to fathom out, boys, if we can, because that'll tell us whether or not we're going to see a checkered flag next time by for it, because with an 11-minute lap time, that we are well within the confines of that. So that is the Porsche 911 RSR of the number 511. That's the chasing car, looking at a third-place podium. Overall, that is. Say again, John?
Teammates, though.
Yeah, both use
both from the Duke Sportwagen technique.
The 964 Cup car, the 487, that's a really important time for Porsche, because that was the first Porsche Cup car, was the 964 in Germany, first of all.
When the concept of Porsche Cup was created.
That was the car. And they were barely different from the street cars. In fact, a lot of them got converted back into street cars and have subsequently become racing cars again. That was in 1986. I need Mackay here for this. And I've got... Who won the first Carrera Cup? Was the
Mackay's on the WhatsApp collective group, so if he's listening...
I tell you what,
Joe Winkelhock, actually.
An earlier one-make Porsche series, 1 year only, in the States was IROC. And some of those cars are competing at Spa next weekend in the Peter Classic Auto event there, so who knows what weather they'll get. But that was one season only, then they went to American metal after that.
I don't know if it was Europe-wide or whether it was just the UK, but there was a 924 Cup in the UK for the transaxle cars. I've actually raced one of those cars in a 6-hour race at Donington. It was Joe Winkelhock in 86, Roland Ash in 87 in Carrera Cup Germany.
Wolfgang Land, was he one of the early champions?
Wolfgang Land won in 1993, which was the first year of the Mobil 1 Super Cup. Roland Ash, Olaf Manthey won in 1990. Roland Ash made his career, won 3 years in a row.
So the leader is heading up towards, he's just gone through the Stefan Beloff S. He's heading up towards Schwalbenschwanz. He's very soon going to be coming down onto the Dottinger Hole, well within time of getting around for another lap of this race. He's at the Schwalbenschwanz, the Kleine Carousel. heading now towards the Galgenkopf right-hand sequence, the double apex right-hander. Then it opens up, straighten the wheel, and then get the car, let it breathe out onto the Dodingerhoe, the leader, heading towards us with 6.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, but the real gain is the battle for third place, and I honestly think that the car in fourth will no longer be in fourth, it'll be in third, because I think Jürgen Rudolph will have been overhauled. Great chunks of time are being taken out of his 964 Cup class car by the 911 RSR, started by Boyka, finished by Michael Hughes.
Took 16 seconds out of him in sector 3 alone. So is there a problem for the third place car, or is the track conditions? Are the track conditions just coming back to his team?
I think the problem.
That third place car loves the Dodingerhoe. It is massively. It's quicker than the Griezmann car.
Really?
We've just watched the Griezmann car. It was pulling away from the Griezmann car because the aero on the RSR was literally dragging it along, yeah. And the 964 was just pulling away. It's around the other parts of the track that overall the Griezmann car is quicker.
And do you think that is exacerbated by the fact it's drying up now, so there's a bit more commitment?
Yes.
The downforce, the grip, whereas the 964, which, as I said, the 964 Cup car was pretty much
it's got
the shape and the silhouette.
And it's got less aero through the turns.
I'm not even sure it was a wide body car, you know. I don't think they'd gone to the
It's not a wide body car.
No, it's not a wide body car. They didn't go to that to the 993.
We might get a look at it, actually. There's the Mercedes in second place. That is just about to complete a lap. So 16 laps completed for Griezmann. Griezmann. Oh, as we've got the pink Golf having a little bit of an off-track excursion. We are on to the final lap, gentlemen.
Golf Mark
for
II.
The leader.
Golf Mark II in pink pig numbers, pink pig colours, but without the cuts of meat. And that's at the start of their Hatzenbach, isn't it? Coming down off Sabine Schmidt curve.
Well, we've had quite a few spinners wet or dry down that part of the track. Right, the gap between first and second has come down by about 13 seconds. It's down to 41 seconds. But as Joe pointed out, for the Griezmanns, Bjorn and Jorg, their car is on its final lap of the race. Surely they can defend a 41-second margin. So this race has really ebbed and flowed. The gaps have been all over the place. Waiting to see who's going to come through next into third place. Will it be the number 511 Porsche RSR, or with the 964 Cup class of Jürgen Rudolph, car number 487? Certainly 487 was losing ground. Its lap times were way down, and with every interval, in fact, I tell you what, it's fighting back again now at the latter part of the lap. But our race leading car, number 911, surely cruising towards victory. Surely. Are we going to get any more rainfall? Just remember that we were expecting, forecast before this race, the heaviest rain and the greatest likelihood of rain was going to be right at the end of the race, approaching 7 o'clock. We've just passed 7, no, we're about 3 minutes to 7 o'clock, but we are on the final lap of the race.
On to the Nordschleife for the final time, then heading towards checkered flag. The Griezmann Porsche with a 41-second gap to the Mercedes of Ralf Schall heads out onto the Nordschleife for the final time this afternoon.
You would not believe how many people are watching this. The socials have gone absolutely bonkers. This has really captured people's imagination. And hello to Coxey out in Dubai, a few hours ahead of us. He promises he'll send us some warmth for the weekend. Not the Coxey that you think that I'm talking about. He's one of the guys of the very efficient team that sort us out with cars.
So not Graham?
No.
And not Darren?
No. Based at Dubai Autodrome, and watching this. Is the Cup car coming through to start its last lap now?
There it is. That's not the wide body car, is it?
No. Like I said, they basically, it had the bigger RS turbo style spoiler on the back. So that's still an oil and air cooled car. The 964. The only looks like the only racing sort of accoutrement is they put little aero mirrors on it, because it should have the teardrop mirrors on the car if it was the straight car.
Okay, whatever the question was, well, I can tell you what the question was there a problem for Jürgen Rudolph in third place overall? He was being caught considerably by the chasing RSR of Michael Hughes. However, he's responded. He suddenly put in a much better time, and in fact there was one sector around where the reverse was 13 seconds in the longest part of the track, so he's sitting on a 23-second margin. Instead of being hunted down, he's pulling away, easing back into third place. So maybe a little caution, maybe hit a couple of yellow flag zones that those chasing did not, but certainly I think the scare is over for the 487, that yellow and blue 964 Cup class, that car that John was admiring so much. We won't let him buy it though. As much as he wants it, he can't have it, I'm afraid.
I think once you've had one air-cooled Porsche, and I'm about to divest myself of the 993 2S.
That's going to be a tough day for you, mate.
No, I probably won't be there when it happens.
It's probably best not to. Best not to. We are about a minute away from the clock ticking to zero. We already know that the leaders has more consternation being caused out on track down at the Ravenol S. But yeah, we're less than a minute away. The checkered flag was already being readied for the leader, the Griezmann Porsche. That is already into sector 5.
So I thought that was the second place Mercedes there, similar colour scheme.
We've been caught out by that. Yeah.
But what he did very kindly there was show us the flanks of the car and the much smaller, less extravagant rear wing. It's
exactly
way smaller 2.3 litre engine, but it's an unusual overtaking manoeuvre to overtake going backwards as the BMW did into the first corner, but come out of the second corner ahead. But certainly for the Mercedes driver, kept out of the way.
I am not sure those wheel arches are period correct on that 944.
No.
And it doesn't seem to be sitting at the right level. It's got offset wheels on it. It's got bigger wheels on the back, hasn't it? Yes.
I think so.
That's bizarre.
Yes, I think so.
It looks more like the old Toyota Supra.
Yeah, we've stepped outside of standard race cars. We had a walk around the paddock and had a look at these cars, and they are some pretty well-engineered examples out there, aren't they? Pretty well prepped. There are some dubiously prepped as well, I've got to say. But overall, really good standard of race cars that have took part in this one.
I still love the fact that we've still in this race got the little front-wheel drive Audi 50 Cup cars. We never got the Audi 50 in the UK. It was the VW Polo, but at the same time, here in Germany and parts of Europe, the original Polo, the Fox, as it was called in the States, was an Audi 50 front-wheel drive. And believe it or not, there was a single make series for it, and I think there's about 4 or 5 that we see sometimes here, but I've definitely seen one in this race, and I think that's brilliant. And it's another one. You talked about that Alpha earlier on, Bruce, with the back of the bonnet cracked open to get the airflow, and of course it's a front hinge bonnet on those cars as well. You have to look very carefully, and it's only really the 4 rings on the front and a couple of things on the bodywork. But they did have different VIN numbers from the VW Polos of the same era. I'll zip up my anorak.
Zip up your anorak now, mate. There's the door.
You should have come in earlier, John.
It's cool out there. Yeah.
Oh, I've been, don't worry, I've been sitting in the green room watching that.
So we're nearly there. We have gone through 3 hours, but we haven't got our race leader through to the end of the race. Car number 911. RSR comfortably in the lead, but it's a case of what might have been. You may not be aware of this. One of the cars that started 63rd and last in the first group, John, in short order, by the end of lap 4 was in the lead, having passed everyone else, and then unfortunately had a few problems. So that's sitting down in 6th place overall. Again, with the 3-driver rotation, they may not all be the same pace, but certainly some people were very, very happy indeed in the wet, but the majority were just trying to stay out of trouble. And then some pesky people dropped a trail of all around the circuit, and we had barrier repairs, we had cars to be flat-bedded away. But again, here we are, sunny evening, vaguely sunny evening here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And the point of this, in this historic Langstrecken Series event, is the fact they get plenty of racing time on this most magnificent of circuits. That's what it's all about.
And that 3-driver lineup configuration has cost them dearly, because they've had to pit 3 times. The cars ahead of them have only pitted twice. The leader has pitted once.
Yeah.
So,
well, there was clearly in that second stint for the second driver, there was a reason to come in when they didn't otherwise have to. And in and out of the pits, and who knows how long the repairs took, but it added about another 2 minutes to them. But that's really
that's one of the RSR IMSAs you're talking about.
Yeah.
That they are very quick cars. The green, mostly green, leading RSR, that is an absolute joy to watch and listen to. The crackle of that 6-cylinder engine, the big, almost balloon rear tyres, and the way the car even in full dry, looks like it's just gently floating around. And when there's a little bit of lack of grip, that's just exacerbated. Put that in black and white, or just squint a little bit, and you are right back to the era, aren't you?
He's driving it with commitment, though. In fairness,
he's a hard car to
whichever
drive,
Greaseman it is, he is driving that car. He knows how to drive a Porsche.
They've been here a lot of times.
Yeah, which is, you know, you've got to keep on that throttle avenue to get that rear wheel, those rear wheels rotating, and getting the rear wheels to rotate the car into the corner and point the car out of the corner.
What you can't do with the Porsches of this era is you can't get into the corner and realise you're much better going in slower and coming out faster, because if you go in at speed and you have to lift off, they are very prone to lift off oversteer. And even the huge rear wing that RSR's got, it's not going to help you. So it's much better to be coming onto the throttle and getting the back end to sit down as you're going through the corner.
Even on the final lap for the race leader, job is practically done. Through Galgenkopf, waved yellow flag. Another car's just pulled off at the exit. In fact, that might be the Listerine liveried BMW that we think is one for the British Touring Car Championship.
Wow.
But for our race leading Greaseman 911 RSR, not quite home and hose, but only 3 more corners to go. The kink to the left, up the rise, through Tiergarten, onto the start-finish straight, but he moves wide onto the wet part of the circuit, kicking up the spray, going past one of the back markers and still pushing on. As John was pointing out, the front still washing away a little bit. The commitment is there. The long left-hander doesn't go across the grass as Kevin Estre might on a good day, and then up the slope and here into the final sweep. It's been a really fine run by Bjorn and Jorg. Greaseman, greasy track, the final twister to the left, to the right, and to the left all over again. Again, even there's a little bit of a twitch, but the race is nearly done. And at the start of this lap, a 41-second margin over the Mercedes, but the checkered flag is there. It's a Porsche victory. By weight of numbers, they were likely to take it, but that mid-race charge from Ralf Schall, when things got wet and greasy in his Mercedes with that extravagant rear wing, here it comes. And tribute to Andreas Schall, head of family, who died just 3 weeks ago, a driver who did more than 300 races on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So this is very special indeed. The middle point on the race, it looked as though this was going to be heading to victory. But here's a driver who did it all on his own. 3 hours, that is a big effort. And so they would have enjoyed this race as well. And we all enjoy seeing these cars from the period still out racing. For a lot of us, memories from period. And for others, it's a history lesson. Some, they're seeing them for the first time. But 3 hours of racing, and I think people had a lot of fun. Yes, we had incident, Joe, but some great driving too. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that all the way down this field, as we get the full field of 146 cars, there are competitors throughout this field that have had a joyous race with someone around them. Yes, we've had trials and tribulations. The weather played its part, played a massive part in the outcome of this race somewhat. And that car there, the yellow Porsche 964, is really punching above its weight.
When you talk with Mackay about winning the Euro Millions and all of the expensive F1 cars and sports cars that you're going to go and do historic racing, if I'm going to do it, I said I probably wouldn't. This is what I would do, though. It'd be something weird in this. Something not usual.
Well, you're a Porsche guy, though, aren't you? So that wouldn't be weird from that perspective.
No, I don't think it would. I don't think I'd take a Porsche. There was a lovely ST, a beige ST, that I would like as a road car.
I would obviously take a Merc. Big SEC.
I need to find a Talbot or a Chrysler that fits into it and do something completely different.
The 487 then completes its race. In third place, it will be the final runner on the overall podium. The driver has been the same driver throughout this one. Rudolph comes out of the Tiergarten onto the start-finish straight, takes the checkered flag. That's the third and final step of the overall podium. We've got 3 separate class winners in the top 3. Class 19 is the overall winner. Second place, the Schall Mercedes, is in class 53, and class 42 was the third place car.
So again, just complete emphasis at the Deutsche Historische Langstreckenmeisterschaft. Covers a lot of grounds, a lot of types of cars. The fact you hear class 53 suggests there pretty much is something for everyone. But for Jürgen Rudolph, good job. And then he's actually, what's he done now? He's pulled, didn't know where to go at the end there. He got down to the first corner, and the car, the 964, that was driven so well in the early stages. Right, margins between first and second, the Griezmann Porsche and 516 Mercedes in second place, 37 seconds. That came down and down, but things under control from the Griezmanns. And for Jürgen Rudolph, a little snafu at the end, but after the checkered flag, it didn't matter. I think it was confusion about where he got going. The Listerine liveried BMW I mentioned appears to have either got going or identified the wrong car. Looking to see who's going to come through in fourth place, and there it is. It's the number 511 Porsche. There it is, the IMSA RSR model with the ADAC livery across its windscreen. But for all those drivers, there was a lot of slipping, a lot of sliding, a lot of oil on the circuit, and quite a few incidents to be cleared up. But for the vast majority, it was a real case of ending up in the gravel and needing to get themselves back out. But we know our identity of our top four runners. It's Porsche from Mercedes from Porsche, and then in fourth place another Porsche and another 964 driven solo by Alexander Kolb. 474 coming home into fifth place overall.
Seventh and eighth, Bruce, was pretty close. It's two BMW E36s, a 325i ahead of an M3. So that again is a smaller engine car punching above its race. It's the Hackmans versus the Quiche family outings, and they were a couple of seconds
3
apart.
seconds. 2.9, 3 seconds.
When they went across the line to start the last lap.
So George and Bjorn Griezmann, obviously they compete frequently in the NLS races here. They know this circuit well, but with the James Hunt replica helmet there, I love it when drivers from other countries choose a driver from a different country to be their hero. But again, here we are. That was hard work. Wherever you finished in this race, you'd have had a slip, a slide. Not just once a lap, many, many times a lap. It was keeping things under control.
And you probably need a fresh set of overalls because you've undoubtedly stared adversity in the face.
This is a great race. This is a 448. That's not even a 964 Cup car. Oh, no, that's the 474. All right. But even that's the classic colours for a Porsche, but that's a virtually straight car.
Yeah. This is Alexander Kolb coming with that front bonnet, just the bonnet little lifted at one side. I know I shouldn't call it a front bonnet, but I'm just explaining where it is.
And there's the Hillman Imp back in the race.
Back in the race.
We saw that car.
Linwood's 911.
Said nobody ever.
We saw that being hauled back to the paddock.
He needs help.
You noticed the colours that 964 was running in?
I didn't know.
Brumos.
Oh, yeah, we mentioned that, yes. Yeah. We mentioned that. There's Ralph Cole. Ralph sorry, I'm off the screen. Ralph Schall.
Did it all on his own.
Who nearly, he was staring a victory in the face, wasn't he?
He needed it a bit wetter longer, didn't he?
Great example of a car as well, the 198 Mercedes.
Well, you know it's a classic, don't you? But the 911, the Mustang, they've been in production pretty much the whole way through their life. 911 have. They've changed. They got a lot bigger, etc., etc. You know that the 190E, an unusual classic as a four-door saloon car, but you know it's an absolute classic when people like HWA are doing new versions and evocations of that car, and you know immediately, all 37 Lanciers and also, yeah, they spring to mind. 190E might not spring to mind, but it's an absolute classic, Bruce.
Entirely, and it was a car that the second it was launched was way faster than you expected. Beautiful handling, obviously more added. Jürgen Rudolph coming through to third place overall. 17 laps, every single one different, not because of the driving style, because of the weather. First 45 minutes were dry, not thereafter. It was a question of how wet, how greasy, and an emotional second place for the Mercedes racer Ralph Schall. Father Andreas died just 3 weeks ago, and he kept that Mercedes absolutely straight and true. The weather was absolutely foul in the middle of the race, and for Bjorn and Jörg Griezmann, they took victory, but there were slips and slides around the way. Eventually, they conquered all of that. 17 laps, And then the checkered flag. 3 laps, 3 hours, 17 laps, and for the Deutsche Historische Langstreckenmeisterschaft, well, every single contestant of the 146 starters will have stories to tell about the race here on Friday at the Nürburgring. So at the end of 3 hours of racing, plenty to enjoy. And there is the results table with the Griezmann family Porsche eventually winning by 37 seconds from Ralf Schall in the Mercedes 190. He drove that Evo 2 car solo. Jürgen Rudolph also was down as a 2-driver lineup, but he kept the 3rd place Porsche all to himself, the 964 Cup class car. Very quick in a straight line, but certainly lacking the downforce of its larger winged and slightly older rivals. But plenty going on. 50+ classes of car in this race. I do not have to do the podium ceremony for all of them going up to get their gong. But that's an element of historic racing as well. There should be something for everyone. And I think today we provided plenty of something for everyone because there was a different form of weather on every single lap.
I tell you what, if that weather's going to play a part in the main race this weekend, we've said that all along, but that weather played a massive part in the outcome of this race. Yes, the Griezmann car was perhaps the class of the field, and that came through, but it had a lot to get through and a lot of luck went its way as well.
By the way, if you've enjoyed that this Friday afternoon, wherever in the world you're watching us, this is a series that runs throughout the year, not necessarily with as many cars. Obviously, being here at this meeting has certainly enhanced the numbers, but they regularly are getting 100+ cars in a couple of different races. They sometimes split the cars up. There's talk of there being a 1300 class as well. I was talking to one of the guys earlier on, and they would run separately.
Well, they've found a formula that works, and they're not afraid to reinvent and keep on evolving it, because some of the cars will eventually be retired, and you always need an influx. But the whole essence of this, it's historic cars racing on a truly historic circuit. Everyone wants to come and play, and there will be periods in which certain cars are sort of consigned to no longer being raced because some of the older cars, some of the drivers may be getting to an age as well. But keep reinventing. But the whole point is get cars that would have raced here in period still out onto this circuit. They still have relevance. And again, enormous field, 146 cars. That pretty much says it all. And we got the vast majority through to the finish. So again, really well done to the boys and girls, men and women out there playing today. 146 starters. That is a number that keeps coming into my mind.
I love the fact that somebody was out in a Renault 11 Turbo. I mean, when was the last time you saw one of those race?
I was going to say moving as a start. I've seen plenty up on stands, but here we have 2 suitably damp and dusty and greasy looking Porsches and a Mercedes in the background, the giant rear wing. These are cars that went out into weather and they conquered it, but they look fantastic, even better than when they're clean at the start.
I agree, totally agree. A little bit of damage on the winning car to the right-hand headlight. Period razor tape on there. It looks like parcel tape.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Like that fabric parcel tape that you get, that's what it looked like. Rather.
The stuff that if you didn't have to, you're trying to bite it, you couldn't get your teeth through it.
That's right.
Oh, dearie me.
That's right.
But there's the essence, a 911. But look at that RSR rear wing. One of the sister cars lost theirs against the barriers, went in backwards. Actually, very little damage to the back of the car, but the engine cover to which that rear wing is affixed, bash, removed from the car. It did go out, it did go on to complete the race, but lost a fair bit of time. In fact, that car ended up number 507 down in 18th position overall. But for the crews of the top 3 finish, they'll be immensely proud, particularly the Schall family after the loss of the figurehead of Andreas just 3 weeks ago.
Looking down from above, the difference in the width of the body between a 964 Cup car and the 964 RSR. The Cup car, the entry level, starting in the late 1980s, and a series that has brought us so many great drivers, some who've stayed with Porsche, some who've moved on to other racing. And then it's bigger, bulkier, been to the gym cousin, as it were, that was racing in the international races. In essence, the same car. The venerable 911, 64 years old this year, but so different. And there's the championship points.
Yeah, well, so Michael Juice, who ended up in 4th place overall, and Oliver Boyka, they share that car. They came 4th, but they're still sitting on top of the pile. But Rauschal has moved equal with them with his 2nd place in his Mercedes. Heiko Hammel didn't get to race today, but his teammate certainly went out, did very well. That's Jürgen Rudolph, who finished 3rd overall. But to be equal at the top, well, that's quite something. The fact they're not even in the same types of cars is better still. So, again, overall championship, this will carry on through the course of the season. The DHLM, they certainly had fun today. They certainly had weather today. They certainly had incident today. But it's been good fun, a real blast, and it's great to see that it's such a well-supported championship.
Und wir bitten ebenfalls aufs Podium die siegreiche Mannschaft Björn und Georg Griesemann.
So maybe Heiko Hammel did go out in the 3rd place cars. We've got 2 drivers on that far step of the podium. So the German national anthem for the winning crew. In 3rd place, Heiko Hammel and Jürgen Rudolph. Transponder problems meant we weren't entirely sure that Heiko Hammel was having a go in that car. So trophies for the 3rd place crew. And then we'll wait for the 2nd place trophy for a driver who went solo in his Mercedes. Ralf Schall, for some reasons, appears to have taken his racing boots off and is barefoot, or certainly not wearing the full regalia. The driver in 2nd place. Maybe he was getting drenched up through the floor plan of the car or something. Can happen, and it was certainly very wet out there. But there he is, Ralf Schall.
Emotional Ralf Schall, I would imagine, as well. Only recently losing his father up there for him.
Yeah, in fact, as the winners get their trophies, I noticed when he got out of the car, he composed himself then. Pulled his cap down just to...
Yeah. Yeah, it's still a hard-fought one, isn't it? They've had everything thrown at them. Cars spinning off in front of them. The weather was atrocious. We had sleet. We had hailstones, torrential rain. We had parts of the track that were bone dry and parts of the track that were literally had standing water. So a hard-fought podium, that one.
But victory in the end by just over 30 seconds, 37 seconds, went to the Griezmanns, Bjorn and George. Everyone up there really deserves getting a face full of stuff that stings your eyes, but that's what it's all about. But 3 hours of fun for the historic cars, and of course, I'm sure many of these will maybe want to see if they can work their way towards running something in, not the top class, but some of the junior classes in the 24 hours in the years ahead. But just great to have them displaying cars from across a wide range. We had cars dating back as far as the late 1960s. Very few of them. Basically, it was 70s, 80s and 90s, which was the bread and butter of this DHLM. So thoroughly enjoyed that. Joe Bradley, thank you very much indeed for joining me in the commentary box. Guest appearance fleetingly from John Hindhoff there to come and talk with us about Porsches. And it's over and out from us. Join us next time.
Welcome everybody to the Falcon Drift Show and the live stream for 2026. This is an annual part and an integral part of the running of the Ravenol 24 hours of the Nürburgring. It's a Friday night thing where the bottom of the Grand Prix track is kind of taken over by the Falcon Drift Show, and the ability to swing a car from left to right at extreme angles. I noticed actually that the rain has just arrived, probably at the wrong point, but that's not going to abate the speed and certainly the enthusiasm of so many drivers that are entered into this display of 90 minutes of Falcon Drift Show. The single runs followed by the far more spectacular twin battles where two cars are involved, both the leader and the chaser. My name's Johnny Palmer. I'm delighted this year to be joined by Peter Snowden. We're fairly newbies, I'd say, to drifting. I mean, I've been following it for a good 12 months now, but last year was my kind of break into the scene, and I was an instant fan there. This is the chance, though, in front of a massive amount of fans down at the bottom of the circuit near to the hairpin, to show off the cars. I'm just gutted that the fact that the heavens have opened just as the cars start to roll, Snowy.
Well, they're probably not, because they're going to save a lot on tyres, isn't it? Tyre wear and expense for them, given that they don't last exactly that long, given what they do with them. A bespoke tyre, more of which we'll talk about in a bit. But yeah, I'm the newbie this year. You had you broke your virginity last year on this one, and of course you're effectively now hugely experienced with this, because you did the entire show last year. So was that enough of a deflection, everyone? Did you get that?
Well, I don't think.
Teflon?
My performance last year, I don't think the audience saw through it one bit. It was almost as if I'd been doing it for 15 years.
They never do. They never do.
No, I have a very good facade.
I've said that many a time, that they'll say, Johnny, he's absolutely not transparent.
We're missing Marcus, who, again, has briefed us about a couple of hours ago. He popped up into the box, and I know he's now busy on the public address microphone, keeping this huge bunch of fans entertained and sort of informed, not as informed as we will be to our YouTube audience. And the other voice that you may well have known through the years is Becky Evans, or Queen Bee as she's better known. She was actually in action in a car last year. I don't know where Bex is, and whether she's in the vicinity of our commentary box. You'd be very welcome to head up, because she really is an expert, having driven these cars, having drifted them, and also is a regular commentator as well. So, as I say, this is a chance, first of all, as a sort of display circuit, but the other interesting thing is that not only are they using the hairpin, but they're using the Michael Schumacher S as well, where speeds are sometimes in the vicinity of 180 kilometres per hour, and then they turn in and whack the handbrake on at that crazy speed. The carnage has already begun, with the door partly open, I think, as well. Now, the other interesting thing that we were taught about by Marcus earlier on today is that red strip light on the top of the windscreen and the top of the rear window. And now, is that the e-brake in action, or is that actually the pedal brake? Can you remember?
I think it's the pedal brake.
Yeah.
Because they want you to use, for points and star, they want you to use the pedal brake to rotate the car, not the e-brake, because you have an immediate advantage by using the e-brake.
But that is a signal to the judges that the pedal brake's being used, and you can be marked down on that, because what they want is the finesse, the style, to be done all on the throttle, which is just an incredible technique. And I don't know whether you're either born with it or it's just practice, practice, practice. But some of these guys, who are we concentrating on here? I mean, so many of the Falcon livery cars, conveniently that one's not got a number on it. But I remember picking out Rohan van Riel, who is one of the real talented members of the Falcon Drift team, from Drift Team Van Riel, the 43-year-old Luxembourg driver. And Remo Nietzen as well, who is actually the head of Falcon Drifters. But a variety of BMWs, as we're witnessing now. This sport first originated in the 1970s in Japan, so Nissan Skylines are very much the order of the day as well. But the other thing is, you might see a BMW on the outside, an M6 or an E30, and think, OK, I recognise that car. But actually, the amount of modification that's been done to it, to the suspension, to the engines, and as we were realising last year, to the rear axle and drive shafts, because they are properly punished throughout their competition.
Well, it's one of the unique things of this drift series is that it's a pretty open technical formula. The only restrictions are safety, quite naturally, because you're saying 150, 180k is still a substantial speed to have any kind of incident. It's obviously non-contact like most motorsport, but things can go wrong. You can catch one another or get to the limits of the scenery, which you don't want to be doing. So they've got, as we see in the sort of GT3, GT4, whatever race cars, they've got correct seats, harnesses, hands devices, the helmets, the overalls, exactly as you see in an ordinary race car. So that's the safety side of it. And the only other control feature is these tyre sizes, to make sure people don't get absolutely ridiculous on tyre sizes. Outside of that, you're pretty free to do what you want. You could almost say it's feral rules.
Yeah.
So you can take whatever shape of car that appeals to you and put whatever engine you want in it. So if you're mad enough to like something really tiny, like a little old Honda from the 60s, and you can get an LS Chevy into that, then so be it. I mean, well done for doing it. It's a bit of a tarnish trying to get that one into one of those, but that's my point. You can do exactly what you want. So many of these cars effectively have a silhouette shape, but underneath it's something entirely different. And a lot of Toyota engines in BMWs and stuff, whatever, which I guess to the fans, when they get to go and see these cars close up and you get the bonnets up and see people doing videos and podcasts and all sorts of things about it, of what's in this, and you open the bonnet on something that you expect to see a 2-litre or a 1.6 something, and all of a sudden there's a 5-litre Chevy V8 in there, and you're like, how does that fit in?
Yeah, and sometimes it doesn't.
But we're talking also, because of that, phenomenal figures of horsepowers. 600, 700, 800 horsepower is not unheard of, and more.
Well, in the case of
the lower category, yeah.
In the case of Elias Hondoji, the BMW M4 that he drives has got 1,100 horsepower. So north of 1,000 is most impressive. I also just
and they wonder why the tyres don't last.
I know. Well, that's the name of the game, isn't it? I just caught sight of Marco Samler's Nissan 200 SX. That is with a Toyota 2JZ engine, which is a commonly used power plant, very suitable to drifting and the sport, which is now, by the way, recognised by the FIA. So the FIA have it within their motorsport games, and there is an FIA championship, as well as then the separate World Championship, or Formula Drift as it's known. We're still witnessing this display of single runs, and the name of the game here is to try and get the car to the clipping point, the kind of natural racing line and that inner white line, but also if you can swing the rear end as far wide as possible to the outer white line without crossing it. And in the twin battles, which are, needless to say, two cars at once, one copying the other, if in those battles you drop a rear wheel over the white line on the grass, in the gravel, that's more or less you excluded from the twin battle and the other car wins. But there's a very clever knockout phase when we get to the 32 cars left. Then they take on one another, and the way that battle packs work out, the twin battles, the highest placed car from the singles is pitted against the 32nd placed car, and the second best car, the 31st, and it's ordered so that it's kind of there's a seeded car versus an unseeded car, but it gets very intense when the 15th and the 16th placed cars face one another, because nobody can really call a winner there. That's the initial round, and then it's knockout to eventually get to a quarter-final, a semi-final, and then the winner. And this is Nick Hendricks in the mighty Chevrolet Camaro, all 600 brake horsepower of it. And you can hear this one coming from miles away for the Belgian.
You mentioned about engines, and Marcus very kindly gave us a little bit of information earlier on with this Toyota 2JZ engine, by the way. It's not a Z. You're not American, Johnny.
Well,
yes, anyway.
Z,
I know.
Or is he American?
I have to correct him. Sorry, it's one of those things. So it's a 3-litre inline 6, made sort of early 90s to mid noughties. Most famously applied to the Supra. Was a car it's in, but its big thing is it's a cast iron block and is immensely tunable on standard internal bits. That's the point. You can add 200
to a maximum of 100 points there. Then there's a little league table that's built up, and then the dual battles go on. The twin battles begin, and that's, as I say, top 32 rounds, where the first place car is pitted against the 32nd qualifier, and then it gets closer and closer and closer to the middle. Eventually, you get a top 4 round, you get 2 finalists, and you get a winner, and they're all scored during the twin battles via 100 points as well, and on 4 different aspects. So
I think it's 3, isn't it?
No, it is 4. So I might be being corrected here. So it's line.
Yeah.
It's the speed that you go through the course. It's the style that you're unable to initiate, the finesse, and then the angle from the direction of travel. So line,